The sheer size of the Quill habitat ship was massive, and the amount of power sources aboard that ship had to be considerable. The looks on my scientists' and engineers' faces said they knew with absolute confidence they had their facts right. So you're telling me a single Uleron power generator can produce more energy output than an entire Quill habitat ship? Yes, Commander, Kuntz said. The energy required to form the anomaly discharged by our main weapon is a magnitude greater than a discharge from the Quill weapon. It appears that the Quill systems are so inefficient that they are forced to make a collective transfer of energy to achieve such a high level of destructive force. Okay. I take it you have found a way for us to use that information to our advantage? All four of the Grawl bobbed their heads, smiling. Your assumption is correct, Commander. With the proper modifications to our beam accumulators and a newly designed focusing aperture, we can surpass the destructive capabilities of the Quill weapon, Kuntz said. The previous modifications that were made to our transfer switches will easily accommodate the necessary power requirements. We will need to have Justice go over our data, but it is believed we can develop a superior weapon based on our existing designs. Since our specifications will be based on the smaller diameter focus point of our current weapons, we will be able to produce a more concentrated energy beam. All of our simulations point to a 46% faster recovery rate and 21% better range than the Quill weapon can achieve. I held up my hands. We would have to do some extensive testing before I would take a working weapon system off the Legacy. I could tell Zool wanted to say something, but was deferring to Kuntz. I gave him the nod before Kuntz could say anything else. Is there something you would like to add, Zool?
Commander, since Alpha Base makes use of the same weapon, we can use it for our testing. We have already calculated and formulated the design specifications. Felix has agreed to allot the replicator time required. The work will not begin until we have fabricated all of the necessary components. If we dedicate 70% of the scientific and engineering staff to the project, the base's defensive weapon will be down no more than 16 hours for the retrofit.
I had to hand it to the Grawl. It sounded like they had all the bases covered. The Earth boy in me always did love guns with a bigger boom. Justice, what is the status of the Chalt picket ships? I asked. I have scanned locations of 120 Chalt warships actively patrolling the system surrounding Alpha Base. Their defensive posture has not changed. What is your recommendation on the weapons modifications? I am still processing the information, but can already conclude it is a noteworthy and viable modification. I recommend we proceed. If testing yields the predicted results, I will dedicate additional processing time to altering the Legacy's weapons to conform to the new specifications. I gave the Grawl the go-ahead on the new weapon design, and they quickly departed. Clutch was quietly sitting at the end of the table. I guess he was waiting for everyone else to clear the room before he approached. Clutch, is there a problem?
No, Commander. I guess not. Justice informed me he has made you aware that I was not knowingly caring for the Prool. I might have implied that I would take responsibility for their survival, but it was not my intention. It is my understanding that the maturity died because of the manner in which I treated them. I wanted you to know that I was not honoring Tria's orders to the best of my abilities. I want to apologize.
Tria and I both stopped him before he could say another word. I looked at Tria and let her take the lead on clearing up the Tybor's indiscretion.
Clutch, given the circumstances associated with my order to preserve the Prool sample, we will overlook what you have decided is dereliction of duty, Tria said. While Justice may not have informed you of the outcome of your actions, you did in fact help prolong the life of the entities. The final part of Tria's statement netted us tears. The once pristine scent of the cafeteria's atmosphere took a turn for the worse. I needed to pacify the troopmaster before he contaminated any more of it. Clutch! A lot of people have to eat in here. Would you please calm yourself? The small number of Prool that manage to survive are going to die.
unless they give up information on their activities in our galaxy. The Overseer is interrogating them as we speak. If they do not give us what we want, I will happily join you, and we can piss on their biomass until they drown." That seemed to mollify the Tybor. He slammed his fist down on the table.
"Yes!"
With that said, he nodded to the two of us and got up to see if he could aid the engineers in any way. I was glad that his warrior scent, for the most part, went with him. The next order of business was something that I thought Justice would have already given us a sitrep on. Since he was apparently avoiding the subject, I was going to have to ask. "Justice, why have we not been able to track down the Fury?"
They have disabled all IST and BS equipment in an attempt to elude capture by Chult forces. I have no means to reach out to my subsystems without an active data link. There is a small possibility we may obtain information on the Fury's whereabouts from the surviving Prul entities. I have directed the Overseer to start his inquiries about biologicals and not Prul assets. It appears this strategy may be the correct one. The Overseer has informed me he has an open dialogue with 3 of the remaining entities. All are presently making unveiled attempts to coerce our negotiations to their advantage. Both the Overseer and I find their offers of ruling this galaxy comical.
I could find nothing comical about the Prul's continued stance of superiority. Even when confronted with the loss of reality, they still believed they had some sort of bargaining position. I hoped that their blind ambitions would one day be their ultimate demise. There were a lot of things on my plate that I could have occupied my time with, but one kept brushing the rest aside. I wanted to know exactly what intel Sale Nolan had on the whereabouts of that no-good piece of shit Iger. "Justice, I want a secure IST link to the operative." This got me a small frown from Tria. She got up and walked off without comment. I don't know if she had cued in on my thoughts or not, but this was one itch that I needed to scratch.
"Comlink is open, Commander."
"Nathan! I thought it would take a much longer time period before you would want to communicate with me again," Sale said, not mincing any words. "Have you uncovered any intel that will help us locate the Fury?"
"No, Sale, nothing yet. How are things on your end?"
"The rightful government of our people has been restored, and we are actively correcting the mistakes that have come to light. That is all I am at liberty to say. Is there another subject you would care to discuss that does not encroach on restricted security matters?"
"Yes, Sale, there is. I want all of the intel you have on Iger. I want the location of his homeworld and the coordinates of his base of operations."
"That is a question I have been wondering when you would get around to asking. I will be honest with you. Back when we were pursuing Iger, I was ordered to withhold the information from you so you could concentrate on goals that mirrored our own. I found it distasteful then, and still do. I am no longer restricted by the constraints that I was previously subjected to. The success of my collaborations with you have freed me of the meaningless scat rained upon me by certain command personnel. I am finally able to make certain decisions I feel necessary to improve our alliance. This will be one of them. I will send you the data packet, but caution you on the repercussions of a less than sterile operation. The Murlac have 37 homeworlds and a well-established military," she continued. "They have been to war on numerous occasions, and while their victories have been costly, they persevered in more than they have abandoned. An assassination on one of their homeworlds by another race would be considered an act of war. Iger is no doubt being shielded by the highest levels of his government. If you go into that scat hole, you need to make sure that there are no evidence or witnesses left behind that can point to you and your followers. You are currently an unknown, but your accomplishments are making waves throughout the galaxy. Don't make the mistake of thinking you will remain anonymous forever."
"Thank you, Sale. I will take everything you have told me under advisement. I give you my assurance we will call if we have information on the Fury."
"Good hunting, Nathan."
The IST channel closed, and Justice alerted me that he had received the intel transmission. A grim smile crossed my lips. I more or less knew where Tria would be, and went to the makeshift training area that Justice set up for us in the back of the hangar. As was expected, she was there, working out with Clutch. They were both wearing their recon armor and using short batons as simulated weapons. The scent wafting around the back of the hangar implied Clutch was not on the winning end of their combat exercise. So much for him helping out with a weapons retrofit. I suspected that none of the Grawl would want the Tybor within smelling distance, and all politely turned him away. It was still too early for Tria to be on a combat mission, so I decided to withhold the Eiger intel for a later date. Another idea came to me, and it put a genuine smile on my face because it didn't involve combat. Once the weapons were upgraded and ready to be tested, I would take everyone to Harris to celebrate our successful mission at the research facility. We were in need of another supply drop, and the excursion would help me check that off my to-do list. Justice, call Broza and alert him to our needs. Give him your best estimate on our time frame. Let me know if we need to adjust our schedule to coordinate our departure times.
Affirmative, Commander.
I made a quick left turn into the ready room and put on my recon armor. I picked up 2 batons, twirled them a couple of times, and headed out the door. A free-for-all was in the making, and it would be everyone for themselves. More than an hour later, the 3 of us sat on the deck, sweating and leaning against the hull. It would be a toss-up as to who bested who. I thought at one point Tria and I would gang up on Clutch, only to have her stab me in the butt on more than one occasion. When I tried to turn the tables on her and team up with Clutch, the ungrateful Tybor did the same.
Commander, Broza has responded to my call and will be available for our resupply. Justice interrupted. He will have our freighter at Outpost 9765 in 5 days, and will wait at that location until we have contacted him.
I stepped away from Tria and Clutch, who decided to go a few more rounds. That will be perfect. Are there any updates on the Prool?
No, Commander. The live entity count is now 19. They have yet to respond to the Overseer's inquiries on the location of any biologicals that were subjugated recently or in the past. They may very well perish without answering.
So be it. What else have you got for me?
The Grawl scientists and engineers have started the retrofit process to the base's main weapon system. My observations predict they will have it ready for testing more than 2 hours earlier than their previous estimate. Engineer Kuntz has finished the work on the power transfer cable. The Legacy is now capable of transferring the power load from the Uleron power generator to the base's main distribution panels.
Tria looked like she could use a break. I raised my voice so she could easily hear me. That's good news, Justice. Let me know when they are ready to test it. If you need me, I will be napping in my cabin. That earned me a mischievous smile from Tria and a large, toothy one from Clutch.
18.
A little over 14 hours later, I awoke to Justice alerting me to the pre-test countdown the Grawl had initiated. I was a little groggy and hungrier than a bear that just came out of hibernation. Tria rolled over and didn't act like she was interested in the weapons test. In the shower, I turned up the temperature in hopes of soothing some of the aches I had somehow suffered in the past several hours. I thought I had most of the kinks worked out of my muscles when an overpowering wave of Shaleen left me in a heap on the shower floor. I rolled over and groaned, only to find Tria standing over me. When we finally made it to the cafeteria, the population of the base was already present. Most just smiled and nodded, but Kuntz sat at the lead table looking annoyed. I was going to issue an apology, but the look Tria gave Kuntz erased the sour expression from his face. Rank had its privileges. We took our seats next to Clutch, Zool, Jaren, and Graf. Kuntz stood and went to the front wall.
Justice, we are ready to proceed with the test.
Justice put a large view screen on the wall that showed the planet our moon orbited around. The thin, almost non-existent atmosphere appeared as a light haze around the desolate planet. Kuntz must have had plenty of time to think about his presentation. He waved an arm at the screen.
"Justice, please highlight the targets."
12 target boxes appeared on the screen above the planet at varying distances. 2 looked like they were fairly close, and the rest were almost over the horizon of the planet. The rotation of the moon was taking us away from them at a decent clip.
"Commander, we have taken 12 of our comms buoys and fitted them with special telemetry arrays. The highly reflective shielding we installed over the transponders should give us a microsecond or two of data on our test shots before the targets are destroyed. We are ready to fire a calibration and focus shots at the first 2 targets. I will proceed on your order."
"Carry on, Kuntz, you have our full attention."
The screen blinked, and the target box disappeared before Kuntz could finish.
He flinched and turned around with a scowl on his face. It earned him more than a few snickers from the crowd of scientists and engineers. He stalked to our table and sat down, fuming. Justice decided he would take it from there. I rubbed my temples. Here we go again.
Calibration shot successful. Focusing optimization shot in 3, 2, 1.
The second box was gone with a blink of the screen.
Beam focus successfully optimized, ready to proceed with maximum beam output and regeneration testing.
The screen blinked in 14-second intervals. All 10 of the remaining buoys were disintegrated.
Testing has revealed there is a slight lag in the power transfer cable. The beam recovery cycle was 2% under the simulation predictions. The Legacy will not be subjected to the same lag due to the direct feed of the generator. The range of the weapon was 4% greater than predicted, and should reflect a slight increase with the direct feed. The only shortcoming I foresee is that it will be necessary to allow the anomaly weapon an additional 12 seconds of generation time after firing the beam weapons.
So, is it your recommendation to install the upgrades on the Legacy as well?
Yes, Commander.
This got a cheer from the Groll. Their engineering skills had produced another superior upgrade to our arsenal. Felix got up from the table and approached us.
"Commander, the manufacturing sequences are already queued into the replicator. I could have the parts necessary for the upgrades produced in under 4 hours."
"Okay, Felix, get started and let the Groll know when they are ready. Before you leave, I have an announcement I would like to make, and it concerns you as well as everyone else." The young Zane nodded, and I got up from my seat, raising my hands to get everyone's attention. The room quickly quieted. "The first thing I would like to do is thank you for your hard work and dedication. You have once again proven that we can effectively challenge even the most technologically advanced adversaries. What not too long ago seemed like an impossible goal is now a reality. We are making a difference." This got me a rousing cheer from everyone. I held up my hands once more. "When the weapons upgrade to the Legacy is complete, we are all going to Outpost 9765 for a celebration feast. The owner of Harris has had enough time to acquire the ID chips necessary to give you all new identities. Those who wish to undergo the procedure can do so at my expense. We will stay a few days, so you can actually have a chance to spend some of your wealth on items you may have been desiring. The sooner we get the Legacy updated, the sooner we will leave." The roar of applause that got me was almost deafening. Everyone moved en masse to exit the cafeteria, leaving Tria and I sitting alone.
"We are going back to 9765 so you can visit with the Earth female."
"I haven't got the faintest idea why a warrior of your stature would be jealous of any female," I said, raising my eyebrow. "It should be obvious to all that you have already captured the heart of the finest backward-thinking alien this galaxy has to offer." She laughed out loud long enough to let me know that much of it was sarcasm. She put her arms around me and gave me a kiss, then slapped me on the ass.
"If we hurry, we can get the number 2 beam weapon pulled out of the weapons hatch and the focusing aperture disassembled."
"Lead the way, O Goddess of War. Your wish is my command." She made an unflattering noise with her lips and shoved me toward the lift tubes. When we got up on the gravity lift to work on the No. 2 weapon, it became obvious we would be in the way. A dozen scientists and engineers were already stripping away the cowlings from the weapon. There was no place for Tria and me that would not interfere or slow their progress. We gave up and went to the replicator building to see if we could at least ferry the parts for the retrofit. As was typical of the Groll, once they started a project, they seldom ever rested until it was complete. From start to finish, it took 29 hours to complete the upgrades for both weapons. Justice ran several systems checks and came up with only 2 minor fault readings that were quickly rectified. The Legacy was ready for weapons testing. I let everyone know we would do the testing sometime while traveling to 9765. No one could argue that logic, and every last scientist, engineer, and replicator operator took a bunk in the crew quarters. Justice, load the Eagles into the hangar and prepare to get underway.
Roger that, Commander. Estimated time of departure is 69 minutes.
I had Justice move the Prool containment vessel to the underground storage area below Alpha Base. The Overseer would continue his attempts to gain information from the remaining entities. The numbers were down to 15. I held out little hope at this point of gaining anything useful from them. As we prepared to depart, I got an update alerting me that 4 of the 15 Prool entities had become incomprehensible and would cease to exist within the hour. I felt no pity whatsoever, and honestly hoped there was a hell so they could burn for eternity along with the rest of the scat I had sent there. Justice's subsystems locked down the base, and we launched 15 minutes later. We made a courtesy call to the Chalt picket ships that the Legacy was departing. We let them know we would alert them upon our return. We dead-core jumped to well outside of the 9765 system and used the SIG comms array to contact Tam Lin. She was happy to take my call and informed me she had useful intel to share with me. She also wanted to know if I had brought any guests. I let her know that I had brought them all. The subject quickly changed, and she said a SIG escort would meet us to take the Legacy into a secure docking area. Pasta would handle all the accommodations and see to it no one knew we were at the outpost. Justice's subsystem aboard our freighter pinged my implants, letting me know Broza and Hylet were already at the outpost and visiting with other Zanes that did business there. I let Pasta know that he should extend a private invitation for them to join us once we were settled in. I gave him a detailed list of the supplies we needed. He relayed the reacquisition order onto the supply depot so they could start loading the freighter. Tam Lin was going to bank a considerable load of my credits on this little joyride. I hoped that some of the intel she had for me might somehow turn into an income stream to offset my expenses. I didn't have a shortage of credits, I just liked the thought of checks and balances. Tam Lin had a private dining hall set aside for our use. She had food menus based on our races sent out to us in advance so everyone would have a good selection of food items to choose from. She was bending over backward to make sure we had everything we needed. I was now wondering what she wanted from me in return. If it was details on my latest adventures, she was probably going to be very disappointed. I had nothing to say about the Chalt fiasco that I cared to share with anyone. It was too soon to tell, but I hoped there was no rumors floating around about what had taken place. We were notified that Tam Lin was on her way. Tria and I headed to the large cargo transfer doors that separated the dock from the depot. Tam Lin stepped out of a pressure hatch to our right and froze in place, staring at Tria. This was probably going to be awkward, to say the least.
"Damn, girl! I knew you had it bad for Nathan, but I don't know if I would have shed a couple of arms over him," she exclaimed.
Yep, awkward. Tria's face darkened slightly as she processed what Tam Lin was insinuating. Rather than let this get any weirder, I stepped in front of the Earth Girl and gave her a warning look. I will not go into details, but Tria lost her arms in combat, I said. That is all we wish to say about it for the time being.
"Holy shit!
Are you kidding me? She gets a couple of arms shot off and you tell me you can't talk about it? Tria grabbed my shoulder and pushed me aside. She leaned down into Tam Lin's face. My arms were not shot off. They were cut off. And no, I do not wish to talk about it. When Pasta saw what he could only determine to be a confrontation, he hauled ass over to us, trying to figure out what the problem was. Tam Lin held up a hand, and he stopped short. Tria, I am sorry. I was not trying to make light of your battle injuries. It was a poor choice of words. I will not bring the matter up again. Tam Lin's apology quickly changed Tria's expression. Looking around, I saw the looks of dread on everyone's faces change to relief. Tam Lin reached out and grabbed Tria and me by a hand. Come, let's go to my office and discuss business. Pasta will take good care of your people. He already has a schedule set up for the new ID chips and will see to it your merchandise is delivered to your freighter. She led us through several heavily guarded checkpoints to the large ornate double doors that opened into her office. She sat us down in 2 oversized chairs facing her desk. Going over to a vault-like door, she whispered something under her breath and put her hand on the door. It opened into a huge storeroom. I could see over her shoulder as she rummaged around on one of the many shelves. She finally selected a shiny silver bottle and exited the chamber. The door closed behind her as she sat at her desk. I have been saving this for reasons I cannot begin to fathom. This is a fermented beverage from a race called the Urkla. They are not an advanced society. They would be somewhere around 1920s Earth as far as development and tech levels go. What they are known for is their ability to make some of the best liquor this Earth girl has ever tasted. The name of this particular recipe was so hard to pronounce, I decided to just call it the good stuff. You don't have to worry about it being toxic. I have had it tested to the point I am down to this last bottle. I know that Chalt rarely drink, but if you and Nathan would oblige me, I think you will be pleasantly surprised at how good this is. It is slightly over 40% alcohol, but so smooth you will find it hard to believe. She reached into her desk and came out with 3 beautifully decorated gold shot glasses. She then poured the dark bourbon-colored liquid into them. The 3 of us stood, and she once again apologized for her comments. She then made a toast. To my friends. We poured down the shots, and she was right. It was some pretty amazing stuff. It reminded me a little of tequila, and it would have been in the same category as some of the finest Mexico had to offer. The warmth it imparted to my belly made me consider a nap rather than shop talk. We settled into our chairs, and she got down to business. The first thing I want to discuss with you, I suspect might be a touchy subject. A large number of races have been on alert because they believe Tria's people were preparing for war. With who is only speculation, but the intel comes from a great many trustworthy sources. Those same sources say the Chalt have terminated their agreement with the Galactic Union on patrolling the exclusion zone. They now have large fleets of warships actively patrolling, and everyone, including the Union, is forbidden to enter. If this is something you do not wish to discuss, we can move on to other topics. Tria did the talking, and I decided to keep my mouth shut unless things started getting uncivilized. We should move on to other subjects. At least Tria said it with a half-smile. Tam Lin seemed to take it in stride, and after a few more seconds of uninterrupted silence by me, she moved on. The SIG have been developing intel on a large fleet of Scrun ships. The covert sources are reporting that more than 60 Scrun warships were seen escorting 8 slave carriers in a distant quadrant. We've been trying to get a tail on the fleet, but so far have been unsuccessful. When the Scrun detect any ship that could possibly get a track on them, they start jump-and-run tactics that have managed to lose any of the assets we have put on their tail. Now that was the kind of intel I liked to hear about. The Scrun were definitely a positive income stream for us. It didn't hurt that I had grown fond of kicking the shit out of the slavers. The fact that they were now escorting their slave ships meant that we had them running scared. I know we had put the hurt to their currency distribution system. Apparently it was being felt at the top of their food chain. Give us all the locations on the sightings, and I will have my AI start crunching the data. We might be able to come up with something that could give us a lead on where they are coming from or going to.
I thought you might be interested, so I had the information ready and waiting for you, Tam Lin said, sliding a data cube across her desk.
I now have something for you to consider, I said. How would you like to go into the mining business with me? Tam Lin sat back in her chair and steepled her fingers. She closed her eyes momentarily.
It would depend on what you were mining, she answered. It would have to be very lucrative in order for me to throw my hat back into that arena. It has been my past experience that what seemed like a sure profit ended up being the opposite.
Contanium. That got her attention. She sat forward in her chair with just a hint of skepticism on her face.
Are you sure?
That is supposedly an extremely rare artifact not commonly found in the known galaxy. I do not know of any race that has records on mining it. There was a race that was actively mining it. We have no information on them, and probably never will. There is a strong possibility they are now extinct. She sat back and frowned at my statement, but contemplated it without comment. She still looked skeptical.
Do you have a sample I could test to verify your findings?
I didn't bring one with me, but it won't be a problem getting one. I need only a small fragment of ore to run the proper tests. I guess I could bring you some more, but I have about 600 tons of pure contanium that you could sample instead. She pushed back from her desk and stood staring in open disbelief.
Are you messing with me or what? If you have 600 tons, you don't need a mining partner, you need a storefront to sell it and enough security to keep every pirate and crook in this galaxy from trying to steal it from you.
I sat back, wondering how to make this a profit-worthy venture that would ensure we got the better end of the stick. Tria stole the words from my mouth.
You could sell it for us. I don't think there are many who would attempt to challenge your security forces. We do, of course, have one question that will have to be answered in advance. Exactly what is the smallest percentage you would be willing to take for handling the transactions? We knew Tam Lin did not get to where she was in the business world by being a half-assed trader. She also knew that I had some very deep pockets. It would remain to be seen if she would get greedy on me.
Okay, first things first, she said. What I said about a storefront was an exaggeration. We cannot set up a storefront to sell contanium. It will have to be handled with the utmost discretion. We can only sell small quantities to a select few who can be trusted to keep their mouths shut. Letting word get out that there is a large amount of contanium going to suddenly flood the market will drive prices down. We don't want that. We do, however, want it to be known that those who have the credits may now be able to own a limited quantity of this rare commodity. Are you following me so far? Tria and I looked at each other, and then back to Tam Lin. We gave her an affirmative nod.
As far as a percentage goes, I can live with 10%.
I must also warn you, it will take a long time to sell that much contanium if we want the prices to stay at their current inflated levels. The percentage, Tam Lin had stated, was half of what I thought it would be. It was good to know she wasn't as greedy as the rest of the galaxy was turning out to be. If I wanted to get things done on a larger scale, I would need to work this project from a different angle. Just because she didn't sound like she was interested in being a mining partner didn't mean I wasn't going to start mining. The income potential was staggering, and I wouldn't have to go out of my way to pick on the scrun to make up for any perceived shortfalls. I thought about that for another 10 seconds or so. Screw that. Unless the scrun royal family quit running slaves, I was going to tear them a new ass every opportunity I could. I pinged Justice with my implants and told him to make a data cube with all the recorded information we had on the mining site. I need some very experienced structural engineers and decontamination crews, I said. The zone of operation is off the chart radioactive, and there are no usable resources other than what is at the mining site. It is my intention to reopen the mine. In order to do that, I will need some very robust atmospheric locks and decontamination systems in place to ensure the safety of the mining crews. It just so happens that the SIG have the people you need to get those jobs done. They're based right here on 9765. We will need detailed information in order to prefab the necessary equipment, but I foresee no problems getting it done. I want you to know in advance what you are talking about will have a premium price tag attached to it. Will a half a ton of Contanium cover it? That brought a smile to the Earth Girl's face. Yes, that should more than cover our initial expenses, Tamlin said. I also know of a large number of ex-slaves who would love nothing better than to make a generous living working for someone who actually cared about their welfare. Now the Earth Girl had both Tria and I smiling. The crew quarters will need to be properly surveyed, but it looked like it was capable of housing at least 60. When we have the numbers figured out, I want to run the mine around the clock, I said. I propose you organize crews for a 1 week on, 1 week off work schedule. They will have to secure transportation to and from the site. I think this will inevitably involve SIG fleet escorts as well. I want the site and the location of the system kept secret. It will take a lot of security and credits to make that happen. And it seems to me you are the person to get that done. Tamlin leaned back in her chair and threw her legs up on the big, ornate desk. You actually need the SIG more than you need me, she confessed. Your existing partnership has already endeared you to them in ways you cannot begin to understand. They worship that crazy monster inside of you. The rumors being bandied about have a significant number of SIG believing you could walk through a firefight in your underwear and come out with nothing more than a hangnail. I rolled my eyes, thinking this was going to be more difficult than I thought. In the long run, I knew she was right. The SIG have shown me on more than one occasion they had me covered come hell or high water. They have never attempted to stab me in the back. I couldn't say that about a certain other race claiming to be on my side. Making them a partner in the mine made perfect sense. I just needed to know what stake I should offer to get this done. Tamlin was already contemplating the ratios. I'll tell you what I think, Nathan. I will be your outlet at the 10% I have already agreed to. I will get with Pasta, and we will present your ideas to the SIG leadership and see what their response will be. I can already tell you they will want to be partners with you no matter the percentages. Most of them would follow you into hell just so they could see you kick Satan's ass. Oh boy, was it ever getting deep. And I didn't bring my bullshit boots. When we see you at dinner tonight, I will bring you a data cube with all the recorded information we have on the mine. After you see the data, I hope you will reconsider my offer. I have a lot on my plate, and the mine may need dedicated management. That is something I have very little experience doing. You, on the other hand, have had years of practice. Tamlin threw her hands up, and I could tell she wanted to change the subject. She plopped her legs to the floor and brought up a holoscreen in front of her. A SIG in a lab coat appeared on it. What is the status of our guests?
The procedures are complete, and all have been successful. I will send out the registration data and get our asset to start processing it as soon as possible.
Tamlin thanked him and closed down the screen. She turned to me. I will see you tonight. And bring your checkbook. My private transport is waiting out front, so please make use of it. You and your people should take some time and check out the outpost. There is an amazing number of products from around the galaxy. 19. The outpost was like Las Vegas. It was brightly lit and operated 24 hours a day. Tria and I didn't feel like wandering aimlessly around in the crowds that roamed the marketplaces, so we went back to the Legacy. The legacy was nearly vacant, so I had Justice fill me in on the whereabouts of the crew and the Grawl. Commander, Kuntz and Zool are in the market areas, along with a number of the scientists and engineers. Clutch is at the Tybor Guild, and no trouble has been reported from that location. Broza and Hylett completed loading the freighter and confirmed they will be present at dinner tonight. The data module you have requested was delivered to Tam Lin by Jaren. Thank you, Justice. Do you have anything else for me? Yes, Commander. I believe you should remove all of the prepackaged containium from the mine site before you send in the repair crews. The encapsulated packaging will make it a simple matter to decontaminate before removal. I was thinking the same thing. We should jump to the mine as soon as our business is finished here. Is there anything to report from Alpha Base? No, Commander. Our new IST comms devices are functioning at optimal performance and without interference from the Chalt systems. My tests indicate our comms are secure from Chalt monitoring. It seemed that all things were good, and everyone was relatively safe. It was as good a time as any to start thinking about things I would like to do while I was here. Even though I could not remotely guess how far away from Earth we currently were, I felt the need to do something that could be associated with the normal behavior of a human. It quickly came to mind that it was customary to take your significant other out and buy them nice things. I was thinking some new dress attire was in order for our dinner party. Justice, ping Tam Lin's private comms channel and leave her a message to call me at her convenience. Message sent, Commander. It didn't take but a few minutes for her to call me back, and Justice put her through. Is there a problem, Nathan? No, not at all. I figured you could save me considerable time if you could recommend a clothing outlet where Tria and I could get some new attire for our dinner tonight. She laughed out loud, and I wondered if she thought I was nuts or something. That would be the last thing I thought I would hear coming from you. I was worried you would tell me some unknown doom was about to befall us all. I almost thought it was funny myself, but not enough to laugh. It was my experience that there was always an overabundance of doom just waiting to be discovered. So, do you have a recommendation, or should we just wander the marketplace? Of course I have some recommendations, Tam Lin said. Only 2 shops would be at the top of my list, but both are run by some pretty nefarious bastards. I also have a jeweler in mind, but he is worse than the first 2 combined. What the hell is the deal with all the crooks? Are you telling me there isn't a reputable business run by honest individuals? Nathan, running an enterprise on any outpost is a cutthroat business. If you are not up to the task of dealing with the huge amount of riffraff that comes through these places, you literally get your throat cut. All will smile as they attempt to separate you from your credits, but be aware they will have at least one hand on a trigger at all times. I will keep that in mind. Give me the names. The first place I would stop is Osa's Wearables. He is a Gowani trader and has cloth from all over the known galaxy. I am sure Tria is well-traveled enough she can fill you in on their background. The other is a trader called Droop. He is an Eilor, and if you haven't met one, they are easy to point out because they wear big, puffy atmospheric suits. I am familiar with the Eilor and have no problems dealing with them. What about the jeweler? Kralmo's Rare Minerals. He is a Kasula and would steal the food from a baby's mouth if he couldn't pilfer it elsewhere. You cite my name when you deal with that son of a bitch. That should level the bargaining table. Tell him you want to see the starfire he has been trying to sell me. They are iridescent stones that reflect light like a prism and weigh next to nothing. The beautifully inscribed metals they are mounted in are as impervious to wear and damage as the stones are. The word is they came from an artifact cache and are said to be a couple of thousand years old. He wants an assload for them, but I somehow think you really don't care about the cost. If it is such beautiful jewelry, why haven't you bought it from him? The biggest reason is that jewelry has never been my thing. The other is I don't like the way he looks at me whenever I see him. I get the distinct urge to bathe in a decontamination chamber every time our paths cross. That's a lovely thought. On the contrary, it is anything but. I will send you the location of the shops, and you can decide for yourself if you want to spend your credits there. I will see you tonight at dinner and would appreciate if you would do me a favor. Sure, no problem. What can I do for you? Please don't kill anybody, she said. Unless you absolutely have to. It was my turn to laugh, but the silence that followed pretty much said she was serious. I went to find Tria and ended up waylaid. It was obvious she was healed enough to roughhouse, because it was all I could do to keep her from kicking my ass in her quest to get exactly what she wanted. It would have been a lot easier on both of us if she would have just asked nicely. When we finally left my cabin to go shopping, most of the scientists and engineers were back aboard. Apparently, word had somehow spread around the ship concerning our activities. The big smiles and looks from everyone were more than a little embarrassing. It didn't seem to bother Tria in the least, but my cheeks felt excessively warm for an extended period of time. I assumed Clutch would be the source of the gossip, but was informed by Zool he was still at the Tybor Guild. It did not take much imagination to figure out what he was up to. Tria and I made our way from the docking areas and found Tam Lin's transport. I spoke to the AI that operated the coach and gave it Osa's location. It took off at a moderate pace until it got to a traffic way. It rapidly picked up speed and blended neatly into the flow of vehicles traversing the outpost. We took a tunnel that spiraled down a couple of levels, then slowed before pulling into a large parking area. The solid appearance of the transport's sidewalls turned lucent. A business with an oversized, gaudy sign above the door was highlighted on the view screen. Turning to Tria, I squeezed her hand and smiled. Do you have any history on the Gawani you would like to share with me? I don't want them thinking you are out walking your primate pet. As long as I have credits, they won't care where I walk my pet, she joked. Just don't relieve yourself on the floor once we are inside. Her sarcasm got me laughing, and I leaned over and kissed her. I will make sure no one is looking before I relieve myself, I promised. Do you have any more nuggets of wisdom for this backward-thinking alien? It has been a long time since I have had any contact with Gawani traders. I will give you the high points from my memories, but it is not much. They are a mid-level tech race that are, for the most part, industrious and hard-working. They have 3 known homeworlds and a military that has ambitions of power, but not enough capital to achieve it. I would go through the trouble of describing their appearance, but it is just easier for you to see for yourself. The side of the vehicle opened, and we stepped out into the moderate crowd moving up and down the walkways. Tria took my arm, and we went to the storefront door, but could not find an obvious way to open it. This wasn't the welcome I expected, and was going to turn away. Tria held tight and spoke to the door in Chalt. We were going to Droop's for new attire, but decided to take a chance and stop here first. I smiled at Tria. I should have thought of that. With a small click, the doors parted, and we stepped inside. I was impressed. What the store lacked in storefront width, it made up for in depth. It was at least 200 feet deep and had tall ceilings that glowed brightly. Thousands of bolts of cloth were stacked all the way to the ceiling. Down at the far end of the shop was an open area with a lone creature waving its 6 arms at us. It spoke to us in Chalt.
You do not want to waste your credits at a second-hand store. Peruse my wares and choose from the finest the galaxy has to offer, it told us. When you have made a selection, I will tailor it to any specification you desire. Since I wasn't a connoisseur of clothing, I let Tria take point. I was confident she would have better taste than I did. I was a jeans and t-shirt guy back on Earth. Smart cloth and battle armor were my go-to wardrobe out in the galaxy. I found a bench with several pushcarts next to it. I pulled a cart out and pushed it toward Tria, then
sat on the bench for what I hoped would not be a long wait. She surprised me by coming back 20 minutes later with a bolt of a silver-gray material that was soft and silky to the touch and had a very fine pattern to it. I, of course, nodded my approval and went to finally meet the proprietor of the establishment. The alien was wearing a shiny blue cloth suit that fit his rather unique proportions perfectly. He had 4 eyes spread wide on his large head and a bushy beard that appeared to be made of coarse spines. He was about 6 feet tall with 2 thick legs that looked a lot like clutches. He had a rather large, truncated rear end that he was sitting on. As we got closer, he leaned forward and rose up off it. This guy would never need to find a chair. He always had one with him. He stopped short and stared at us for more than a minute.
"You do not appear to be Chalt."
"Does it make any difference?"
Tria shot back in a voice that had an edge to it. The creature quickly held up all 6 arms.
"No, I did not mean any offense. Please, step over to my scanner, and I will take the required measurements."
Tria stepped into a grid pattern on the floor and was swept by a band of light. The Goani then pointed for me to do the same. When that was done, he went to a large monitor on a table and selected wardrobe designs that fitted the number of appendages we possessed. It was now time to figure out what we wanted our new duds to look like. I again let Tria take the lead. After more than an hour, she had designed some pretty snazzy get-ups. Hers was a pantsuit design, and both our jackets had storage for knives and handheld weapons. The overcoats were duster length, so we could still conceal longer weapons if we chose to do so. Osa took Tria's selected bolt and scanned it with a small wand.
"The cost of the fabric you have chosen is 42,000 credits per outfit. Is this agreeable to you, or do you wish to select a less valuable material?"
This was the part I could handle without any input. We're in agreement. Please continue.
"There is a custom manufacturing charge that will need to be added. It is 20,000 credits. Are you agreeable on this as well?"
I nodded in agreement and told him to carry on. He loaded the bolt of material Tria had selected and fed it into a large fabricator. 20 minutes later, we had 2 new dress outfits. Osa insisted we try them on to make sure the fit was perfect. I looked around and didn't see a dressing room anywhere. When I turned back, Tria already had her uniform off and was looking at me like I was holding up the party. The Goani was staring with 4 large, gawking eyes at the bandages wrapped around Tria where she should have had a set of arms. It didn't take him long to notice we had fighting knives in scabbards strapped to the inside of our arms and a pistol in concealed holsters at the small of our backs. He then looked over at me like I should have an explanation. He got one of my patented, mind-your-own-business, stink eyes. He suddenly found some setting on his replicator he needed to adjust. I ditched the uniform and slipped into the new suit. It was cool and slick to my skin, and the fit was perfect. We both stood in front of several mirrors, and I had to smile. Damn, we looked good. I gave Osa my credit voucher. Before I let him pull it from my hand, I looked into all 4 of his eyes. What you think you may have seen is a private matter, and nobody else's affair. Your discretion is mandatory and comes with a bonus of 10,000 credits. If you agree to this, I will insist all of my associates patronize your place of business. If I find out you have done otherwise, I will tell them to spend their credits at Droops and to spread the word that you cannot be trusted. That did the trick, along with invoking Droop's name for a second time. The Goani swore on his clan and a number of other unknown things. We gathered up our uniforms and went to the transport. I told the AI to take us to Kralmo's. It took us down another level and drove for a considerable distance before stopping, this time in front of what looked like a fortress. The stuff this guy had inside was not leaving without a receipt attached to it. Looking around, I noticed there was not a lot of foot traffic in this section of the outpost. It may have had something to do with the 2 weapons turrets on the front wall of the establishment. It was a little off-putting, but not enough to make me abandon the desire to give Tria the complete Earthman treatment. I did not know if it had anything to do with our fancy new outfits, but the vault-like door opened as we approached. I took a good look around and noted no other pedestrians. Even the traffic on the roadway was nothing like the levels above us. While I did tell Tria about the new wardrobe, I didn't tell her I was going to buy her jewelry. She had a small frown on her face while she scrutinized our location.
Nathan, what is this place?
It is a jewelry outlet, I said. I wanted to add a finishing touch to your new attire. It is traditional on my planet to give those we choose as our mates exotic adornments to show others how much we care. My explanation made her laugh.
You should know by now I really do not care what others think. I would personally rather have a new weapon.
I tried my best to hide it, but she obviously noted my disappointment, or somehow felt it.
Perhaps some small embellishment would be appropriate.
I grabbed her by the hand and marched into the entrance. I stopped short just inside. We were boxed into a narrow hallway with a view screen on the wall and nothing more. A face appeared on the screen. I remembered Tam Lin making reference to the Kasula as slugs, and now I knew why. The dark, glistening head had 2 eyes on short, antenna-like stalks. Its 4 short arms were protruding from some sort of bodysuit.
I am Kralmo, and this is my establishment, the face said. I sell the finest ornamentations that credits can buy. May I see your credentials?
Tria and I looked at each other, puzzled. Tam Lin didn't say anything about needing credentials to get in the place. I was on the verge of telling the slug that Tam Lin sent us, but Tria intervened before I could spit it out. She reached into her jacket and showed me one of her credit vouchers. I quickly did the same, and we held them up for Kralmo to see. A band of light flashed across them, and the slug's eyes both snapped forward. Without checking, we had no idea what the denominations totaled on the cards, but it must have impressed the Kasula. The walls around us rapidly rose up and disappeared into the ceiling. Around us were display cases loaded with jewelry of every description. Some of it was huge, and other pieces were so tiny we had to squint to see what they were. Kralmo came forward on a gravity sled designed to hold his stubby, worm-like body. The suit he was wearing covered all but his arms and head. There were several tubes attached to the suit that were connected to unknown devices on the cart. I quickly remembered the troopmaster's warning about staring and moved my eyes to the many displays surrounding us. Tria seemed more interested now that we could actually see some of the wares this guy had. There were a lot of eye-catching pieces, but I wanted the best. It was a safe bet the really good stuff was not on display here. Rather than start throwing Tam Lin's name around and tying my reputation to hers, I tested the waters on my own. An associate of mine informed me, "You have a Starfire artifact for sale?" I wished to see it. I thought the slug's eyes were going to jump off their stalks.
Who gave you that information?
Do you possess such an artifact or not? Tria was giving me the what-the-hell look and grabbed my arm. I was fairly confident she was going to turn me away and ask what I was up to. The Kasula took it another way and thought we might leave.
Yes, he cried, please, come this way, and I will show you the very finest I have to offer.
Kralmo's conveyance turned around, and we went to the back of the room. Tria was giving me a small, negative shake of her head, trying to stop me, but I would have none of it. Another wall lifted to the ceiling, and we were again facing another impressive vault door. The casoula turned back to us, and two dangerous-looking security bots approached us from both sides. I felt the urge to go for my weapon, but stifled it. The bots stopped on both sides of the door. I got the distinct impression it was just a display of power on the part of Kralmo, as well as a warning. Tria and I stood, neutral-faced. After more uneasy moments of weird eye contact, he turned and messed around with the door for what seemed like several minutes before it opened. There were a few items in the vault, but only one that I could see was behind a power shield. It was a necklace or bracelet, depending on the size of the wearer. Tam Lin was right. The piece was stunning. It was a little large for Tria, but that would just make it hang a little lower on her chest. Looking at her new suit, I decided it would fit the low cut of her blouse perfectly. It would never hide her loss of 2 arms, but it should get people who knew she once had 4 to look at something else. "How much?" I asked. The way the casoula was acting indicated no one had asked him that in a while. My translator picked up a gurgling and sputtering noise, but no translation. Tria was again shaking her head, and Kralmo did not miss that at all.
"It is the rarest of artifact antiquities, and one of a kind. For you, today only, 1 billion credits."
"Sold." I extended my hand with a couple of credit vouchers in it. I was getting a lot more gurgling and sputtering, and still no translation. Tria looked at me like I was nuts, and she was probably right. It made no difference because I had already made up my mind. Kralmo stood staring at the vouchers in my hand like they were a live grenade. "I said we have a deal." He slowly reached out and took them. He put the first into the scanner he wore around his middle. It swallowed the card, and then he did the same to the next one. The device subtracted the additional 430 million that was required, and showed that I still had an excess of 20 million left on it. He handed back the card and was giving me the strangest look. I didn't like the vibe I was getting. Tria seemed oblivious to it because she couldn't believe what I had just done. The casoula's small hands were physically shaking when he turned off the shield and handed me the necklace. Turning to Tria, I held it up until she finally lost the incredulous look on her face. She leaned forward so I could place it around her neck. I could not think of a more fitting place for such a treasure. "Thank you, Kralmo. I will be sure to tell all who inquire about the beauty of the artifact that I purchased it from you." He stood there staring at me. For reasons unknown, I had the urge to run the hell out of there. I instead took Tria by the hand and walked out the door as if I didn't have a care in the world. When we got into the transport, she gripped my arm tightly.
"Nathan, I did not like the way the casoula looked at us.
I have had my fill of squandering credits and think we should go back to the legacy." I nodded my agreement and told the transport AI to take us back to Tam Lin's private docking area. I made it a point to say we were in a hurry. It took off at a clip that verified acknowledgement of my wishes. A small amount of traffic quickly fell behind us. Our pace gave me a feeling of security, and I smiled at Tria. She was holding the necklace out from her chest, inspecting it.
"I must admit, I have never seen such a beautiful adornment. Thank you, Nathan."
"Does that mean we can fool around a little?" She rolled her pretty green eyes and laughed.
"Possibly."
20. I leaned over to kiss Tria, and the world around us exploded. The transport flipped a couple of times, and maybe more. I lost count because I hit my head hard enough that I blacked out. I came to with Tria yelling in my ear to wake the hell up. It was obvious the transport was now lying on its side. The seats we once occupied were not at the correct angle. Looking up, I could see the exit sign for the door was above us. Sparks and droplets of molten metal started shooting into the cabin from the edge of it. The inside of the transport was filling with smoke. I was having a hard time coming to grips with what just happened. Tria, however, was not.
"Nathan, we are being targeted by assassins!" she shouted.
That cut the fog from my head and got the beast stirring around in my brain. I could feel my demeanor change and my intentions turn deadly. With the beast egging me on, I went into combat mode. The sparks were from someone or something cutting its way inside. Whoever or whatever they were, they had a fairly large circle almost completed in the side of our vehicle. Tria had her pistol out, and I was fumbling around, trying to get mine out from under me. The molten circle ripped up and out of the hole, and a head appeared in the opening. Tria shot it in the face at point-blank range. I rolled over in front of her, tearing at my holster, trying to get my weapon free of my new overcoat. Something heavy and metallic bounced off the edge of the opening and landed in my lap. Instinctively, I flung it back over the side of the opening. The blast that followed turned the transport right side up. It also sent Tria and I spilling out of the ragged hole and onto the thoroughfare. Several bodies were scattered about, and they all possessed grasshopper-like legs and large upper torsos. These guys were Quorum mercenaries, and I could think of more than a few reasons they might be here to kill us. I activated my IST. "Justice, we have been ambushed and need some help." "I have already alerted SIG forces, and they are already on the way, Commander," Justice calmly said. "Kuntz and Clutch have been notified, but have been ordered by Pasta to stand down. The outpost security forces might target them as hostiles if they intervene." Kuntz and Clutch both started calling on our IST, but I didn't need the distraction. I lied and told them we were fine, and I would get back with them. I heard a loud explosion from somewhere down the road, and wondered how many of these bastards were sent to kill us. Looking underneath the badly warped transport, I saw a set of oversized feet moving around to get an angle on us. I fired under the vehicle, shearing them off at the ankles. A Quorum dropped face first on the pavement, screaming for all he was worth. Tria put a shot into his head, silencing the assassin permanently. She took up a firing position at the rear of the wreck, and I took the front. Nothing was moving on my side. "Do you have any targets?" "No, only bodies." We heard a firefight going on to our front. The SIG, or the outpost security, were mixing it up with someone. Whoever was behind this had thought it out enough to have blocking forces box us in. "Nathan, I have 2 transports moving to our rear," Tria yelled from behind me. I wanted to think it was innocent bystanders trying to flee the carnage. That thought was quashed when a couple of shots came from them and struck the wreck we were hiding behind. We both went prone and fired on the fleeing vehicles. We managed to hit the trailing transport enough times it slowed to a stop. We got up and took off running as fast as we could to close the distance. The door slid open, and several errant shots went over our heads as we hit the ground. We rolled away from each other and put fire into the car. Someone jumped from it and tried to run. Tria dropped him with a shot to the legs. I could no longer hear the firefight going on down the tunnel, and it became eerily silent. The silence was short-lived. I heard a booming voice that could only belong to Pasta calling our names. The sound of a large contingent of heavy combat boots running on the pavement filled the roadway around us. My IST was urgently beeping. I finally let the call go through and told Kuntz the disagreement was over, and we would be back to the Legacy shortly. It did not mollify him, but it did put an end to all of the IST comms traffic. Pasta had his troops encircle our position.
"Do you or Tria require medical attention?"
he asked. We had small cuts and a lot of bruises, but other than that we were fine. Our new clothes were another matter. They were shredded and burnt in several places and blackened from the smoke and dirt. We looked like we had just crawled from a culvert. "We are not injured, but I would like to know how the Quorum mercenaries knew we were here."
"We should get you to the Legacy before the outpost security bots arrive. They will want to detain you for questioning. I will leave some of my troops here, and they will explain what happened to them while shopping in this district."
I could only imagine what wild story Pasta's troopers would make up to cover our asses. I was gracious we wouldn't have to explain it ourselves. A large transport came barreling down the thoroughfare and came to an abrupt halt in front of us. The back door slid up and revealed several more SIG soldiers who were armed to the teeth. They stepped to the sides so Tam Lin could move from behind them. She was waving urgently to us.
Nathan, Tria, get in. The outpost security is right behind us, so we need to get out of here now.
Pasta all but picked us up and threw us in. He piled in behind us, and the door rapidly closed. Tam Lin went forward and sat down on a bench. She strapped herself in and pointed to the bench across from her, indicating we should do the same.
I can't say much for your outfits, but that is a damn pretty necklace you have there, Tria.
Even though we almost got murdered by mercenaries, Tria and I looked at the sad condition of our garments and both broke out in laughter. Tam Lin just shook her head.
You two are as crazy as they come. I should drop you both off at a thought reprocessing institute. What in the hell did you do to kick over that hornet's nest back there?
I still had no idea. I carefully explained to her where we had gone and everything we had done. We were polite, as far as I knew, and could not explain the sudden attack. I did tell her it could have been an old score trying to be settled by a Quorum warlord we once had an encounter with. The looks Tam Lin and Pasta were giving each other insinuated they thought otherwise. If you know something I don't, I would sure like to hear it.
Nathan, there is a large number of Quorum on the outpost. They have a guild a few decks below us, as do a number of other races. No one knew you were here except for my people and the 2 merchants that you visited. It doesn't take a genius to figure out who could be trusted with that information.
That narrowed the culprits down to just 2. Of the 2, only 1 gave me the creeps.
Kralmo,
Tria and I blurted at the same time. I looked at Tria's necklace and the pieces started coming together. That no-good son of a bitch took my credits and then decided to kill us and take the necklace back. Tria told Tam Lin that another transport was at the ambush site and managed to escape. If I was a betting man, I would say Kralmo was aboard it, waiting to take possession of the Starfire necklace. "Turn this thing around and take me to Kralmo's," I said. Tam Lin quickly nixed that idea.
No, Nathan. That entire area is locked down and will be for some time. Let the dust settle and give it a day or 2. Then we will go have a little FaceTime with that slug piece of shit. Pasta has some of his crew gathering evidence. When he knows something, he will tell me. Man, was my blood ever boiling. That slug had 1 billion credits of mine in his pocket, and he tried to kill me and Tria. He just got a permanent place on my to-do list, right next to Iger. To take my mind off of skinning the slug alive, I managed to talk Tam Lin into stopping back at Osa's place. She personally got out and spoke at the door. When it opened, she hustled us inside. When Osa saw us and the condition of our outfits, I thought he was going to cry. He must have had it in mind that Tam Lin wanted him to replace them for free. I produced the funds with another, much larger tip for his silence, and he was all smiles after that. We had him box them up, and Tam Lin impatiently hurried us back out the doors and into her transport. She made it a point to say she was not stopping again, even if it meant I would piss my pants. When we got back to the Legacy, my crewmates were waiting. Trying to explain what we thought happened to Clutch left a bad odor in the hangar, as well as our mouths. It took a lot of convincing to keep the troopmaster from paying the Kasula an unpleasant visit. That honor would be left for Tria and me, as far as I was concerned. Dinner that evening was amazing as usual. I would like to say it was a light-hearted and memorable event, but the tension in the air over the ambush left everybody feeling on edge. As we got up to go back to the Legacy, Tam Lin pulled me aside. Nathan, Pasta has some information. He alerted me he is on his way and would like to brief you personally.
I told Zul to take the scientists and engineers back to the Legacy, and I would return shortly. Tria, Kuntz, Clutch, and I stayed behind to wait for Pasta. I had Justice send a message to the Zanes. It had the jump coordinates to a location just outside of the devastated star system where the mining operation was hidden. It would take them longer to get there than it would the Legacy. By the time they arrived, we should have several blocks of containium decontaminated and ready to transfer to the freighter. Pasta showed up about 15 minutes later, and he did not look happy. I had a bad feeling it was going to be contagious.
Nathan Myers, my strike team picked up a wounded Quorum mercenary from the ambush site before outpost security locked down the area. One of his legs was severed in the firefight, and he was unable to escape. We obtained information from him that points directly to Kralmo. Although Kralmo never identified himself, he told the Quorum he was robbed of his most valuable asset. He showed them pictures of you and your transport, then promised 1,000,000 credits if they could recover the asset before it left the outpost. The rest you already know.
We had the why and the how, but Pasta still looked very unhappy, and I knew there was more news that would leave me in the same condition. I take it you have something else to tell us that we are not going to like?
Unfortunately, yes. I have surveillance teams watching most of the docking areas that belong to known mercenary groups. A Quorum assault shuttle departed the outpost 2 hours ago in great haste. It did not require departure clearance and almost collided with an inbound freighter. After hearing about the departure of a Quorum shuttle so soon after the mercenary attack, I decided to send in a covert team to detain Kralmo. His business and residence were both empty. All the merchandise was removed, and the business office chemically incinerated. I have teams out searching, but already know we are too late. Kralmo is gone.
I cast a stinky eye at Tam Lin, but could tell she didn't like it any better than I did.
"Nathan, I am sorry he slipped through our fingers," she said. "I didn't think he would up and leave. He has been doing business on this outpost for a long time. I thought sure he would deny all knowledge of the incident and pay everyone else for their silence." I was pretty bent out of shape. To make matters worse, Clutch was putting the hurt to the once clean-smelling atmosphere. "Take me to the Quorum prisoner," I said. "Maybe he can tell us how to get a track on the shuttle." Pasta shook his head.
That is no longer possible.
I had a feeling he was going to say that. There was nothing I could do but move on to other matters. "We will be departing in the next few minutes," I said. "Let me know if you find out where the slug is hiding." Pasta solemnly nodded. As I turned to leave, Tam Lin surprised me.
"Nathan, I changed my mind. I want to partner with you in the mining business. Sushi, Pasta, and I are assembling the necessary people to get the mine operational. When we are ready to start moving the engineering crews, I will alert you." I stood staring at her for a moment, wondering if she changed her mind because she felt she let me down. She must have been reading my mind. "No! I'm only doing it for the credits," she protested. That was bullshit. I knew for a fact she didn't need the credits. "When we are ready to start operations, I will sit down with you, and we will iron out the fine print," I said. "Deal,"
she smiled. I should have been feeling good about taking my first steps at being a galactic business owner. My thirst for revenge on the Kasula for trying to kill Tria and me rained piss all over the prospect. Some of the animosity came from the Ulleron beast inside of me, but the rest came from my human side. You don't mess with my family and run, thinking you got away with it. There will be a reckoning. The guilty party will find out they are not the only ones with the deadliest of intentions. Justice jumped us to the demolished star system and started a security sweep. I was brooding in my command chair when Tria decided she had her fill of it. She had no problem putting the assassination attempt behind her. In her mind, they had failed, and the culprits that made the attempt got what was coming to them. It was one of my Earthman failings to hold a grudge against the facilitator. Making matters worse was the fact that Iger got away with it as well. It was now almost a year since he fled into the void. I was hoping the intel gathered by Sale would finally bring the piece of shit pirate's lucky streak to an end.
Nathan, you should think of a name for this system, Tria said, trying to distract me. Perhaps something that is not as bleak as your thoughts.
Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool were monitoring their consoles, and all turned to look at me when they heard Tria's comments. The looks, for the most part, were neutral, but deep down inside they were like Tria and wanted me to get over it. They were right, of course, and I was setting a poor example of leadership by sitting around and letting it eat at me. Then a thought came to me. I scratched my head and sat up in my chair. I already knew Quorum mercenaries had a base of operations on Outpost 655. It was a long shot, but it was worth taking a look when we finished our business at the mine. Tria saw the sudden change in my mood and smiled. For now, I would let her take the credit for derailing my morose disposition. I smiled back and started thinking of a name. It came surprisingly fast. El Dorado comes to mind. It was a name given to a mythical lost city filled with treasures. There are some back on my planet who still hunt for it, hoping to become rich and famous. I got nods all around, and Justice recorded the title. He then gave me a sitrep. Commander, the cargo bays on Eagle 1 and 2 are now ready for decontamination operations. It will take 3 trips from each shuttle to remove all the encapsulated containium. I have reconfigured Eagle 2's hangar in the Legacy's cargo hold so we can store the containers until they are transferred to our freighter. Once the transfer operations are complete, we can take Eagle 2 back aboard. Kuntz, Clutch, you will be on Eagle 1, and Tria and I will take Eagle 2. We are going into the mine and removing all of the encapsulated containium. One of you will run the tow beam while the other washes the blocks down with a decontamination boom. When you have as many blocks as you can carry, bring them out so Justice can put them in the Legacy's hold. I want you armored up for the additional radiation protection. If you don't have any questions, let's get on with it. I got 2 thumbs up from Kuntz and Clutch, and they headed for the lift tubes with Tria and I behind them. Tria took me by the arm and leaned into me.
I know you have other things on your mind, she said. You can tell me now if you like, or I can wait until you decide to share it with us all.
Tria's perception was right on the money. It was getting progressively harder to conceal anything from her. I glanced at her. She may have said she would wait to hear what was on my mind, but the look she was giving me said otherwise. Outpost 655. She stopped and turned me around.
The Quorum Black Market outpost? You are not going to let the attack go, are you?
I wanted to tell her it was a stupid question, but didn't feel like getting my ass kicked. I had my fill of that lately. I knew a different tack was in order. Sale gave me all the intel she had on Iger. Are you going to let that go? She frowned and pulled me along toward the hangar. Her silence said I made a point. We launched shortly afterward and followed Clutch into the tunnel entrance of the mine. Everything was the same as we left it. We took up positions on each side of the containium blocks and went to work. We were able to take 3 blocks at a time out of the mine. We rendezvoused with the Legacy and dumped them into space. Justice pulled them aboard the Legacy with a tow beam and locked them down in the hold. It was on our second trip out that things started going south. Commander, Broza is on station at the rendezvous coordinates, Justice alerted me. He is reporting that 5 unknown vessels have made an inter-system jump into close proximity of his location. He is being hailed to cut his drives and drop his shields. My subsystem is monitoring the SIG training crew. They are making evasive maneuvers and have fired warning shots, trying to dissuade the combatants from attempting to board them. They are broadcasting their peaceful intentions, but are receiving no replies other than to cut their drives and shields. Justice, have Zool armor up and tell him to pick a pilot for Eagle 2. He is to continue removing the containium from the mine with Kuntz and Clutch. Is the Matrix charged? Yes, Commander. The dead core is optimized for immediate operations. Zool has acknowledged your order and has chosen Jaren as his pilot. They will be standing by in the hangar, awaiting your return. Tria made a maximum velocity return to the Legacy. We retro-braked hard to slow down enough for Justice to not so gently catch us with a tow beam. He pulled us aboard, and we exited the shuttle. I saluted my Grawl teammates as they ran up the cargo ramp of the shuttle. They closed the hatch, and Justice gave them a push into the void. I caught a little flack from Kuntz and Clutch on our IST comms. They wanted to be where the action was, and hauling freight was not it. I reminded them that what they were hauling was worth hundreds of billions of credits. In a not-so-roundabout way, they both said they didn't give a scat. I finally ordered them to get the job done and quit bitching about it. Justice, jump us to the freighter. Do you have another report from Broza? Yes, Commander. They are under fire. The SIG crew has taken command. They are making evasive maneuvers and returning fire. The hostiles were not expecting the freighter to have heavy weapons hidden on its hull, and they have disabled one of the attacking ships. The dead core jump put an end to the report. When we returned to normal space-time, Justice cloaked the Legacy and put a sensor view in my helmet. I saw a single stationary blinking yellow box well off in the distance. Justice put us reasonably close to the engagement based on data from his subsystem aboard our freighter. The 4 hostiles were red triangles on the view screen, and they were closing with the blue one representing our freighter. The freighter was taking a lot of fire, but the SIG were pros. They were limiting the damage they were taking by spreading the concentrations of hostile fire over large portions of the freighter's shields. The largest ship in the enemy formation made a snap jump that put it well ahead of the freighter, and it rapidly turned to attack from another vector. Whoever they weren't completely incompetent. They had divided the defensive weapons fire from the freighter and limited some of the evasive maneuvers available to the SIG pilot. Justice, designate the largest hostile ship as Target 1 and fire when you have a solution, I ordered. The jump the hostile ship had made put it at a considerable distance from our current position. Justice made a turn that aligned us with the target. I thought he was going to close with the target, but was proven wrong when he opened fire. My HUD blinked, and the target turned into a debris cloud that spread like dust in the wind. Holy crap! The Grawl were not kidding when they said our beam weapons would be more destructive. It was like the hostile had no shields at all. Justice did not have to say it, but he did anyway. Target destroyed, Commander. On your order, I will target the remaining hostiles with only one weapon in an attempt to disable the ships. I was still a little shocked by how efficiently our weapons killed the enemy. The other ships must have been getting sensor lag because they were not breaking off their attack. Target the closest aggressor. Firing. The entire rear of the hostile ship disappeared in a bright flash. The 2 ships following it didn't need sensors to determine what had happened. They abruptly broke off their attack and were going to make a run for it. Justice, hail them in the languages they used to call our freighter. Tell them to shut down their drives and shields or they will be destroyed. Message sent, Commander. No dice. Why they thought they could still get away was beyond me. They attacked a SIG-flagged freighter without provocation. According to Tam Lin, nobody in their right mind would do such a thing. One explanation was the pirates that operate this far out on the fringe may just be the biggest dimwits in the galaxy. There was always the slim possibility they didn't know anything about the SIG, or perhaps they thought superior numbers would get them a quick surrender. It didn't make any difference at this point, because they were not stopping. Justice, call our freighter and have them hold their position. Launch a comms buoy and alert the closest SIG fleet that we have stumbled upon a pirate operation that needs to be cleaned up. The freighter has acknowledged the order, Commander. They are reporting no injuries and only minor damage to 3 shield emitters and 2 defensive weapons. The comms buoy has been launched and will transition in 30 seconds. Take out the lead ship. In a blink, the smaller ship was gone. Their shields were no hindrance to even a single shot from one of our beam weapons. You would have thought that the trailing ship would have thrown in the towel, but it surprised us when it transitioned. Justice alerted us that it was an inter-system jump. The hostile emerged from hyperspace and was now moving toward a small planetoid on the edge of an asteroid field. The weak central star was so far away it cast very little light on the target's destination. Justice, let's follow them and see where they are going.
Affirmative, Commander.
Justice jumped to within spitting distance of the vessel. It started launching missiles in response to our transition distortion waves. The pilot knew we were pursuing, but could not detect our location. The missiles passed harmlessly to port, and we snuggled up to the fleeing ship.
Commander, I am intercepting encrypted comms traffic to and from the planetoid. It appears the target's destination is a small base on the surface near the polar cap. I am detecting weapon tracking systems coming online. The count is 27 fixed-position missile and energy beam batteries. We have been swept multiple times, and the weapons are still in search mode.
We had more important things to do than chase pirates around the fringe of the galaxy. The pirate ship we were pursuing was not stopping. The captain must have thought the base's defenses could shoot us down if we got close enough. I had Justice send them a final warning, which, to their peril, they chose to ignore. Our range to the target was so close that a single shot turned the ship into a cloud of shrapnel. As we passed through the debris, they created glowing sparks cascading across our forward shields. I considered doing the same thing to the base, but Tria suggested we disarm the base and let the SIG deal with it. At some point, they would give us a detailed intelligence report on who or what they found. I was in agreement and told Justice to destroy the defenses. To make sure we were not missing any secondary defenses, Justice uncloaked and gave the pirates a stationary target to concentrate their fire on. It took the Legacy 42 seconds to shoot down all the incoming missiles and destroy the base's last line of defense. As far as I was concerned, the engagement was a fitting test for our upgraded weapons. I considered boarding the disabled pirate ship that was slowly spiraling its way into the void, but decided I had wasted enough time. We needed to get the containium to a secure location and move on to the next mission I was trying to piece together in my mind. We joined up with our freighter and jumped to a location that was closer to the mine but would not divulge its location. I wanted to make sure that El Dorado's location would remain secret for the immediate future. Justice notified me that a SIG comms buoy transitioned into the system where the pirate base was located. It was broadcasting using our encrypted codes. The SIG would have a fleet of 26 warships in the star system in 7 hours. There was a good chance the life expectancy of the pirates at the base would only be another hour or so after that. 21. We left the freighter in what I hoped was a more secure position. It was drifting in the void and well away from any star system. I ordered Broza to power down the ship's drives to minimize their scan signature. Justice did a thorough scan of the surrounding space and verified we were indeed alone. We made a few random jumps to throw off anybody who may have been trying to track us. When we finally showed up at El Dorado, we found Kuntz and Clutch impatiently waiting. They had all the containium blocks floating in the void between the two shuttles. Justice started loading them into the cargo hold while he pulled Eagle 1 into the hangar. When Kuntz and Clutch debarked the shuttle, they cornered me in the hangar. Both were pretty wound up about not being in on the action. Even after I related the story of what took place and how well the new weapon upgrades performed, they were still a little pissy. They somehow felt that having to haul freight was a waste of their talents. Admittedly, they were probably correct, but I was not going to let scientists and engineers with no combat experience under their belts take on that responsibility. Their incessant grumbling was getting on my nerves. It must have bothered Tria that the two of them were bitching about such easy duty. She pulled me aside and whispered that it might be a good idea to let the pair stay behind with Eagle 2 while we did the transfer to the freighter. That put a smile on my face. I liked the idea. I had Justice hail Eagle 2. I told Jaren to bring the shuttle in close to the hangar so Justice could lock onto it with a tow beam. He pulled the rear of the shuttle into the hangar, and I called the Grawl and told them they were being relieved. When they came down the shuttle's ramp, I congratulated them for a job well done. As I turned around, I saw Kuntz and Clutch making a beeline for the ready room. They already determined what I had in mind for them. "Kuntz! Clutch!" I called. They stopped in their tracks like they had run into a brick wall. "You will be relieving Zul and Jaren from duty. The two of you are going to take Eagle 2 and patrol El Dorado until we return and can take you aboard." The pair slowly turned, and were not hiding their dissatisfaction well. It looked like Kuntz might have something to say about it, but Clutch elbowed him hard enough, it almost knocked him to the deck. The two walked by, slapping at each other, but without further comment. They boarded the shuttle, and Justice wasted no time pushing them out into the void. Justice secured the last of the containium blocks, and we jumped back to the freighter. Tria and I went aboard to let the Zanes and Sig know what a great job they had done. Broza and Hylett were both physically shaken, but the Sig crew acted like it was no big deal. They were more interested in finding out if they could get weapons like the Legacies mounted on the freighter. I could only imagine how blown out of proportion our pirate encounter would eventually turn out to be. We gave the Zanes coordinates that would take them to a point in the void that was halfway to Alpha Base. It would be more than 50 hours in hyperspace to reach that destination. Once at that location, the Legacy would rendezvous with them, sans shuttles, and take the cargo from there. I watched from my command chair as the freighter disappeared into hyperspace. We made a standard transition back to El Dorado that lasted more than 30 minutes. It took Justice less than 12 seconds to locate Eagle 2, and we quickly ran them down and loaded the shuttle into the vacant cargo hold. Kuntz and Clutch avoided eye contact with me, as I thanked them for doing such a great job. They stalked off to the ready room, and I returned to the command deck. "Justice, take us home." "Acknowledged, Commander. Dead core activation in 10 seconds." As everything around me glowed a bright white, I thought about what I should do next. As my world faded back to reality, I was still trying to make up my mind. I would discuss it with Tria, and if we came to a consensus, I would gather the crew and see what they thought. We had more than 40 hours until the freighter would reach the rendezvous point, which was more than enough time to make a decision on what to do next. When we landed at Alpha Base, everyone pitched in to get our supplies squared away. The Grawl and Felix were genuinely happy to be back to the place they called home. A great many of them went back to working on projects they had abandoned to work on the Legacy. I had a meal with Tria, and quietly told her we had enough intel to go after Iger, but I wanted her input first. Her answer gave me a lot to think about.
"Nathan, if we go after Iger on his homeworld, even the smallest misstep could mean disaster," she said. "I don't deny Iger needs to be dealt with, but at what risk to the other members of our crew? We should ask Kuntz and Clutch what they think and make a decision based on everyone's input."
There was no arguing with Tria's logic. I would have got around to asking for other opinions sooner or later, but usually after I had already made up my mind. We would go over the intel and then decide if the risks were acceptable. Before I could open my mouth and call a group meeting, Justice intervened. "Commander, the Overseer is reporting a breakthrough. The last remaining Prool entity has provided the location of a base it claims was where Greta's strike team was to evacuate the hive mind. It also states that Greta passed the information to the rogue council members. That opens the possibility the base may now harbor the Fury." "Do you think the information is accurate?" "Yes, but I must caution you, the hive mind might also have ulterior motives for giving us this specific information. I would also like to add that if we do not provide aid to the entity, it will perish within the hour." I was thinking about calling Clutch and having him provide the aid. but there was a good chance it would end up killing the Prool anyway. Okay, Justice. Minimal life support. Make it known that information will be the biomachine's only lifeline. Affirmative, Commander. I am processing the information, and it appears the base's location is in uncharted space. I now had to make a decision on what to do about the freighter. It was still more than 20 hours from the drop-off point. Should we act on the information immediately, or wait until we collect our cargo from the freighter? I decided to have a talk with Graf and Jaren. I found them in the base cafeteria and told them what was going on. They came to the consensus that our priority should be to investigate the Prool base. Jaren said they could use Eagle 2 and our Quorum shuttle to collect the containium. It would take at least 10 trips, but they smiled and said they had nothing better to do. I could not help but love those guys. They were nothing like the rest of their race, and proved to me every day that change was possible. It gave me hope for my own kind. If the Grawl could do it, so could the human race. I thanked them. Alert the crew, and tell them we are preparing for a combat deployment, I called to Justice. I want Eagle 1 in the hangar, and the daggers in the hold. I want a full mix of nanite and antimatter aboard. I don't want to leave anything to chance. Message sent, and I am queuing the ordnance for loading. The alert started a flurry of activity. Everyone from the Grawl to Felix made sure we had a complete loadout. I had Justice put the Prool containment vessel back in the brig. If the mission turned into some sort of trap or a wild goose chase, the Prool entity would not be on the return trip. The Legacy was loaded and ready for war in just over an hour. Everyone was anxious, but that was normal for one of our deployments. Our encounters with the Prool have never been without injury. I was hoping this would be an exception, but knew it was wishful thinking. The beast inside of me stirred with anticipation. We launched, and Justice made a dead-core jump to the edge of known space. It would be suicide to jump directly to the coordinates, not knowing what would be awaiting us there. We opted for a scan and jump routine that would get us there eventually. We wanted to make a stealthy approach, and this method would give us the best chance at doing it. We had already made 2 jumps, equaling 80 light-years each. We still had 290 to go. It was on our 3rd scan, in preparation for a jump, that Justice called out. Commander, I have 2 separate transponder threads emanating from both Guardian transponders. The threads are so close together they appear as one. I speculate this phenomenon is caused by the thread's termination points being in close proximity to each other. Both threads I have terminated at 142 light-years. I have recorded the data for future reference. We had made so many dead-core jumps that it was easy to forget we had Guardian transponders. Now that we were making a number of standard transitions, the magical alien tech would have a chance to make detections. My curiosity was piqued, but the threads would have to wait until we investigated the Prool base. Go ahead and jump to the next waypoint when you are ready, Justice. Our jumps had been uneventful. This time, however, our pre-jump scan detected distant ship traffic. Justice engaged our stealth systems, and we closed with the contacts. Commander, I have identified the contacts as Scrun motherships. They have detected our transition, and power emanations suggest they are preparing to jump to hyperspace. Can we stop them from jumping? No, Commander. We will be unable to close the range before they transition. That fact was verified when the 2 red triangles on the view dome disappeared. The chances were high the ships had slaves aboard. What do you get when you backtrack their course? If the Scrun ships did not alter their trajectory, the course intersects a star system less than 1 light-year from our location. Jump to the edge of it, and let's take a look. An eye blink later, the jump revealed a red giant central star and 2 planetary bodies. The larger of the 2 was being cooked by the star, but the second, smaller planet was distant enough it could support life. The noted white hue hinted it was perpetually winter on the surface. Since Zool was now on the crew, we would give him a designation to associate with our planetary discoveries. The planet would now be recorded as X-Ray 1, unless we found data that said otherwise. Commander, I detect a Scrun mothership in low orbit of the smaller planetary body. I am also detecting emanations from 6 shuttles climbing out of the planet's atmosphere. Disable the mothership's drives in case it tries to run. The Legacy accelerated to maximum and fired a glancing shot to the Scrun ship's shields with the beam weapons. As we passed the mothership, Justice poured a stream of rail cannon fire into the depleted shield. A shimmering hole appeared where the shield was flaring the brightest. The rear of the ship started going to pieces and jetted clouds of pressurized atmosphere. The defensive systems on the Scrun ship locked onto our weapons discharge. Return fire blazed against the Legacy's shields, revealing our location. A salvo of missiles leaped from the ship in search of a target to lock onto. Justice made a short jump to lose the missiles and let the shields regenerate. Justice alerted us the Scrun shuttles were now diving for the surface of the planet. "Justice, hail the mothership," I ordered. "Tell it to cease fire and shut down its shields." We turned back to the target and jumped in close. Justice sent the message, and the Scrun mothership replied with more blind weapons fire. Justice pounded its shields until they failed, then shredded the upper decks before jumping away. The damage left the ship defenseless against incoming fire. The Scrun broadcast a surrender message. Knowing they were born liars, I had Justice jump back in and blast the weapons turrets from their hull. Our recorded blueprints of the mothership allowed Justice to make precision shots on known choke points and main corridors. Heavy smoke and debris were jetting like fountains from the back of the wrecked starship. Those unfortunate enough to be in the rear of the ship would find it difficult to make their way to the forward spaces. The Scrun commander was now pleading for us to cease fire. Justice had purposefully avoided shooting up the hold in the hangar bay. I was going to give the Scrun a chance to return any beings they might have taken for slaves back to their home planet. I had Justice send a message to them. It stated that if they harmed any of the beings they took as slaves or tried to use them as hostage, I would show no mercy and kill them all. It really didn't matter if they believed I would show them mercy or not. I had already proven I was capable of delivering on the final part of the message. It did not take but a few seconds for the commander of the ship to reply with a message that almost made me laugh. Almost. The message stated they had no slaves aboard, and were here to aid the primitive life forms that lived in tunnels below the ice on the surface. I suspected the next thing the prick would try to do was sell me oceanfront property in Arizona. The frowns on my crew's faces turned to sinister smiles when I told Justice to park the Legacy right over the bridge of the slave hauler. Armor up. We are going to go over and see if that Throg is telling the truth. Tria cocked an eyebrow at me, but was right on my heels when I jogged down the corridor to the lift tubes. I thought she might comment on how reckless of an idea it was to go aboard the slave ship with only a 4-member strike team. She never uttered a peep. It's not like we had not done this before. We had intimate knowledge of the ship's layout and what weapons we would face. This time around, our portal device would give us an extra edge. They would never in a million years expect us to walk right onto the bridge. We were going to bring the boom before these guys could figure out what was happening. When we got to the ready room, Kuntz and Clutch were already geared up. Clutch stunk the place up because I made him leave his prized plasma caster behind. We had mission goals that I wanted to accomplish, and they would be infinitely easier if the ship was not burning down around us. One of those goals would be to gather intel from the ship's navigation computers. I wanted to know where the ship had been, and possibly where it was going. Tria and I slipped out of our uniforms and put on the specialized suit liners. I asked her if we could access the Scrun nav computers without input from them. The answer was no. We would need command-level access. As usual, I would have to wing it and hope for the best once we were on the bridge. Tria smiled at me. It was like she was doing the mind-reading thing again.
I am sure you will think of some way to get the information we seek.
It was almost strange seeing Tria's armor with only 2 appendages. I hoped like hell we would not miss the extra launchers she used to have at her disposal. I pulled my shotgun from its rack and inserted the twin magazines. Charging the barrels, I pulled the mags and put 2 more rounds from my ammo pouch into them. I looked around at my team and gave them a thumbs up. They returned the gesture. We were topped off and ready to roll. Justice, what are the Scrun assault shuttles doing?
They landed in a crevasse and shut down their drives. The location appears to be a makeshift staging area. They have abandoned the shuttles, and I believe they're attempting to hide in a bunker deep under the ice. We would take care of those fools when we were done with the mothership. We went to the hangar, and Justice had the hatch open and waiting. Looking down on the massive mothership below us, I pointed to the protruding bridge structure. There was a large open area in between the sensor arrays on the antenna farm. Directly below was the bridge. Clutch, when we touch down, I want you to port a hole right between those antennas. Tria, Kuntz, and I will drop in first, and then you follow. I want you to use your own judgment, but I want the commander alive. Everyone else is expendable. I got 3 more thumbs up, and then I jumped. I engaged my gravity drives and dove to the hull of the ship, righting myself before touching down. We stepped back to let Clutch do his thing. He got a good hole first try, and we jumped into it with the deadliest of intentions. The first thing that greeted us was the low, urgent tone of alarms. The ship was crying out its distress to its masters. We hovered above the deck and opened fire on the stunned crew standing at control consoles. Clutch came dropping through, but went right by us. He landed in the lap of some hapless fool. The Scron squalled out in pain as his legs were crushed by Clutch's mass. The troopmaster silenced him with a blast from his shotgun and dove on another who was trying to draw a pistol. Another blast from Clutch's shotgun ended all resistance in the control room. In less than 30 seconds, we had control of the bridge. There were 7 Scrun officers permanently down and out. The commander and 2 of his staff sat in their chairs with arms extended and fingers splayed upward. They seemed to be in shock at our entrance. Kuntz and Clutch took up positions at the 2 entrances to the bridge. Tria stood by me with her weapon pointed at the 2 officers sitting in front of their commander's chair. There are a handful of things I could think of that truly disgust me. Right at the moment, I could only think of 22 such things, and they adorned the head slaver's atmospheric suit. I stepped up on the commander's raised pedestal and rapped my shotgun against his faceplate. Each strike threatened to dislodge the offending award trinkets. My translator grunted out the Scrun language. I am going to give you another chance to tell me what you are doing here. For your sake, you better get it right the first time. I stood, expecting a quick reply, but the Scron sat there staring at me with his crazy big eyeball and his grotesque, hairy-lipped mouth hanging open. I was going to need a little more cooperation than that. I gripped my shotgun like a bat and brought it down just above his faceplate. It was not a killing blow by any means. It was more of a wake-up call. The blow laid the big bastards out on top of his 2 underlings and set him to screeching out unintelligible nonsense. I expected sentences that were more coherent than that. I jerked him back into his chair for another Q&A session, but got interrupted. The hatch next to Kuntz swished open, and a Scrun soldier ran through hollering something that sounded like the Scrun word for fire, which is exactly what Kuntz gave him. I wished he would have used something besides an explosive penetrator slug. Tria and I, along with our 3 captives, were now wearing various pieces of the deceased. Kuntz probably already knew the looks he was getting from behind our war faces. Rather than wait and see if I would comment on his decorating skills, he called to Clutch and then jerked a thumb over his shoulder to the corridor. They both stepped out and closed the hatches behind them. My sensors picked up the faint sound of gunfire, and then I felt the thump of an explosion. When I got no report from my teammates, Tria ran to the hatch and opened it, taking a quick look. She turned back and shrugged. I guess that meant they were fine, and just taking care of business. I turned my attention back to the commander. Do you have slaves aboard?
No, they were on the shuttles that returned to the surface.
Call the shuttles and tell your people to release the slaves and return to the ship.
They witnessed what you did to my ship, the commander said. They are not likely to follow my orders.
It wasn't the answer I was looking for. My sensors again picked up gunfire from the corridor, and a couple more thumps from explosions. We had been dicking around for more than 15 minutes, and my patience was wearing thin. Kuntz called and stated that he and Clutch had cleared the cargo hold control room. They now controlled the lifts to the bridge. Can you see any occupied slave crates on the monitors?
Negative, Commander. All I see is a lot of scrun down there. It may be an evacuation point for those escaping from the aft part of the ship. Judging by the open crate count, I believe they were getting ready to receive at least 100 slaves. Maybe more.
Decompress the hold, and use the security turrets on anyone that doesn't get blown out.
Roger that.
I felt a slight rumble under my feet when the hold violently flushed into the void. The Scrun commander's face looked a little paler. He knew his future was in doubt. "Recall the shuttles, now," I demanded. He jumped up and went to a console and started grunting out orders. He stood there waiting for a reply. When it never came, he started yelling and repeating himself. It was obvious the shuttle crew had no intention of answering. He again held his hands out, fingers splayed upward in the Scrun sign of surrender.
They refuse to answer and will not comply. We know of you and what you do to our people.
It was nice that the word was getting around that someone was taking a stand against the slavers. The indignant tone of the Scrun's voice seemed to insinuate I was doing it for no reason. I looked the commander in his big Cyclops eyeball. "So, you think it is a crime for me to defend those who cannot defend themselves against the technologically superior races?" The fool realized his comment might not have been in his best interest. His eyeball grew a little larger, and his tongue started flicking in and out of his mouth, trying to wet his hairy lips. One of his officers suddenly stood. I guess he was trying to impress me with Scrun logic in hopes it would deflect my anger from his commander.
It is an honor for the lesser races to serve their masters. We bring order and duty to their primitive irrelevance, the Scrun officer said. We save them from the perpetual ignorance of their primal ways and raise their awareness to what the future may hold for them.
The clown must have been the commander's political officer, or possibly the guy in charge of inducting new recruits. The way he spewed his bullshit had me thinking the moron believed every word of it. He did succeed in turning my anger from his commanding officer. Unfortunately for him, he was now the target of my derision. Tria must have decided her scat filter was at capacity and saved me the trouble of expending any additional munitions. She raised the Scrun officer's awareness to the overhead and several consoles with a blast of explosive buckshot.
"We have wasted enough time on this filth," she said. "We need to get back to our primary mission."
She was right. We needed to wrap this up and move on. Her unexpected response to the Scrun's oration had their leader on the verge of a mental breakdown. I would throw him a lifeline. I wouldn't let on it was going to be a temporary one at best. "I want the data files from your navigation computers," I told him. "The information is the only bargaining chip you have left that will convince me to spare your life. You have 10 seconds to comply." I pointed the twin barrels of my shotgun at him. He jumped from his chair and went to a console. He worked it like he was playing a piano. In less than a minute, he extended a hand to me with a data cube in it. Tria stepped forward and snatched it from him and stowed it in her ammo pouch. She swung her shotgun around and put a couple of slugs into the comm station. The Scrun dove to the deck, avoiding the flying debris. We went to the exit hatch and stepped into the corridor. Tria made it a point to extract a grenade from her kit and show it to the Scrun commander. She then tossed it to the overhead in the corridor and closed the hatch. We called to Kuntz and Clutch, alerting them we were on our way to the hold control room. When we arrived, they were sitting with their feet up on the consoles like they had nothing better to do. I waved the wise guys over and pointed at the large cargo hold view screen. "We are not taking the lifts." I blew the screen out with a blast of buckshot, decompressing the corridor to the bridge. We were sucked out of the opening and into the vacuum of the hold. I heard Clutch laughing at Kuntz, saying he knew I wouldn't use the lifts. I assumed the conversation involved a wager Kuntz had just lost. Justice, we are ready for extraction and will be exiting the cargo hold.
Affirmative, Commander. Tow-beam is on standby.
Is the mothership's orbit decaying?
Yes, Commander. It will enter the planet's atmosphere in 5 hours and 3 minutes.
Any chance the Scrun can correct that problem?
Negative. The damage to their drives was critical. They ejected the antimatter power cells to prevent catastrophic detonation. The odds of a maintenance tug arriving before the ship burns up in the planet's atmosphere is currently less than 2%. We boosted from the hold and were snatched up by Justice. He pulled us into the Legacy's hangar and moved away from the Scrun mothership. My teammates retracted their helmets and stood waiting for additional orders. I could tell they were wondering what I was going to do about the shuttles. I answered the inquiring looks by ordering Justice to take us down to the crevasse where the Scrun shuttles were sheltering. It made Clutch's day when I told him to bring his plasma caster. 22.
The scene that greeted us when we arrived over the crevasse brought my blood back to a boil. The beast in me that for the most part had remained silent was now rattling the bars of its cage. The slaughtered remains of more than 40 of the centaur-like creatures that inhabited the planet were scattered about the site. They were the size of a pony and had the heavy fur coat of a yak. The 2 short arms on the upper bodies were scaly and had large cord-like muscles. The 4-fingered hands had thick, sharp claws, as did the 4 feet of the creatures. It wasn't hard to guess how the many caves that lined the crevasse's icy walls were excavated. Justice highlighted the entrance to the bunker the Scrun had taken refuge in. I thought about using the Legacy's weapons to annihilate the Scrun, bunker and all. Cooler heads prevailed, and Tria suggested I choose a method that would not harm the surrounding tunnels or stress the inhabitants any more. We jumped from the hangar and touched down next to the shuttles. The hold doors were open and the cargo areas empty. The tracks in the snow and ice went from the shuttles to several of the caves lining the walls of the crevasse. The inhabitants of the planet wasted no time leaving the area. I thought about trying to get information from the flight computers on the shuttles, but nixed the idea. If I had to abandon my only ride off the planet, I would set booby traps in hopes of getting a little revenge for being stranded. I went to the tunnel that led to the Scrun bunker. It was a fairly recent excavation, and I assumed it was built to protect the teams of slavers from the frigid conditions. They probably had all the comforts of home down there. It was an indication that this was an ongoing operation that wasn't intended to end anytime soon. That was about to change. Clutch! The slaver pieces of scat might be getting cold sitting down there in that bunker, I said. You have my permission to rectify the problem any way you see fit. Kuntz and Tria started backing away from the troop master. It looked like the smart thing to do, and I joined them as they boosted up out of the trench and took shelter in the hangar of the Legacy. A pink glow lit the crevasse as Clutch poured shot after shot of plasma down the bunker shaft. Huge jets of steam screamed up from the frozen, ice-covered ground, obscuring our view. I was wondering what was taking so long. I stepped to the edge of the hangar door and looked down at the glowing steam cloud. I was relieved when the troopmaster finally popped up out of the cloud bank and landed in the hangar.
Mission accomplished, Commander.
What about the shuttles?
I thought they might explode and collapse the crevasse if I set them on fire. I decided to put a couple of grenades in the drive nozzles. I put a temper delay on them. If someone engages the drives or climbs into the nozzles to inspect them, they're in for a big surprise.
I knew the Tybor was an expert when it came to mayhem. If it was good enough for him, it was good enough for me. I doubted if the creatures that lived on the planet would get anywhere near the shuttles. The experiences they associated with the Scrun spacecraft had to be horrific. Justice, get us back on course for the Prowl base.
Initiating pre-jump scans, Commander. We will jump to the next programmed waypoint in 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
We went to the ready room to get out of our armor, but it turned out to be premature.
Commander,
I have detected a transition into this system, and the drive emanation is of Scrun origin. The target is making a course change that will align it with a planet we have designated as X-Ray 1. Please tell me it is not a service tug. Negative, Commander. The drive signature matches that of a Scrun mothership. Engage our stealth systems, and let's go meet them. Affirmative, Commander. Reversing course now. Justice swung us around and headed back toward the Scrun ship we had disabled. Justice alerted us that the new target was hailing the doomed ship. Commander, I have decoded their transmissions. The new target is here to take on slaves. Unless the Scrun crew members were asleep at the wheel, their scanners would be painting them a bleak picture any time now. Commander, the target's shields have come online, and it is slowing. Engage them when you are ready, Justice. Make it messy. I want the Scrun to easily figure out what happened. Justice launched a 4-missile salvo that jumped to hyperspace. He then opened fire with our beam weapons. The Scrun ship's forward shields flared brilliant white and then failed under the multiple shot barrage Justice hammered them with. The Scrun defensive systems attempted to lock onto our weapons discharges. They only managed a couple of shots that passed well aft of the Legacy. Our antimatter missiles transitioned back to normal spacetime and made contact with the mothership's hull. The front half of the ship disintegrated into a large, glittering cloud of debris. The back half of the ship was spinning like a top and headed toward the planet. I was convinced it would end up sharing the same fate as the first Scrun ship and burn up in the atmosphere. I was proven wrong when a high-order detonation turned the remains into flying scrap. Justice confirmed the first target would receive a fatal peppering of debris just before making its final re-entry. I had hopes that any Scrun ships coming to collect slaves would not stay after, determining the nature of the space junk orbiting the planet. Justice recorded the discovery data so we could turn it over to the principal investigator. The Chalt would see to it the planet got on the list for protected status. I had Justice hang around the system for an additional 4 hours while the crew and I slept. When we awoke, Zul reported no additional Scrun activity. We jumped from the system to our next waypoints, and all were vacant of any ship activity. The Legacy was now a single jump from the location of the Prool base. As a precaution, Justice was going to jump 3/4 of the way to the target area. We would cloak and use our stealth systems to make the rest of the journey. Our transition to the insertion point could be detected. We were gambling that the distance to the target would leave doubt as to our actual destination. We would be relying on the capabilities of our Ularan systems to keep us hidden from any hostiles that might be in the area. As we closed with the system, Justice gave us an ominous sitrep. Commander, my sensors are picking up a massive debris field. It appears to be the remains of several types of vessels. I can only speculate on the number, but would put it at more than 100. None have power source or life readings that I can detect. The greatest concentration of wreckage is orbiting the small planetary body that is our destination coordinates. Justice put a magnified view up on the bridge dome. The sight was awe-inspiring and horrendous at the same time. The pieces large enough to identify as being from a starship had holes shot through them at every possible angle. The battle that took place here was incredible. I shook my head, wondering what the original ship count must have been when the shooting started. Judging by the appearance of the wreckage, any ship disabled in the battle was shot to smithereens. It didn't look like anyone involved in the conflict had the intention of taking prisoners. You were victorious, or you died. It was the only explanation for what I was seeing. Justice had to start weaving the Legacy through the wreckage. It was thick enough we could not avoid colliding with the small stuff. Our forward shields were sparking from the impacts. The greater the number of impacts, the more likely we could be tracked. The disturbance created by our passage was setting things in motion that were once stationary. If someone, or something, was paying attention, it would not be hard to track our progress. Are you getting any readings that might indicate the Fury is on the surface somewhere? Negative. I have been broadcast. Commander, I am detecting an energy spike on the surface. It was one of those times when I hated being right. An energy beam lanced up from the planet's surface and plowed through the debris. It struck the Legacy shields amidships. It did not penetrate, but did manage to weaken the shield to 40% of capacity. Justice dove for the surface of the planet. Our forward shields were flaring from the constant collisions. We were now a target with a visible reference point. Another shot hit our aft shields. It was not degraded as much as the first, and pulled our shields down to a dangerously low 22%. I no longer wondered if we would find Proul. Justice didn't hesitate to use the biggest stick we had at our disposal. He fired our anomaly weapon down the vector of the hostile fire and followed it with a barrage of 6 full-yield antimatter missiles. We were now below the debris field and hugging the mountainous terrain on the surface. Our shields were regenerating and would be at full capacity in a couple of minutes. A bright corona came from the area we took the fire from. It flickered and then faded away. Commander, the hostile fire came from a derelict ship that appears to have crashed on the planet's surface. The remains fit the description of a Proul resource-gathering platform. It had no shield emanations, and our weapons made direct hits on that location. The chances that the weapon survived our attack are 0. Did you detect other ships on the surface? It will require me to make a more detailed scan of the planet. The surface is littered with debris. While the concentration is less than what is orbiting the planet, it is still considerable. The planet has no atmosphere, but does have a gravity reading of 0.5 g. Our passage through the debris field has sent wreckage falling from the orbit and raining down on the surface. If the attack on the Legacy was an automated response, the falling debris should have triggered additional weapons fire. I have not detected any retaliatory fire. The chances of other weapons being hidden on the surface is high. Now that we are out of the debris field, our movements can no longer be predicted. Doing a thorough scan of the planet will expose any additional weapons sites, if they exist. The probability is low that there is technology present that can actively track the Legacy while cloaked. Since I cannot completely rule out the possibility, I will take the precaution of staying close to the planet's surface. Do you think the hive mind purposefully sent us into a trap? I asked the AI. A trap would not be an entirely accurate description. It did give us what it thought was information on an active Proul base. That would make any species other than Proul a target. The debris in orbit appeared to be centuries old. The information from the hive mind may be just as dated. I surmise on some level the hive mind assumed we would be captured and subjugated. Then it would subsequently be set free to have its revenge upon us. Just before we were attacked, you started to tell me something related to finding the Fury. Yes, I was telling you I am actively broadcasting a minimum power IST signal, Justice explained. The signal is well below the power threshold for hyperspace transmission. It should only be detectable inside of this system. If the Fury energizes its IST receivers, my subsystem will pick up the signal and respond. So far, I have nothing incoming on the system. Okay. What is your take on the attack? And do you have a theory on who targeted us? Our retaliatory strike most assuredly destroyed any evidence or remains of our attackers. I do, however, suspect it was active Proul forces. The energy beam used in the attack exactly matches the power profile of the weapons used against us by the hive mind's lifeboat. I was getting bent out of shape. The hive mind sent us on a fool's errand in hopes of us getting killed or captured. Justice had more or less warned me it was a possibility that was the biomachine's intent from the beginning. I had let the thought of recovering the Fury cloud my judgment. Tria must have felt my anger mounting and came over and put her arm around me.
Nathan, the discovery of this planet is not a total waste, Tria said. We now have proof that the Proul are still active in this galaxy. My people can take the evidence we have uncovered and present it to the Galactic Union. They will now be forced to take the threat seriously.
I don't know if I'm ready to get the Union involved just yet, I said. The level of Proul activity on this world is still questionable. For all we know, Justice wiped out any proof we might have had.
If that turns out to be the case, Nathan, we can still sell the salvage rights for all the scrap in this system to my people, Tria said.
I would be guessing, but I would estimate the value at several 100 million credits. I had to admit that was an angle I had not thought of. The sheer volume of material that could be harvested was staggering. If Justice was right, and the wreckage was a couple of 100 years old, that would make us the owners of the discovery. A grim thought crossed my mind. We may not have been the first to make this discovery. We may be the only survivors able to capitalize on it. I pushed that thought from my mind. There still may be active Prul somewhere on the planet. They would have to be eradicated before we could let anyone near it. You have a point, Tria. But don't you think it makes more sense to put it up for bids? A frown flashed across her face. She was probably thinking I wanted Tam Lin to get in on the action. I know she would never admit it, but deep down she was jealous of the Earth Girl. I knew I was skating on thin ice, and closed my mouth rather than justify my comment. She jumped on my hesitation and justified hers. Nathan, by revealing this discovery to my people, we will be showing any who have had doubts about our motives when we destroyed the research facility that we are staunch allies and supporters of the Chult. The Council should already know that. I agree, but there was still a large number of forces that stood against us. The amount of salvage to be collected would create jobs that could last for years. Many of those same detractors could end up working on a project of this magnitude. What better way to show them they were misguided in their distrust? I threw my hands up in surrender. It would be hard to argue with someone who was right about things a hell of a lot more than I was. The smile that replaced her frown said that this was a win-win situation for me. Okay, Tria. You are now officially in charge of the salvage negotiations once we are sure we have eliminated any remaining Prul. I felt like I had an abundance of brownie points that I would redeem on some future date. For now, I had bigger fish to fry. I had made up my mind the hive mind intentionally lied to us. Even though we had no idea how many Prul were on the planet, I wasn't going to let the remaining entity know that. It was not the only one who could stretch the truth. It would be the last thing the Prul entity would ever hear. Justice, have the Overseer tell the hive mind we have reached the target coordinates. Inform it the Prul forces that once occupied this planet have all been destroyed. Make it known that it will perish here as well. I headed to the brig to take care of some long-overdue business. Kuntz and Klotch decided they would join me. Tria acted like she had better things to do and waved me on. On the way to the lifts, I heard Klotch make a wager with Kuntz. It involved the amount of urine it would take to kill the hive mind. Their discussion turned into an argument that I wanted no part of. That freaking Tybor. There would be no pissing involved in the Prul's demise. The Overseer's awareness would be evacuated from the containment vessel, and it would go out the hangar door. Our defensive beam weapons would turn it to dust. I would wait until we were almost to the brig before I burst Clutch's bubble. There was a good chance Kuntz would claim to be the winner by default. The close quarters of the brig would be no place I wanted to be right after that happened. In the time it took us to get to the down tube, the hive mind's survival instincts must have kicked into overdrive. Commander, the hive mind has offered to give us the exact coordinates of a subterranean facility, Justice said. It states that if the biologicals who attempted to manipulate it survived to make it to this location, they had the access codes to give them safe entry into the site. I stopped in my tracks so suddenly that Clutch and Kuntz, who were still arguing, bowled me over. I went head first into the down tube. I righted myself and stepped onto the hangar deck, frowning. My two crewmates stepped out a moment later, apologizing for the collision. My stare silenced them. I take it the hive mind will give us the access codes if we continue its existence? I asked Justice. Yes. I want specifics, or no deal. What kind of facility is it? The facility was designed to repair battle-damaged assets. Hunters, to be exact. It is also a biological materials storage area. Are there active hunters? The hive mind claims its queries to this facility are more than 200 years old.
At that time, the active unit count was 97. I gritted my teeth and slowly shook my head. I wondered when it would finally dangle a carrot in front of our faces. The blatant hint that there were other secret facilities was now out on the table as a bargaining chip. I didn't doubt for a minute that this one was just the tip of the iceberg. My instincts were telling me to doubt the Prule's reason for leading us here. This was feeling more and more like it was the hive mind's last-ditch effort for revenge. Justice, what are the odds of this being another trap of some kind? 50-50. Well, shit. I didn't need a superintelligence to tell me that. My simple mind had already come to that conclusion. The hive mind, admitting there was at least 97 hunters roaming the planet, reinforced Justice's theory that they were behind the attack on the Legacy. It was also leading me to believe the hive mind was playing us for suckers. If the attack on the Legacy would have been successful, it would have died, along with the rest of us. It really didn't care if it lived or died. This was all about getting back to the first biologicals able to capture it. Kuntz and Clutch were both waiting for me to come to a decision. "Change of plans," I said. "I am headed back to the bridge." As I suspected, Kuntz claimed to be the winner of the wager. Another heated argument broke out. Kuntz's new physique must have come complete with a reinforced spine and an even bigger set of nads. He was in the troopmaster's face and poking at his chest. I was at the lifts, and the smell was already eye-watering. How Kuntz could stand it was beyond me. I had not heard any threats yet, but it was time to shut them both down. "Hey!" I yelled at them. "Knock that scat off and make sure your battle kit is ready. We're going to investigate the Prule facility." That did the trick, and they both ran to the ready room. When I returned to the bridge, I was surprised to find Tria on the IST, talking to the principal investigator. She must have taken my words to heart and got right on the deal. Even though I had said nothing about contacting Sale, she took it upon herself to do it. I caught the last of their conversation and heard Sale say that her best containment teams would be on their way within 5 hours, and the salvage fleets would follow once the planet was cleared. I sat in my command chair and hoped I would hear a good explanation.
"Nathan, it is time that we started sharing the risks we have been taking," Tria said, when her call with Sale finished. "Sale has stated the Chalt people owe us a huge debt of gratitude, so I am giving them a chance to prove it. I want this to be one less possible threat that we have to face alone. They are now aware this was a Prule stronghold and will come prepared to deal with whatever they may find. Sale will also be bringing several of our best salvage experts to assess the extent of our find and establish a reasonable value." I had a lot of reasons to be mad, but could find no fault in Tria's decision. Everything she had done was in the best interest of us all. It didn't change the fact I still had plans that I intended to move on a lot sooner than 5 hours from now. I was also questioning why she would call Sale so quickly. I was planning on taking a look inside the Prule base, and it didn't include waiting for Sale. I said, "I know. I will see you in the ready room." She gave me a dazzling smile and went to the down tubes. That was interesting, to say the least. It had always been my experience to hear some less than friendly exchanges between Tria and the operative. Apparently, that was not the case this time around. That in itself was a strange occurrence. Then, not a word about the dangers of going into the Prule base alone, just, "I know, let's go." "It's probably a trap," I yelled after her. She stood waiting at the lifts until I caught up with her. "It's never mattered before. Why should it now?" She was correct. I was never known for stepping over a steaming pile when I could land both feet right in it. "You seem rather jubilant after talking to Sale," I said. "That doesn't happen very often." "The Council wants me back under their command. They have offered me the rank of senior operative, and a free hand in decisions that would normally require their stamp of approval." I stopped dead in my tracks and slowly turned to her. "What did you say?"
I would think about it. I grimaced and started rubbing my temples. It sounded like one of those routines where we would take a step forward, only to find we had to take 3 back. Tria interpreted my reaction for what it was. She put her hand on my shoulder and pulled me close. I have generated considerable enthusiasm among the leadership of my people to again obtain Prul artifacts. We did, after all, destroy their entire collection, she reminded me. I am laying the foundation for future concessions from the Council. There will come a time when they will offer us whatever we want in exchange for continued access to discoveries. Once upon a time, I heard those very same words from the operative. They didn't bear fruit then, and I doubted if they would now. I wasn't happy about some of the decisions Tria was making. It may have had something to do with me not being in on the discussion. We had to go through a lot of bullshit to get her away from being manipulated by the Council. Now it seemed like she was intentionally putting herself back in that position. The look I was giving her gave away the consternation I felt. She embraced me and kissed me lightly on the lips. Her smile never wavered.
Nathan, in the time you have known me, how many times have I made decisions that we have not benefited from?
Well, I could probably name.
For the sake of this conversation, let's leave our combat engagements out of the equation.
It was my turn to smile. I was pretty sure she was done playing games. Whatever she was up to had to be good, or she wouldn't be this exultant. I would be interested in hearing everything that was said.
I told Sale we found an ancient debris field around a planetoid in uncharted space. We were considering the sale of the salvage rights, and they would go to the highest bidder. I told her to let us know if she wanted to submit an offer. She stated she would pass the information on to the appropriate people. With that said, it seemed reasonable to tell her, while surveying the wreckage, we were attacked from the surface of the planet. When she asked who was behind the attack, I told her evidence suggested there were active Prul units on the planet's surface. I might have also thrown out the theory that the planet was once a Prul base of operations in this galaxy, and the salvage was the wreckage from the attack on the base. Sale, being Sale, demanded I turn over the coordinates. I, of course, refused without consulting you first, but did go on to say the salvage would take years to remove once we sanitized the planet. I ended my transmission and was going to consult with you on my actions. Sale calmed me back on my IST minutes later and started making offers, the results of which I have already stated.
Are you really considering being a pawn of the Council again? Tria frowned. It indicated to me I might have hurt her feelings. I guess I could have worded it differently, but was still a little pissed for being left out of a command-level decision. Relationships were full of give and take. Commanders to subordinates? Not so much. Her frown eased, and she shook her head.
Not in a million solar rotations,
but Sale does not need to know that. She is not the only one capable of subterfuge. You didn't leave us much time to take a look around before Sale shows up and starts stepping on my toes. I am going to use an Earth phrase that you have used on more than one occasion. I think this is the appropriate time to repeat it. We have more than enough time to find out if we are biting off more than we can chew. 23. When we got to the ready room, Kuntz and Clutch were already wearing their suit liners and inspecting their weapons. Zool was wearing his Zane armor and met Tria and me at the door.
Commander, all battlesuits are at full munitions capacity, and Justice has filled the reservoirs with weaponized nanites, Zool reported. They are pre-programmed to the same parameters as our last mission. Justice has briefed me on the target area, and it will be necessary to use the shuttle for the insertion. He has selected an equal loadout of nanite and antimatter missiles for the launcher magazines and topped off the expendable ordnance. I will be in Eagle 1, prepping for departure. If you need me, I will be going over my checklists.
The little Grawl was another fine example of what his people were capable of being. He was now fulfilling several different duties. What started out as the Legacy's science officer turned into a combat pilot position out of necessity. He willingly filled the spot, and had already proven he could handle whatever was thrown at him. "Carry on, Zool," I said, giving him a smile and a thumbs up. "We will be boarding shortly." We suited up and checked one another's kit for anything that might possibly indicate a problem. The front of Clutch's armor had a hardened bell around the portal device's projector. Justice had made it a permanent fixture on his armor. I rapped on the bell and gave it a couple of hard tugs. It wasn't going anywhere unless the troopmaster had his suit systems release it. Up in the top of my HUD, I had 3 green bars indicating the status of my teammates. We were good to go. Justice put the target area video on my helmet HUD. He highlighted the insertion area. It was on the opposite side of a massive crater that was more than 2 miles across and easily that deep. The crater wall was the reason we would be using the shuttle for the insertion. It rose up to a height of 1,200 feet and obscured what Justice had determined was the tunnel entrance to the facility. The scan returns showed nothing usable aside from unusual density readings spread out over a large area. If the weapon that had made the crater would have hit 2,000 yards to the south, we would not have a reason to look around. "Commander, I have included some extra equipment in your battlesuit's inventory," Justice informed me. "The strike team will be carrying the extra equipment as well. You now have 6 communication drones that should allow continuous comms with the Legacy, as long as there is unobstructed signal continuity. I can track your progress through the facility. It is advisable to place them in strategic locations along your route. I have also created a data capture device designed to penetrate Prool processing units like those found embedded in the hive mind's biomass. You and Tria will each have one. It is still an experimental device, but if the opportunity should present itself, place it on anything you determine to be a Prool computer system. The longer it is in contact with a processor, the greater the chance to collect valuable information. If for some reason you fail to collect it, the internal clock will release weaponized nanites to neutralize the device along with the processor it is in contact with. The final addition to your loadout is 2 antimatter charges. The destructive power is equal to 4 of your launcher tube's full-yield munitions. They have tamper-proof ignition systems that interface with your HUD. I have included a menu that should cover most any deployment scenario, and they can stick to any surface once activated. You should use extreme caution if you decide to deploy them. It was nice to know that we now had the option of doing some major damage to the facility without bombarding it from space. The more I thought about it, the more I liked the idea. If there was something we did not want to fall into anyone else's hands, we could now blow it up without expending launcher munitions. It gave us the option of proclaiming our innocence to any interested parties. Justice was still wargaming 100 steps ahead of me. "Thanks, Justice," I said. "You know how much I like new toys to play with." That comment got me the stink eye from my crewmates. There had been a few times when my propensity for mayhem had proven to be just as dangerous to them as it was to the enemy. I shrugged and smiled back at them. Justice put the latest scans of the insertion point up on the hangar wall so we could all take a final look before we departed. There was just enough room for the shuttle to fly in between the crater wall and the mountainside the tunnel entrance was located on. It may have been easier to jump in, but Justice nixed the idea. If we were subjected to another surprise attack, the shuttle's shields might be our only salvation. Zool had Justice's subsystem preset all the Eagle's heavy weapons for a retaliatory snapshot in case the worst came to pass. At the very least, it would slow any follow-up shots long enough for us to get clear of the area. If need be, Justice was on the other side of the crater wall and would turn the site into another pothole. I felt we had our asses covered and couldn't think of anything else we needed to do. We boarded the shuttle, and Justice pushed us out into the void. Zool had the shuttle cloaked and flew low over the tortured landscape. We had to make a couple pop-up maneuvers to clear the ridges between us and the ravine that would take us to the cave entrance. Each time we gained altitude, we got better scan returns of the ground below. It was desolate, and without life or visible power sources. It was disheartening to see this much destruction and know the planet was still occupied by hostile forces. It painted a grim picture for those who came here to defeat the Prowl.
"We will be over the target in 30 seconds, Commander," Zool called out to us.
We stood up and made our way to the shuttle's hatch. Clutch took the front position. He had his plasmacaster up and ready, with Tree and me behind him. Kuntz rapped on the back of my armor, letting me know he was in position and ready. It was a rough ride at the speed Zool was flying, so we locked our boots to the deck, waiting for him to pop the hatch. When he finally did, it was to a dark, featureless rip in the ground. Our no-light sensors showed us the remains of a huge landslide caused by the crater wall heaving up from the surrounding terrain. There was evidence of large machinery and possibly weapons buried all along its leading edge. The entrance was nothing more than a 3-foot by 4-foot hole that had not been completely buried by the onrushing ground. There was no evidence of activity around it. The soil was pulverized and loose, showing no signs of being disturbed. Clutch used his armored boots to push the soil into the hole until he had an opening big enough to accept his large dimensions. The rest of us had formed a semicircle around him, with our weapons pointing outward. He disappeared into the hole. What sounded something like a whoop came over our comms group. "Clutch, what the hell was that?"
"Nothing, Commander," Clutch replied. "The first step is what you would describe as a doozy. I have no movement, and the tunnel looks clear. It drops off in the distance, so I am unable to tell what is farther down."
Tria went down next, with me right after her. Clutch was right. It wasn't so much of a step as it was a fall. The tunnel was over 100 feet tall, and the landslide had filled the entrance all the way to the top. I slid almost straight down the rocky slope, looking for Tria below me. I hit the bottom and rolled. I heard a clipped laugh on my private comms and looked up to see Tria. She had made the decision to use her suit's gravity drive to suspend her above the floor and avoid the haphazard slide altogether. I was going to give her some stupid reason for not doing the same, but Kuntz came rolling into me. He started swearing at Clutch for not being more specific on the nature of the fall. I got to my feet as Tria landed next to us. I pulled Kuntz up and extracted a comms drone from my fanny pack. I tossed it up the slope, and it took off to the ceiling of the cavern. It hovered at the hole we used to make our entrance. I called to Zool for a comms check. He came right back, loud and clear. I told him to go back to the Legacy and wait for us there. I had no idea how long we would be, and did not want him sitting up there as a stationary target. He commed back an affirmative, but I could tell he did not like it. Tria, Kuntz, and I got our bearings and located Clutch well down the passage. He was kneeling where the tunnel dropped down a slope. We boosted to his location. He was studying the floor of the tunnel. "What have you got, Clutch?"
"Commander, unless it was destroyed, there is a very large tracked vehicle around here somewhere. Look at the size of the track marks."
The tunnel was 80 feet wide, and a set of track marks went down the middle, leaving little room on either side. I could only speculate, but my mind conjured up a huge tank with a gazillion weapons sticking out in all directions. The chill that ran up my spine vanquished the image, and I turned to look down the slope. It leveled off 60 feet below us and continued out of sight. Kuntz made an ominous observation.
"Commander, the way the dust and debris were disturbed by the passage of the vehicle indicates the direction it last took. If the vehicle was going out of the passage and to the planet's surface, the mounds of soil pressed from beneath the tracks would be at the tunnel side of the track. It is plain to see that is not the case. The soil is pushed out on the entrance side, indicating the vehicle went down the passage and not out of it." I tried to paint a good picture of the situation. Maybe it was just a big tow truck of some kind that hauled other crap back for repairs. This was, after all, supposed to be a repair facility. Then I started thinking about how many times the hive mind had misled us. Nope. It was going to be a big-ass tank loaded with every weapon the Prowl had ever built. "Kuntz, Clutch, you take the right side, and Tria and I will take the left. Use your gravity drives to stay close to the ceiling of the passage. I know cloaking hasn't helped in the past, but do it anyway. If we see a big tracked weapons platform, we will retreat back up here and make another plan of action." My crewmates' cloaked avatars appeared in my HUD.
We boosted to the ceiling and eased our way down. The tunnel went 300 yards and dropped again. We followed it down another step, and this time it terminated at a huge blast door. If the vehicle was down here, it was somewhere on the other side. I had the access codes and the carrier wave necessary to gain entry. I stood in front of the door and again thought about the hive mind. It was a backstabbing pile of bio-shit that no doubt wanted us dead. I would love nothing more than to loot this place and go back to the legacy to rub it in the biomachine's awareness. Clutch, choose a spot on the door and make a hole. Tria pulled a comms relay from her kit and tossed it to the top of the tunnel ceiling. It probably was a good idea, but I doubted if we would have comms on the other side of the door. The Tybor pulled his plasmacaster from its clip and checked the charge on the energy pack. The business end glowed a pinkish blue, and we all took a step back. "Any time, Troop Master." He turned and gave me a toothy grin and hit the button on the portal device. We had a good hole. Tria and I raised our beam weapons and ran through with Kuntz right behind us. We spread out and took a knee. Low light was no longer necessary. There was plenty of light on this side of the door, and our audio pickups were assaulted by the din of machinery. It was loud enough we would not have to worry about the small amount of noise we made while moving. Clutch came through behind us and shut down the portal. My HUD notified me we were in an atmosphere. It was high in nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and ozone. It had only a minute amount of oxygen. Breathing it, if one of our suits got breached, was not a healthy option. The G-load went up from 0.5 to a constant 2. Clutch crouched down behind us with his plasmacaster up and ready. I wasn't sure if I was comfortable with it that close to my back, but had other things to occupy my mind. The tracked vehicle was indeed a tank, and we were crouched in its shadow. It did not have the number of weapons my imagination had conjured, but the large twin-barreled turret mounted on its top was all it probably needed to do the job it was designed for. I waved us forward, and we scurried underneath its belly. Tria and I had to bend over, but Kuntz and Clutch had no problem standing under the mammoth weapon. We could see another tank behind the one we were sheltering under. I wondered if this was the only exit. If it was, they were trapped by the crater wall at the end of the tunnel. More unpleasant thoughts passed through my mind. There was always the possibility they could blast an opening big enough to make it to the surface. I shook my head to clear the crap screwing my concentration. My view from underneath the tank was limited. I could see an open area in the distance. We weren't going to see what was going on in here if we didn't get moving. "Clutch, take point," I ordered. "Move us to the next vehicle." He came forward, and we formed up behind him. The distance to the next tank was about 20 yards. We had no way to tell if someone or something was up on the rear deck of the tank. We would move fast and hope our cloaked battle armor hid us from detection. Clutch went first and looked up at the rear of the tank.
"Commander, it looks clear, but I think I see what could be an open hatch."
"Tria, you go across to Clutch and cover me and Kuntz. We are going to take a look up above." Tria gave me a quick nod.
"Be careful. It is still too early in the game to let the enemy know we are here," she said.
She was stating the obvious, but I didn't mind. I thought sure she would insist on coming with me. As second in command, she made the right decision. If I screwed up and got fragged, she could carry on the mission. Kuntz huddled close to me. "You take the right side, and I'll take the left," I told him. "Come up slow and easy. If you make contact, don't start shooting unless you have to." He gave me a thumbs up and went to the right track. He waited until I gave the signal, and we used our gravity drives to slowly climb the 15 feet to the back deck of the machine. Clutch was right. A large hatch was open on the rear deck. Kuntz and I came from 2 different directions until we could look down into it. It was a missile magazine, and was partially filled with 30-foot-long, blunt-ended black tubes. Now that we could see the back side of the turret, we could also see the 4 holes of the launcher. We didn't see any hostiles, and the tank behind us covered a direct view of our location. I pulled a couple of grenades from my storage pouch and pointed into the far end of the magazine. Proximity, with remote detonation activated. Kuntz nodded and climbed down into the well. I did the same and wedged one of my gifts under the business end of the weapons. Turning around, I put the other grenade in the launcher feed tube. Kuntz crawled back out of the magazine, and we both dropped back down to the floor of the tunnel. We formed up with Tria and Clutch. "We rigged the missile magazine to blow in case we need a good diversion," I said. "Did you get a look out into the complex?" Tria leaned in close. Our comms broadcasted on frequencies so low they would not carry beyond our position. If someone was actively searching for the communications, they would find us, but the chances were low that sensors of that nature were deployed inside the base. "Not much to see from here," she said. "A large crane is blocking our view of what lays beyond. We could use the crane to get a better look. The platform on the top would be a good hide." Clutch calmed right back and pointed upward at the tank.
"We should make sure this one cannot be used to block our exit."
"Make it quick, Troopmaster. We will be waiting for you. Kuntz, cover him." They went back toward the front of the tank and boosted out of sight. We heard Clutch comment over our comms. He told Kuntz to take the left one while he did the right. It did not take a genius to figure out they were spiking the projector tubes on the turret. Kuntz called out he was done, but Clutch sent him a curt reply, stating more is always better. Kuntz grumbled something under his breath, but I was sure he complied. They both dropped down from the front of the tank and rejoined us. "Take point, Clutch. We want to get to the top of the crane carriage," I said. We watched Clutch's avatar run out of the tunnel entrance and stop at the base of the crane's support leg. He boosted up and over the edge of the carriage. We heard him let out a croak and something that sounded like, "Scat!"
"Commander, you better come and take a look,"
Clutch said. We hustled out to the support leg and glanced around. Machinery and stacks of parts surrounded us on all sides. We were in a machine assembly area. I boosted upward with Tria and Kuntz right behind me. I landed on the edge of the carriage and saw the troopmaster laying prone and peering downward over the front of the platform. I got down on all four and crawled up next to him. If scat was indeed what he said, it was an understatement. On the floor, 200 feet below us, were thousands of aliens, of every description. The bluish-white electrical current we had witnessed on the hive mind's lifeboat danced among the metal protrusions sticking out of their bodies. The floors and walls around them were alive with the current, and it jumped to them from every direction. It was like watching an ant hive. The aliens were picking through a massive pile of debris. They selected pieces and parts, placed them on a conveyor, and went back for more. The conveyor moved the debris rapidly into a large separator that had chutes coming out of it in all directions. The chutes fed machines that produced the loud buzzing hum and grinding noises that permeated the complex. It was no longer a myth cooked up to scare the lesser races. The Pruul were active in our galaxy. If this evidence was not convincing, I didn't know what could be more damning. The survivors of the battle to free our galaxy were not sitting idle. They were making preparations, and it didn't look like it was for innocuous purposes.
"Commander, there is an atmospheric lock by the debris pile, and it is cycling," Kuntz called to me.
I moved to his side. He pointed to a spot on the far wall to the right of our position. About 400 yards away, a red strobe light was flashing. It stopped, and a large hatch parted in the middle. 8 hunters came through, followed by gravity sleds loaded with more debris. They dumped the sleds down a chute that carried the gathered booty to the massive pile being picked over by the reanimated beings. Although we had no idea where it went, we now had another exit to choose from if scat hit the fan. Tria was at my side and pointed out the Pruul were actively salvaging the surface of the planet. Where they were doing it was a mystery. Justice did not detect any movement in the area, and the location of the airlock was not far from where we made our insertion. That bit of intelligence meant there had to be tunnel networks that were shielded from detection. I guess the Prool had nothing better to do for more than a couple 100 years. It seemed logical to make their rebuilding efforts as covert as possible. The chances of being able to contact Justice would be slim to none. We needed to get our collected intelligence uploaded to the Legacy. If things went south on us, we would at least have some proof to show for it. "Clutch, we're moving back to the tunnel entrance," I said. "I want to send our data to the Legacy, and I don't think I should try it from here." The troopmaster eased back from the edge and dropped over the rear of the platform.
"All clear, Commander."
We quickly joined him and ran underneath the parked tanks and back to the pressure door. I pointed at it and gave Clutch a nod. He put a portal in the same spot we entered through, and Tria, Kuntz, and I exited the complex. Clutch stepped through seconds later and shut it down. "Justice, do you have a copy?" "Yes, Commander. Are you ready for extraction?" "Not yet, Justice. Have you detected any movement topside?" "Negative," Justice replied. "I have made several excursions around the immediate area. My scans show no power sources or life forms. I have found nothing other than debris from starships and other vehicles strewn about the surface. Just east of your position is another large crater with a crashed spacecraft of unknown origin. The front half of the ship is buried, but the rear of the vessel is relatively intact. It would be worthy of investigation when your current mission is complete." That had to be where the Prool were gathering salvage. The ship's hull was shielding them from detection. The only way to know for sure would be to go investigate, but at the moment, we had other plans. "I want you to upload the data from our battlesuits and give me an assessment as quickly as possible. We will hold our position until we hear from you." "Affirmative. Uploading now." We huddled against the pressure door to await Justice's synopsis. He didn't make us wait long. "Commander, I will continue to examine the data, but have found several interesting items worth noting. I have identified a new Prool asset working among the reanimated slaves. They are larger than hunters and only have 4 legs instead of the 6 normally seen on the Prool we have encountered. They also have 12 upper appendages, with multiple tools on each. I have singled them out on the frames of your video. They are maintaining the vast amount of machinery in this part of the complex. The next item of interest is the video of them picking up slaves that no longer appear to be moving and inserting additional conductors into them. Once they determine the proper number of conductors, they put the beings back on the work floor, and the current re-energizes them. The final item in this briefing is that everything processed in the lower machine complex is being piped through the wall into another part of the facility. If it does not expose you to additional hazard, it would be very desirable to see what they are doing with the refined materials." "Roger that. We are going back inside." I didn't think it could be possible to expose ourselves to any more hazards than we already had. My grandparents had always said I was a curious child, and I lived up to that reputation all my life. It made sense to go back in and find out what the Prool were doing on the other side of the wall. Clutch made another portal, and a few seconds later we were all sneaking back under the tanks. When we got to the crane, Clutch pointed to the myriad pipes and ductwork on the ceiling of the complex.
"Commander, we should work our way to the far wall by using the overhead piping as background cover,"
Clutch suggested.
"If a hunter detects our cloaking systems, we can always attempt to hide in one of the ducts."
It was as good a plan as any, and should get us to the other side without interference from the activity below. "We will follow your lead, Troopmaster." We formed our combat diamond and boosted to the ceiling. We would be able to stay behind the piping in a few places, but most of it was too small to give us cover. I was happy that Clutch didn't like digging around up here any more than I did, so we moved along at a rapid pace. Our cloaking systems were doing the job, and the opposite side of the complex loomed in front of us. As much as I hated to admit it, I was feeling like things were going our way. "Commander, 2 of the Prool maintenance machines are climbing the ramp leading to where the tanks are parked," Kuntz said. I stopped and looked back across the complex. I magnified my view so I could determine what the Prool were up to. My HUD gave me a distance reading at just over 1,000 yards. We had about 200 to go to reach our destination, Kuntz was right. The Prowl were up in the assembly area and climbing aboard the tank that had the open missile hatch. I had a feeling, and it wasn't pleasant. It was something akin to needing to use the bathroom really bad, only to find somebody beat you to it. The crane boom swung around and moved over the tank. The feelings of dread were now being reinforced by the unsportsmanlike conduct of my bowels. "Clutch, get to the wall and make a hole, now!" I shouted. The troopmaster had already surmised what was about to happen. He knew we needed to be someplace other than where we were. If the Prowl removed those missiles, everybody on this side of the complex was about to have a bad day. The four of us braked hard with our gravity drives to keep from colliding with the wall. Clutch fumbled with the portal device's buttons and projected a hole that immediately closed. Tria pushed him lower on the wall. "Try again," she shouted. The second one was a good hole. That's when a massive explosion detonated at the other end of the complex. Tria, Kuntz, and I boosted hard through the portal. Clutch came barreling into us a second later. We crashed into the side of a structure and landed in a pile on a catwalk. Clutch managed to hit the right button as he fell, and the portal closed behind us. The shockwave from the blast bowed the wall we had passed through and fractured it like a jigsaw puzzle. The material chutes were blown off, sending their contents out like giant shotgun blasts. The facility shook hard enough to bring down the overhead pipework on top of us. The catwalk ripped loose from the structure we had landed on and sent us falling with the rest of the wreckage to the floor below. 24. Of all the scenarios I had thought of while booby-trapping the tanks, what just happened had not been one of them. Doom on me. We were pinned up against a building structure, with tons of busted crap on top of us. I could move my legs a little, but not much. The commentary coming from my strike team made it clear they were not injured, but were stuck under the debris as well. My helmet's HUD showed their locations, and Clutch's icon was beside mine. I could feel movement under me, and assumed it was the troopmaster. I pushed my suit servos to their limits and managed to bend forward about a foot, which freed my arms. The movement under me increased, as did the swearing coming from Clutch. I started digging between my legs and uncovered the troopmaster's faceplate. In the past, when disaster struck, it was usually the Tybor's ass sitting on me, and not the other way around. The horrific look on his face implied I should in no way make light of the situation. Tria and Kuntz were against the building when the catwalk collapsed. Their icons were above and left of Clutch's and mine, with Kuntz being the farthest up. Kuntz was the first to report he was making progress and managed to get his arms extricated and was working to free his torso. Tria's icon was about 2 feet or so below him. The unladylike grunting coming from her comms channel let us know she was still in the same predicament as Clutch and I, but was working on it. "Commander, I need silence on the comms channel," Kuntz suddenly called out. I was wondering what kind of calamity could possibly make our self-inflicted woes any worse than they already were. I cringed because I knew the sky was the limit when it came to pain and suffering. Considering where we were and what we would be held accountable for, things were unlikely to improve. We stopped struggling against the debris and stayed off the comms channel for what seemed like a long time. "Commander, we are not the only ones trying to extricate themselves from the wreckage," Kuntz finally said. "I have movement from 3 different directions. One of the sound sources is coming from the building we are pinned against. If I had to speculate, I would say that something is trying to smash its way out." I sat still and increased the volume on my audio sensors. I picked up the telltale thumps coming from behind me. The last time I heard similar noises, it was a Prowl hunter wanting a piece of my ass for the mayhem I had caused. The odds were in favor of it being the same situation. "Kuntz, get Tria dug out as fast as you can." "I am working on it, Commander," Kuntz shouted. I started thrashing around until my servos were giving me stress warnings in my HUD. I must not have been doing Clutch any favors, because his vocabulary digressed to unfiltered profanity. He called to me in a voice I could tell was straining for control.
"Commander, I would really appreciate it if you would stop what you are doing. I have managed to roll on my side, and am going to trigger the portal device. If you continue to push more debris down on me, I might inadvertently miss my intended target and send your lower torso to another dimension."
I had to give him credit. It was succinct and to the point, without a lot of overtones suggesting disrespect. Not wanting to lose any of the body parts I actually enjoyed using, I quickly answered, "Roger that, Troopmaster. Please carry on." I heard some more strained grunting and felt the debris under me shift a little more.
"I am ready, Commander," Clutch said, "triggering in 3, 2, 1.
I suddenly found myself falling down and sideways in a rush of wreckage. The next thing I knew, I was sprawled out in a pile of debris with a Troopmaster across the room from me. He got a good portal on the side of the building we were pinned against, and we fell through the opening. We were now inside a room filled with machinery. My maker must have decided that my freedom from the trash pile would be my only acorn for the day. My sudden stop was accompanied by something pushing me aside. We were not alone. I tried to get my feet under me, but was jerked off the floor by one of the four-legged Prowl maintenance machines. It started smashing electrodes into my armor. The sharply spiked tips were breaking off or bending with each blow. That didn't deter it from trying to get another one into me, and only convinced it to strike harder. I got a grip on 2 of the arms and was trying my best to rip them from the bio-machine. It had 10 more, and they were all pummeling me with spikes or tools.
"Commander, I have freed Tria's arms and should have her extricated shortly," Kuntz called.
My vision was blurring from the heavy shots I was taking to my helmet. I wanted to answer Kuntz, but didn't think any response I might have made would be coherent. I was, however, going to make an effort to call Clutch and ask why he was not doing something about the ass-kicking I was getting. Before I could grunt out a rational request for help, rapid-fire blasts from the Troopmaster's shotgun disabled 2 of the machine's legs. It pitched forward onto the floor, but not before it unceremoniously threw me into a wall. I fell to the floor with the beast in me screaming out to use my beam weapon. I sat up and was seriously giving the idea some thought, but saw the Troopmaster was standing over the flailing bio-machine, putting shot after shot into it. When it finally went still, Clutch gave it another half of a magazine of penetrator slugs. More was always better, and he took the motto seriously. He ruptured a fluid reservoir on the bottom of the bio-machine's torso, splattering us with a brackish substance that had the consistency of jelly. If it was the biomass the machine sustained its inner being with, then Clutch had revealed a weakness we could use to our advantage. Tria called over the group comms, and the urgency in her voice said things outside were not going well.
"Incoming hunters!"
Her exclamation was followed by a jarring blast that caved part of the wall in, giving me a view outside of the building. I was going to boost up and out of the opening, but a hunter stepped into my line of sight. I threw my arm up and shot it with my beam weapon. The backblast blew the rest of the wall out, knocking both Clutch and me to the floor. Clutch never saw the hunter and was yelling at me to check my fire. Tria and Kuntz appeared at the opening, yelling the same thing. They jumped inside and pulled me to my feet. Clutch looked like he still had more to bitch about, but Tria cut him off.
"You destroyed the second hunter before it could identify us as a threat," Tria said. "The hunter Kuntz engaged never got a lock on us. They were both buried under debris and had just freed themselves. Heavy smoke is pouring out of the material chutes and degrading visibility on this side of the complex. We should clear the area before they can determine the nature of the threat."
"Kuntz, have you tried to make a connection with the comms relay?"
"Yes, Commander, several times. We still have no comms to the surface."
"Clutch, take point," I ordered. "We want to stay in the building as long as possible. Get us to the other side of the complex and try to find an exit." The Troopmaster slapped fresh magazines into his shotgun and led us to the wall in the back of the building. He made 3 attempts to get a portal, all failing. Kuntz pointed to a ramp that went up a level, and Clutch quickly nodded. He made another attempt with the device and got a good haul. We found ourselves in another room filled with machinery that had an open corridor on the opposite wall. Clutch ran to the opening and took a knee. He took a good look and waved us forward. He pulled a grenade from his storage pouch and wedged it between the wall and a machine console. Anything coming through the corridor behind us was going to get a rude awakening. We ran down the corridor online and hit a junction that went right and left. The passage was a lot larger than the one we had been in. As far as I could tell, the building we were in was against the complex wall. The left-hand turn obviously went to another section of the underground base. Not wanting to go deeper into the maze of passages, I waved Clutch to the right. Tria and I took one side, and Clutch and Kuntz the other. We could see the end of the passage ahead. It was well lit, with large floor-to-ceiling windows. Clutch held up a fist, and we took a knee. He eased forward until he was at the end of the passage. He took his shotgun and used the HUD targeting mode to get a glimpse of what was around the corner. He hastily jerked it back and scurried to our position.
"Commander, there are 6 Proul in a large control room," Clutch reported. "They look a lot like small versions of the hive mind we captured."
The troopmaster used his HUD to transfer the video. The effort was not necessary because one of the machines came around the corner and stopped. Its reaction told me our cloaking was not enough to keep us hidden. Tria shot it twice with penetrator slugs, bursting its bulbous upper torso like a balloon. We had no choice but to charge the control room in an attempt to kill them all before they could sound an alarm. Clutch jumped up and led the way as we ran around the corner. The 5 biomachines turned to us and froze. Nope. Cloaking was still detectable by their sensors. The time it took them to start reacting told me they must not have comprehended the danger they were in. It was as if they thought we would beg forgiveness or maybe self-terminate. They got explosive buckshot and slugs instead. It took us less than 15 seconds to remedy their faulty thinking. The machines were not armored, indicating the brighter minds running this outfit must have felt no threat could ever reach them here. You would have thought that blowing up the raw materials side of the complex would have set off major alarms. I couldn't begin to understand why it had not. It was a gross miscalculation on the part of the supposedly brilliant machines.
"Nathan, you need to look at this,"
Tria called. The edge to her voice made a chill run up my spine. I turned and saw Tria and Kuntz were looking out the large windows. I pointed at a pressure door on the other side of the room, and Clutch gave me a thumbs up and headed in that direction. I ran to Tria and Kuntz to take a look. My eyes opened wide, and everything I had eaten before we started the mission felt like it turned to water and was heading for the outdoor. A couple of 100 feet below us was an assembly line. It was turning out Proul hunters. Hanging on racks that went from floor to ceiling and spanned the length of the complex were thousands of the Proul machines. They hung like jackets on hangers. The machines were salvaging the raw materials from the wreckage on the surface to build more troops. If this was going on in secret facilities throughout the galaxy, this could take a turn for the worse if another invasion fleet came from Andromeda. I guessed the Proul had no problem losing a portion of their operation as long as this part remained intact. As we watched, we saw hundreds of the Proul maintenance machines moving in the direction we had just come from. A grim smile crossed my lips. Good luck trying to fix the amount of shit we just broke. Kuntz went to the consoles the Proul were operating.
"Commander, this would be a good place for us to deploy the data collection modules Justice gave us," he said, snapping me out of my thoughts.
I had forgotten all about the devices. Tria and I ran to a console and placed the compact collection device on top of it. Clutch could see through the window on the pressure door and didn't think it would be healthy to hang around.
"Commander, this door leads to the ramp that goes to the assembly area,"
Clutch reported.
"We need to find another exit sooner than later. If they send even a fraction of those hunters up here, we will be visiting our makers shortly afterward."
As if I needed any more convincing, the console I was standing next to lit up with flashing lights. I looked at some of the other consoles, and one by one they started doing the same thing. The Proul must have been performing damage control from this location. We had put a major hiccup in the operation of the complex, and now no one was controlling what was left. If things were going to turn to shit, they were going to do it in a big way, and fast. Clutch called out a warning.
Commander, several of the Prool maintenance machines are turning back and climbing the access ramp. I count 14 coming this way, and they are moving quickly.
Tria, you and Kuntz backtrack down the corridor and see where it leads. Clutch and I will handle the machines. Tria and Kuntz ran down the corridor, and Clutch started messing with the controls on the pressure door. I could tell by his ongoing commentary we were not likely to get the door open. I pointed my shotgun at the large view window and blew a hole through it. Clutch frowned at me and swung his big armored fist into the remains, knocking a hole we could walk through. The loud, hammering racket of machinery assaulted our audio pickups. Clutch started to unclip his plasma thrower, and I grabbed his arm. Unless you want every machine in here to know where we are, you should hold off on using that thing until we have to, I warned. I could tell he didn't give a crap if they knew our exact position or not. I was glad when he went ahead and humored me. Drawing our shotguns, we stepped out onto the ramp and started putting well-placed shots into the legs and lower abdomens of the oncoming machines. The muzzle blasts from our weapons barely noticeable above the din. We knocked the lead machines down, and the others slowed to a stop. It looked like they were attempting to perform repairs on their fallen comrades. Before I could throw shade on the idea, Clutch took this as his cue to toss a grenade. It bounced once off the ramp and landed at their feet. The explosion was spectacular and blew most of them off the ramp and down to the floor below. It crossed my mind he was looking for an excuse to use his damn plasma caster, and now he had one. The machines were now focused on the explosion and heading directly for the ramp. Tria called to us and said the corridor ended at another large pressure door, and Kuntz was having no luck at getting it open. I told her we would be along shortly. What seemed like unorganized chaos down below abruptly stopped with the detonation of the grenade. Either the victims of the attack blew the whistle on us, or smarter machines finally determined that we were the source of their current woes. An 8-foot section of the railing below us disintegrated in a flashing release of energy that knocked us both on our asses. My HUD could not pinpoint where the shot had come from. What it did show in great detail was the river of hostile icons had reversed direction and were all moving our way. Clutch, it's time to go. I thought he would hose the ramp down with his plasma caster. It surprised me when I saw him raise his launcher. I assumed he was going to rain high explosives on the hostiles as a parting gift. My HUD started flashing red as my antimatter proximity warning gave off a piercing beep. He emptied his magazine of all 20 rounds, and they were set to maximum yield. He rolled over and gave me a horrific smile as he pulled me to my knees. I stared at him in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" I cried. "We don't even know if we can get out of here."
Not to worry, Commander. I put a 2-minute delay on the detonation timer.
I hastily threw a grenade down the ramp and scurried back through the hole in the control room view screen. Another blast showered us with high-speed fragments of the observation window and the landing we just vacated. My grenade detonated somewhere below, and I heard the warbling shriek of an enraged hunter. I grabbed the data devices and shoved them in my storage pack. I looked over my shoulder to ensure the troopmaster was bringing up the rear. He was right on my heels and gave me a healthy push down the corridor.
Commander, you should pick up the pace.
I bit down on my retort and boosted down the passage. We covered the remaining distance to where Kuntz and Tria waited in silence. I could have said a lot of things, but knew this little adventure was just the tables being turned on me. The looks my fellow crewmates were giving Clutch were reminiscent of the ones I used to get when the beast in me made decisions that proved detrimental to the team. He shrugged them off and pointed the portal device at the wall next to the pressure door. There was a loud crash from the passage behind us. Tria and Kuntz tossed grenades down the corridor, then crowded in close to me with their weapons ready. The timer in my HUD said 22 seconds until detonation. Clutch, when we go through, get us as far from here as possible. He waved me off and hit the button. His indifference to our current plight had me at the tipping point, and I was considering giving the portal device to another team member. The alien device was evidently capable of further enlarging an already inordinately large set of nads to Uleron beast-like proportions. One such set was bad enough, but two could be downright hazardous to our health. We had a good hole, so we cloaked and jumped through. We found ourselves in a construction bay that was so huge we could not see the far end. In the middle of the bay, sitting on an anti-gravity cradle, was a massive starship that stretched into the darkness of the gigantic cavern. Its blunt hull design was reminiscent of a Murlac warbringer. The large vessel was festooned with weapons. It was easy to see where the battle damage it had once sustained had been repaired. The ship was crawling with thousands of Proul repair machines. Clutch guided us to the upper substructure of the ship. It was one of the few areas that did not appear to have Proul activity. A low rumble could be heard over the strident construction noises, and the cavern shook. Dirt, rock, and small amounts of debris came down from the overhead, creating a haze that was rapidly spreading throughout the cavern. I was more than a little disappointed it was not as spectacular as our first feat of destruction, but it was sure to have put the hurt on the Hunter production lines. Clutch guided us into the shadows of a large antenna array. We landed and went prone on the hull with our weapons pointing out in all directions.
"I am going to reconnoiter the area and make sure we are secure," the troopmaster called to me.
"Roger that. Just don't start any trouble until we can find a way out of here." I thought I heard the big lummox chuckle at my statement. He got up and went toward the rear of the superstructure. So far, our cloaked battlesuits had not been detected. As long as we were not in close proximity to the machines, I think our luck would hold.
"Commander, the area is clear," Clutch said. "You should move the team to my location."
We made our way to where Clutch was crouched at the rear of the ship. He held up a fist and then got down on his knees. Tria and I did the same. Then we crawled to the edge of the deck. Kuntz stayed behind and covered our rear while the rest of us took a look. We had a good view of the pressure door where we had made our entrance. What seemed like a non-event the first time we caused stuff to go boom was no longer the case. The Proul were abandoning their work and moving en masse toward the Hunter production area. This was an unexpected turn of events. I knew I could not count on them all leaving, but it sure looked like the vast majority were going to do just that. Security in the facility was almost non-existent. I guess after the battle for the planet was won, the Proul had more than 200 years of undisturbed peace to rebuild the base. The weapons that attacked us on the surface probably doomed any interlopers who may have stumbled upon the planet. The Proul's complacency with the status quo was going to cost them. I frowned as I revisited the circumstances that led us here. If it were not for the hive mind giving us this exact location, it was hard to say how long this operation would have continued unabated. I had pretty much decided to kill the hive mind once we returned to the Legacy. I wondered if the Overseer could get it to divulge more information on other bases. As much as I hated to think about it, the hive mind may have anticipated my intentions. There was a good possibility the conniving piece of scat was ensuring itself a stay of execution by throwing us this bone. I still had reservations concerning the access codes it gave us. My intuition said it was another trap of some kind, and that was the reason we did not use them. Tria nudged me with an elbow, purging my mind of the past and focusing me on the present. "I have no intention of returning to the Legacy with the antimatter charge Justice gave me. This would be a good place to leave it," she said. I had to agree with her. There was no way we could leave without at least trying to make the Proul ship a permanent fixture of the base. "Kuntz, where can we do the most harm with our munitions?" "The ship's star drives. A chain reaction detonation on the antimatter containment vessels could do irreparable damage." I looked at the other strike team members, and they nodded in agreement. "Okay, Kuntz, you take the lead and pick the spot, and Clutch will make a hole. Let's rig this thing to blow and get out of here so the Legacy can evac us off this rock." We were all in agreement. It was time to get the hell out of there, but not before doing the Proul one more nasty. The Tybor gave me a big, toothy smile. He loved to blow things up. I pointed to Kuntz, and he gave me a thumbs up. We eased over the back of the ship and slowly descended toward the engine room. The mass exodus of Proul was now just a trickle. Several biomachines were in and around the ship, but most went to the Hunter production area. The access hatch they were using had clouds of noxious-looking smoke flowing out of it. The haze around us was getting thicker by the minute. The less visibility, the better. Kuntz slowed us to a stop. He found a repaired hull plate that he reasoned would have breached the internal spaces, or it would not have been repaired. It was also within a couple of 100 yards of the discharge nozzles of the star drives. He slapped Clutch on the shoulder and pointed to his selected spot. We got our weapons ready, and Clutch gave us a good portal. We charged through and found ourselves in a dark cavity between the hulls. It was filled with giant cables, power conduits, and piping that stretched as far as the eye could see. The engine room had to be close. Clutch took the lead and headed off in the direction of the star drive discharge nozzles. We had gone about 50 yards and found an access hatch that for sure would take us into the interior spaces. We did not mess with trying to open it. Clutch made a portal right in the middle of it. We stepped out of the portal into an occupied corridor. 2 Prowl maintenance machines were moving down the passageway from us and did not turn around. We crowded against the wall and, as quietly as possible, started working our way in the opposite direction. Our progress came to a complete stop another 30 yards up the corridor. It had only one exit and was out into a large access passage that ran directly into the engine spaces. There was a huge blast door that protected the engine spaces. It was locked open about 20 feet up, and we could see a large number of Prowl working on various pieces of equipment. Out in the passage, there were hundreds of Prowl, and the chances of us not being detected were pretty damn slim. To make matters worse, Kuntz called out a warning.
"Commander, we have Prowl coming down the corridor to our rear."
This may not have been such a good idea after all. We were between a rock and a hard place. "Clutch, make a hole!" I yelled. Before he could activate the device, a Prowl maintainer stepped into the hallway and froze. Clutch threw his arm up and put a stream of armor-piercing rounds into its belly. It pitched forward onto the deck and started slinging the contents of its biomass reservoir all over the place. Kuntz opened up to our rear, and 2 high-explosive blasts shook the corridor. Our asses were officially in the fire after that. Clutch jerked his plasma caster out in front of him and sent 2 big squirts of hellfire out into the group of Prowl that were moving in our direction. We had every machine in the place zeroing in on our location. Tria called over the group comms.
"We have to move now, or we will be trapped in here."
Kuntz's minigun firing to our rear left us little choice as to where we could go. "Clutch, get us to the engine spaces!" The troop master sent another stream of plasma out into the gathering Prowl and then boosted for the engine room. As soon as I cleared the edge of the hallway, the first thing I saw was a large gravity lift loaded with equipment. Just beyond it was a large group of hunters rapidly moving across the passage to intercept us. I sent a beam shot into the lift, blowing some of the equipment to pieces and sending it nosediving for the deck. Tria saw what I was doing and put a follow-up shot into the control cab. The aft section blew off, dumping the whole flaming mess down onto the hunters. Kuntz must have decided we were going to be sucking shit shortly. The antimatter proximity warning went off in my HUD. It went from red to yellow, which still meant we were in for a rough ride. I could not see the threat that was encouraging him to blow us all up. Visibility was crap because Clutch had everything between us and the engine room blast door blazing with plasma fire. If that wasn't enough to get my juices churning, the blast door started coming down. We dove for the deck at the base of the rapidly descending door. The only thing I could think of at that moment was whether or not we would be welcome in the presence of our Maker. 25. A lot of people do not believe in divine intervention. I would tell any who asked that there was indeed such a thing, or our Maker wasn't quite ready for us to soil the carpet of his heavenly abode. The shockwave from the detonation of Kuntz's antimatter shell blew us to the deck and under the engine room door. I have always known we were lucky, but not that lucky. If that was not the hand of our Maker giving us his nudge of approval, Then we died in the blast, and this would be our hell for the rest of eternity. My HUD was blacked out from the detonation. Justice's subsystem that made the operation of our armor possible put the stick frame outlines of our surroundings on the HUD view screen so we would not blunder about blindly. This feature enabled me to see the clawed appendage of the Proul maintainer just before it smashed into my torso. The blow did not do any real harm to me, but did give me a damage warning indicator for my ammo pack. I rolled to the side before the next blow could land. My wits were now working on all cylinders, and I fired a burst of armor-piercing rounds up into the bottom of the machine. It collapsed on top of me, but was blown off by a blast that sent me flying into the pressure door. The warbling screech of a hunter let me know I had bigger problems lurking in my immediate future. I boosted hard for the ceiling, just as another blast hit the door. My HUD highlighted my target and showed me the whereabouts of my strike team. We were scattered about the huge engine room and were all fully engaged with hostile targets. The entire engine room radiated from explosive blasts and weapons fire. The beast in me was tearing its way out of its cage, and I could feel its rage taking over. It had been a while since I felt the monster's hate-filled anger, and in some ways it was reassuring. If I was going to die, it was going to make sure I had plenty of company going with me. I rolled hard to my right, and my beam weapon came up with what seemed like no effort on my part. I hit the hunter dead center, knocking it down and dropping its shield. My next shot explosively scattered its remains in all directions. While I got the beast's approval, I did not win any from my team.
"Nathan, cease fire!" Tria yelled out over our group comms. "If you breach the star drive's antimatter containment fields, we will all die."
The reality of the warning my significant other doused me with was enough for me to wrest control back from the beast. The blast from my beam weapon had caused collateral damage to 2 Proul that were in close proximity to my target. The maintenance machines were attempting to drag themselves back into the fray. Kuntz hosed them down with his minigun, blowing their remaining appendages to shrapnel.
"Commander, you must not let them open the blast door," Kuntz warned. "I do not have a clear shot."
My HUD flashed a warning and highlighted 2 Proul up on the level above us. Kuntz was engaging more targets, and Tria and Clutch were back-to-back sending streams of armor-piercing rounds into the Proul surrounding them. I boosted for the Proul on the landing above me, but my target fixation earned me a penalty shot from somewhere below. I was blown cartwheeling into the machinery above my targets and dumped on the floor at their feet. My vision was blurry, but I could still see enough to make out the clawed feet that started hammering me non-stop. I was fortunate because my attackers were the small versions of the hive mind and were unarmed and unshielded. That made them relatively soft targets, but the blows they were raining down on me were anything but.
"Commander, the door is opening," Clutch shouted. "Do not make me come up there and close it myself."
The troopmaster must have thought I was napping, and the deadly edge to his voice meant he had all the trouble he could handle. It's a shame the smell of a Tybor had no effect on Proul. It crossed my mind that the odor Clutch was giving off at the present would probably kill a great many lesser races. Between the testy, insubordinate tone of my troopmaster and the ass-stomping I was once again on the receiving end of, I again let the beast in me off its leash. My launcher came up and pointed at the control panel the Proul was standing at. The beast must have triggered a round of high explosive, because a lucid person would not have done such a thing. The distance was maybe 4 feet to the recipients of my hate. The explosion blasted the Proul into numerous pieces and sent me flying more than 30 feet over the upper-level rail to the deck below. While my armor did soak up the punishment it had received, that didn't mean there wasn't pain involved. My brain was rattled like a peanut in a beer can. My vision was wonky as hell, and I had major fault warnings on my minigun and needle weapon. It was hard to get any clarity as to our current state of affairs because my audio pickups were zoning in and out. I felt myself being pulled across the deck, and I was not in the mood to play patty cake with another machine piece of crap. I was going to give the high-explosive route another go, but felt my arm being pushed down. My vision was coming back, and I was greeted by Kuntz's upside-down helmet filling my faceplate. My hearing was on the mend as well. He was yelling over my comms channel to hold my fire. I pushed his helmet away from my faceplate and rolled over with a groan. The blast door had stopped moving. It had risen about a foot before I put a spanner in the works. The other thing I noticed was there were still several hostiles in the area, but they were all thrashing around on the deck like brainless idiots. Even the Prool I could see through the gap under the door were having wild seizures. My brain finally put together more coherent thoughts, and I realized the symptoms were nanite-related. Tria and Clutch pulled me to my feet. Tria cleared her war mask and put her faceplate to mine.
"Commander, Clutch and I have expended our nanite reservoirs," she said. "It will not hold back the Prool for long. Their numbers are too great. We need to get out of here before they attack en masse." My brain was back to understanding complete sentences. We did not possess enough weaponized nanites to protect us indefinitely. The large area and number of hostiles would effectively dilute our attack to the point it would no longer incapacitate the biomachines. We were screwed unless we could get out of here. "Kuntz, you take our charges and put them where they will do the most damage," I commanded. "Set them so they cannot be tampered with. Program them for remote disarm and detonation. Set the failsafe for 20 minutes. Clutch, find us a way out of here. I don't care how you do it." We gave Kuntz our scuttling charges, and he boosted up onto one of the gigantic drives. He momentarily looked around, and then disappeared into the maze of machinery. Clutch started putting portals on every spot that he thought would have a void large enough for us to make our escape. We would be able to tell if he was successful if the non-stop cursing that was being mumbled over our comms ceased. Tria and I got down on our knees and peeked under the blast door. The amount of carnage we had inflicted on the Prool obscured our view. The machine carcasses stretched into the distance. We both knew it would be foolish to think the Prool had given up. Somewhere out there, they were massing for an attack. Our options were quickly going to run out if we didn't get out of here soon. Just to keep the scat eaters honest, I put my arm under the door and raised it to what my HUD suggested would give maximum distance. I cranked the yield on an antimatter round until I got an orange release warning. As soon as Tria got the warning, she boosted away from the door. She called out a warning even though the rest of the team got the same message. I let the round fly and boosted for the upper level, where Tria and Clutch took cover. The detonation shook the ship and blasted pieces of Prool and other debris through the gap under the door. In response to the high-order detonation, the door finally decided it should do what it was originally designed for and slammed down to the deck, sealing us inside. The upside was we didn't have to worry about the Prool sniping at us through the gap. The downside was, unless Clutch could portal us out, we were trapped like rats in a dumpster. Kuntz dropped down from the drives and joined us. In the top right-hand corner of my HUD, a small green remote detonator box appeared. It had the word "armed" in the middle of it. Kuntz had transferred control to me. In the event I was not capable of doing the deed when the time came, the control would pass to Tria, and then back to him, and finally Clutch. He was putting contingencies in place if things went really bad for the chain of command. I was hoping like hell it would not come to that. But Clutch's mood and demeanor were making me think we were in a steamy one up to our eyeballs. He was still probing for a good portal location, only to have the hole promptly close on every try. Between curse words, he alerted us the device was starting to lag between attempts. I had to give it to the Prool. They knew how to protect the engines and antimatter containers on their starships. Clutch jumped down from the upper deck and slowly shook his head. It was now confirmed. There was only one way in and one way out. He had a look that I had rarely seen on his face. Gloom. This place would prove to be our tomb, unless we took drastic measures. Not wanting it to come to that, I decided to go to Plan B, even though I had yet to come up with one. My team gathered around me, and I wasn't about to let them think I didn't have a backup plan. "Clutch, make a portal on the blast door," I said. "I'm going to send a full-yield antimatter round through. After the round detonates, you make another portal, and we get out of here. My plan is for us to get to the utility access where we boarded." Tria calmed me on my private channel. "I know you just made that scat up. I just wanted to tell you,
it would have been my plan as well. Tria boosted with Coons to the bulkhead on the side of the door and went prone on the deck. Clutch looked at me, and his gloomy expression changed to a goofy smile. He was game no matter how nutty the idea was. I took a knee so I had a good upward angle and gave Clutch a nod. He gave me a hole about 10 feet up the door. I let the round fly. Dire warnings be damned. He closed the hole, and we both boosted to where Tria and Kuntz were waiting. We landed on our bellies and slid to a stop next to them. Tria reached out and grabbed my armored glove. She squeezed hard enough I could feel the pressure. There was a tremendous metallic clang, and the deck jumped hard enough to make me think the ship had slapped me in the face for the damage I had inflicted on it. I rolled over and glanced to the upper deck. All the control consoles were flashing with warning lights, and alarms were now blaring. The ship was telling us what we already knew. We had worn out our welcome, and it was time to get the hell off. We got up and ran to the door, which had a very pronounced bow to it. Clutch activated the device, but something huge must have been blocking the backside of the door. The portal closed. Clutch didn't hesitate and pointed the projector to the top of the door. To my relief, he got a good hole. He jerked his plasma caster from its clip and boosted up and through. Tria, Kuntz, and I were tight to his back. Clutch wasn't going to need his plasma caster because we flew into a blazing inferno. The walls of the passage leading to the engine spaces were folded outward, exposing other decks and corridors. I was shocked at the amount of Prool that had gathered to attack us. As far as we could see, their mangled bodies were in smoldering heaps. The blast had pushed their remains up the walls all the way to the overhead. There was a large rend in the ceiling, and smoke and flames were being sucked upward into it. Clutch never even slowed, and we flew right for it. He wasn't going to hear any bitching from me about stopping and trying for a portal. It was the only sure way of getting away from where we were. We popped up through the flaming hole and found ourselves in a giant cargo hold. The freight that occupied the deck where the blast penetrated was on fire as well. Fire suppression systems were blowing out geysers of a thick gray foam that stuck to everything it touched, including us. What little our cloak suits did to hide our location was rendered useless. Clutch started blasting balls of plasma in all directions, setting stacks of cargo ablaze, intensifying the spreading inferno. "Clutch, save the plasma! We may need it!" I called.
"I have a plan, Commander."
I didn't think boiling us in our battlesuits was a noteworthy plan. When he didn't elaborate further, I knew he was making it up on the fly, just like I was. I had to give him credit, though. The rapidly growing pyre was covering our retreat. The Prool weapons fire coming from the hold fell off drastically. Kuntz had been firing non-stop to our rear, but he ceased. At the far end of the hold was a large, open loading hatch. It was hard to say if Clutch knew it was there or not, but we needed a little bit of salvation, and a way to get out of there would fit the bill perfectly. Clutch cranked up the speed, and we flew at maximum velocity for the opening. I could only think of one thing, and that was not being trapped inside of the ship. Tria, on the other hand, was thinking a little further ahead. "Clutch, stay low to the deck so we are not exposed to the ship's weapons." I should have been the one to think of that and alert the troop master. In a way, I was kind of glad I didn't when I heard his curt reply.
"This is not my first boarding, Captain Burler."
After the cluster grope we had gone through, I could see where everyone might be a little testy. Tria could have chosen to verbally gig the troop master for his comment, but she let it slide. She knew how much stress Clutch was under to lead us the hell out of there in one piece. With the foam covering our suits, we were visible targets, so we started taking fire from the Prool hunters on the upper deck. We were flying low and fast. Most of the fire was well to our rear, but was progressively getting more accurate. I saw a flash just in front of Clutch that made him turn us toward the side of the ship. We ducked over the edge and stayed right against the hull. The ship was more than a mile long, and we still had a way to go. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a turret swivel toward us. I wouldn't have thought my sphincter could pucker any tighter. When the turret opened fire, sending beams of energy a couple of feet above our heads, I thought it somehow dragged my throat into my ass and was strangling me.
Clutch had us flying so tight to the hull it was less than a foot away. We got lucky because the weapons turrets could not depress their fire any further without hitting the ship. The star-like heat given off by the weapons fire had temperature warnings flashing in my HUD. I normally wouldn't claim being shot at could possibly have a redeeming factor, but in this case, it striped the sticky fire-retardant foam from our armor in bursts of fluffy ashes. The business end of the ship was coming up fast. Beyond it was about 500 yards of open space and a gigantic pressure door that allowed the ship access to the facility. It was, of course, closed and sealed. I had yet to see a Prowl warship that didn't have an inordinate number of heavy weapons mounted on the bow. It would be ludicrous to think this ship would be an exception to that rule. I had never heard a story where someone kicked a hornet's nest like we had, and only had one hornet wanting a piece of your ass for it. When we cleared the front of the ship, the Prowl were going to stick it to us. Clutch must have been reading my mind because he slowed us down and went prone against the deck behind a shield emitter.
"Clutch! There are several thousand hunters pursuing us," Kuntz warned. "We should keep moving." Tria and Kuntz sent streams of high explosives into the charging ranks of Prowl. Their response was to fill the atmosphere around us with energy weapons fire. Our cover was being blown to pieces. It obviously no longer mattered how much damage they inflicted on their prized warship. They were determined to take us out, and I was thinking they just might succeed. I popped out my spray nozzles and purged my entire reservoir of weaponized nanites. It would slow the Prowl down, but not stop them. There were too many.
"I would like to hear your plan. I am fresh out of ideas," I called to Clutch in a voice as calm as I could muster.
He pointed at the flames leaping from the ship's hold. "They will come to their senses any time now. We need to be ready to go when they do."
I was floored by his response. The Prowl were already blasting the crap out of their own ship. It was highly unlikely at this point they would do something sensible. This turned out to be one of those times when I was genuinely happy I was wrong. With a giant, wrenching, metallic groan, the giant access door split in the middle and started opening. The explosive decompression sucked us off the deck and out toward the void. We hit our boosters and bounced among the flying debris like pinballs. Over the top of the horrendous howl of rushing atmosphere and flying junk, Clutch yelled out over our comms to detonate the charges. With a thought, the charges ignited, blasting downward into the antimatter containment fields of the star drives. Everything flashed a brilliant white, and the last thing I saw was the huge bow of the ship being propelled right at us as we were sent flying out into the void. My battlesuit was working overtime to keep control of my uncoordinated flight. The AI started using opposing spurts from my gravity drive to arrest my considerable velocity. As I regained my senses and looked back at the planet, I saw an incredible sight. There was a massive, volcanic-like upheaval, sending chunks of rock and who knows what else thousands of feet upward into the planet's light gravity. Looking down, I saw a beautiful sight. The front of the wrecked Prowl ship was protruding out of the cavern's mangled access doors. It had corked the opening and allowed the blast to be directed back into the complex. The resulting geyser had me convinced we just dealt the entire complex a death blow. A smile parted my lips as a childhood jingle danced through my head. All the king's horses and all the king's men. "Commander, I have locked onto the strike team's locations and will collect you with a tow beam. ETA, 31 seconds. Justice calmed us, interrupting my revelry. "I want to alert you that Sail Nolan has arrived with a task force of 12 warships. I gave her our location and warned her to stay clear of the area. When the task force entered the planet's orbit, previously unidentified Prowl defensive batteries attacked and lightly damaged 2 warships. The Chalt are currently bombarding the surface from orbit and have 140 assault shuttles flying combat sorties near the poles of the planet. I also have interesting data collected from the SIG. I downloaded the intelligence report from our comms chain and will have it ready for your review." I felt myself being tugged backward. I rolled around and saw the fast-approaching hangar of the Legacy as I was pulled inward. Zool was standing with Tria and Kuntz, with a look of anxiety on his face. Justice killed the tow beam, and I was set down on the deck. The Legacy made a hard turn and nosed back for the planet. My HUD highlighted Clutch's position, and we were on him in a blink of an eye. The tow beam locked on and pulled him aboard. We retracted our helmets and went to the troopmaster. When he retracted his helmet, he had his usual goofy smile on his face. Kuntz took exception to his mood. "How can you act like that after nearly letting us be overrun and destroyed?" Kuntz asked, disgruntled.
"I told you I had a plan," Clutch said. "Even though the timing was tight, it worked out perfectly."
Kuntz's face went from mad to worse. "What are you talking about? If the Prool had not made the mistake of opening the access doors, we would be dead right now." Emotions were running high, and Clutch's reply didn't help matters.
"Ha! Apparently not all Groll are as smart as they want everyone to believe," Clutch retorted. "Even the commander and Tria were able to figure it out."
Kuntz turned to us with a questioning look of anger on his face. I didn't want any part of where this conversation was going, and was not going to be caught in the middle of another argument between the two. Zool saw what was coming as well. He made up an excuse to be somewhere else and headed for the bridge. I was admittedly a little miffed at the part where Clutch said that even I had it figured out. I wasn't quite sure if it was a swipe at my intelligence or not. Rather than admit Tria and I were both a little puzzled by his comment, I quickly made a lame attempt to quell the silly bickering. "Clutch, quit messing with him and spit it out." You could almost see steam rising from Kuntz's head when Clutch started nonchalantly flicking debris from his battlesuit. The looks Tria and I gave the troopmaster made him stop dicking with the Groll.
"The Throgs had to open the access door. It was the only way they could attempt to quickly extinguish the fire I started in the cargo hold," Clutch explained. "I knew at some point they would decide to decompress the cavern to keep their prized ship from burning up. It took a little longer than I thought it would, but it worked out as planned."
Tria, Kuntz, and I promptly turned and headed for the ready room. I was done with that conversation and had other things on my mind. Namely, what the SIG uncovered in the star system close to El Dorado. We stepped out of our abused armor and put on uniforms. Clutch hung back, muttering unkind things about the Groll under his breath. I knew he was getting a little pissy because he was not getting the attention he thought he was due.
"It was a brilliant plan, don't you think?" Clutch called after us as we walked out of the ready room.
Tria looked at me out of the corner of her eye. I made sure Kuntz wasn't looking at me and gave her a shrug. Clutch wouldn't leave it alone.
"It was the only course of action that made tactical sense. Don't you agree?"
he called again. I didn't turn around, but held a thumb up, hoping to end any more discussion on the supposed plan. When I looked down at Kuntz, he decided a thumb was not the appropriate digit and gave him the middle one instead. For some reason, Tria gave me a frown and an elbow. There were a few Earth gestures she did not care for because she took almost everything literally. She also knew that it could be learned from only one source. You would think by now that I would remember I was under constant observation. A great many things my crew have observed me doing rubbed off on them. Some were good, but a lot of it could be considered questionable. It made me wonder how much longer it was going to take Justice to figure out a way to manifest the taboo gesticulation. When you think of the devil, he tends to speak to you. "Commander, I have several IST messages on hold for you from the principal investigator," Justice said. "I informed her you were on a mission, and you would contact her when you returned. The catastrophic explosion of the Prool base was observed by Chult forces. You now have additional message traffic." I wasn't in the mood to have a conversation with Sale. She most assuredly would want a full rundown on my activities. There was no doubt in my mind she would find fault in the way we handled the discovery of the Prool base. "Are they still honoring our exclusion zone?" "Yes. They appear to be fully involved with sanitizing the planet of Prool defensive weapons." Okay, I want you to take an azimuth from our insertion point to where we exited the Prool base. I want you to strike the halfway point between those locations with our primary weapon. Then, I want you to do the same to the alien ship you discovered in the crater. The Prool were salvaging it from below the surface to avoid detection. I want to make sure that is no longer possible.
Affirmative, Commander. Those locations are already on my targeting list. I will move the Legacy in preparation to make the strikes.
What is the condition of the hive mind?
It has not received additional nutrients or liquids since you departed for your mission. I do not believe it will perish in the next 12 hours, but its condition is precarious. To ensure its biomass has minimal sustainability, it will require assistance from us within that time period.
Collate our mission data and download it to the Overseer. At the proper time, I want him to present it to the hive mind, I said. I have a gut feeling it did not believe we would survive and return from the base. We would like it to know with no uncertainty that we are back and in good health. While running around and causing havoc, we managed to get about 20 minutes of runtime on the data collection devices you gave us. I would like a detailed briefing on what they recorded, if anything.
I am already working on the decryption, Commander. If known Prool algorithms produce the expected results, I should have workable keys to unlock the data within the next few hours. The targets you chose for elimination are now void of Prool activity. It was necessary to make follow-up strikes on the underground base to ensure no Prool assets survived in the area.
Okay, Justice, stay cloaked and move us out from the planet so we can keep an eye on the Chalt. Let me know if it looks like they discovered anything we might have overlooked.
Tria and I stopped at the galley for a quick meal, but Kuntz kept going.
He was still fuming about our uncomfortably close call with Oblivion. It seemed like it was common practice for him and Clutch to play this game. I wrote it off as their stress relief routine. I had witnessed it enough I really didn't care, as long as it no longer involved me. I figured we had maybe 30 minutes tops before Clutch cooled off and forgot all about being mad. As soon as that happened, he would decide he was hungry. I didn't want to be anywhere near the galley when that happened. We ate lightly, in case my predicted timeline was faulty. When we got up to leave, I suggested a hot shower and a nap before we started going over the data. The look of mischief in Tria's eyes suggested she was good with the shower, but not with the nap. 26. As it turns out, I got to enjoy another one of those rare times I was wrong about something, and it didn't nearly cost me my life. Tria and I actually did get a small nap in before Justice woke us. That didn't mean I wasn't a little crabby from lack of sleep, and it showed when I responded to the AI's wake-up call. "Yes, Justice, what is it now?" I snapped. Biting off the AI's virtual head for waking us would probably net me an undesirable response at some point in the future. The machine knew how to use the human emotions it had learned from me to make payback a bitch in some cases. I didn't have a legitimate reason to be irritable. Tria had made certain of that. I guess deep down it had something to do with the AI carefully documenting my sexual proclivities. I felt that such things should be on a need-to-know basis, and Justice didn't need to know. The time it took for him to reply meant I would indeed be subject to an equivalent amount of future crabbiness. It was too late to apologize, and I would suffer whatever was coming to me, regardless of my effort. So I didn't even try.
"Commander, the operative is insisting to speak with you directly," Justice finally said. "She has ordered a Chalt battle fleet to transition to our location. She is not so politely asking for permission to proceed."
"Open a comms channel to Her Highness." Justice put sail right through, and she didn't waste any time taking select bites out of my ass.
"Commander Myers, I find your habit of delaying or possibly blocking our communications during a major combat operation irresponsible and disrespectful to me and the personnel under my command."
Crap. She was going to get all official on me. That meant she must have a number of her senior officers listening in on our discussion. I wondered why she would do that. In the past, she didn't want anybody to know that I usually talked to her any way I wanted and didn't give a damn if it pissed her off or not. Tria rolled over and mouthed,
"Show her a little respect.
I bugged my eyes at her in a show that stated it wasn't likely. She started doing other things to make me rethink my bullheadedness. I suddenly found it difficult to be irritable at the operative. I changed gears and came up with noteworthy excuses instead. Principal investigator, my strike team and I spent close to 4 hours in direct combat with thousands of cruel combatants, I said. We escaped by the narrowest of margins and are lucky to have survived. While I know that you and your troops would not need to recuperate after such a campaign, my crew and I do. I will be sending a copy of our mission data over to you shortly. I was going to say more, but Tria was relentless. I promptly ended the IST transmission. Justice, send a copy of the combat video you were preparing for the hive mind over to Sale. Please do it quickly, I pleadingly called out. I couldn't imagine what the operative and her underlings were thinking right about now. Sale knew me fairly well. If she even remotely surmised the nature of my abrupt termination of our comms, she was going to have an epic meltdown. My interactions with Tria did manage to assuage Justice's feelings. He no longer seemed interested in displaying any spite for my earlier tactlessness. Data files sent, Commander. I will instruct Zool to take the operative's calls if she has questions concerning your combat mission. I have already prepared a list of predetermined answers based on my observations of the engagement. I was struggling to stay focused, but did manage to say, You can do that? Of course, Commander. There are only so many logical questions the operative could ask. I believe I have sufficiently covered the most important ones. The less cogent can wait until you are ready to answer them personally. I was wondering if he would let me get away clean. That last little stab indicated he would not. A little tit-for-tat might be in order. Perhaps I would do my fornicating somewhere other than the Legacy, and see what the AI thought of those apples. I cringed, thinking I just might have let the cat out of the bag. Justice could get a pretty good read on my intentions by interacting with my implants. Maybe I could absolve myself by giving Tria my undivided attention. It could turn out to be a win-win situation. Sleep ended up being just a fleeting thought, at least for me, anyway. Tria was out cold, and I had no plans of waking her up any time soon. The thought of laying around until the operative called to annoy me made me shower again and go to the bridge. I wanted my briefings over with before deciding our next move. Justice, what info did you download from the SIG? Commander, the SIG report they have captured 87 pirates and have uncovered a huge cache of stolen artifacts and cargo. Interrogation of the pirates reveals the ships that were attacked and looted were intentionally sent to the star system for that purpose. The pirates assumed our freighter was one of the targets. Did the SIG find out who was sending the ships into harm's way? Negative, Commander. The SIG did report they found the crews of the captured ships in a crater near the base. The mass grave contained tens of thousands of bodies, indicating the pirate operation has been going on for a considerable period of time. I knew the SIG were very much an eye-for-an-eye society, and probably didn't need to ask, but I did anyway. What is the current status of the base? All but a select few of the prisoners joined their victims in the crater, and the base is now a SIG military outpost. This will be advantageous to our mining operation because we will now have a secure storage and distribution hub well separated from El Dorado. Is that all of the report? No, Commander. The SIG request a personal visit from you at your earliest convenience. They have additional subject matter they will only discuss directly with you. That last part had me scratching my head a little. Our comms array was widely dispersed across the void, and the chances of someone finding one of the buoys and figuring out how to decrypt the transmissions were slim to none. The SIG must have stumbled onto something big, or they wouldn't be asking for a face-to-face. Tria had already taken the steps to ensure our stake in this star system. Maybe it was time to turn it over to the operative and her people, so we could move on to other matters. The meeting with the SIG being the first. Thinking of the operative had me wondering why that particular burr under my saddle wasn't burning up my IST with her usual light-hearted banter. It was strange that now that our lines of communication were open, she had yet to call back. Justice, give me a secure IST to Sale.
Secure channel open, Commander.
Principal Investigator, I am ready to discuss the mission if you have the time.
You can stop trying to grease my orifices, you primate. You know my staff is not privy to my secure comms.
It's just that I was a little irritable during our last conversation, I said. I feel that I owe you a little more respect than that, and a proper explanation.
You can stow that scat. I have no desire to hear you try to explain your primitive antics. They may have been lost on my subordinates, but not on me.
Phew, the old battle axe seriously needed to get laid. Sale,
Nathan, do us both a favor and just stop for a moment and listen to what I have to say.
I guess I should have been happy that she was saving me the trouble of having to do any additional brown-nosing. I was going to let her know what the hive mind had told us, but decided to hold off for the time being. I would let her have her way until I could no longer stand it. As it turned out, I was moderately surprised by her next comments.
Nathan, the mission data you sent me contains some stunning information, Sale began. I am not sure if it makes sense or not, but it is obvious in some of the data the Prowl machines fear you and your team. That runs contrary to the information we have been collecting for the last 200 years. Some of my scholars are speculating the hive mind somehow sent out a warning. We have no data to back up that assumption, but why else would the Prowl fear an unknown without some prior warning of your capabilities?
I was more than a little dumbfounded by the Cholt's conclusions. I would need Justice's input to verify their findings. The operative and her people were competent investigators, so what she was telling me had a lot of credibility. At the time, I was only worried about getting our asses shot off, and not what the Prowl were doing while we were running for our lives. I was concerned only about surviving, and didn't give a crap what they were up to. Tria walked onto the bridge with a frown. She heard part of the conversation, and just like me, wondered what the hell. I threw my hands up and shook my head. Tria had seen those human gestures enough that she sat at her console to listen in on the rest of my conversation with the senior operative. I can tell you firsthand, the Prowl we encountered didn't act like they were frightened, I said. I have to admit, they seemed shocked when they encountered us, but I never saw any indications they were afraid. All were trying their best to kill us. As for a warning, I guess there was a possibility they may have had prior notice.
We are working on a theory the Fury made a stop at the base and revealed the outcome of the siege at our research facility. Unless you have intel your mission video doesn't reveal, it will remain a theory.
I made a crude motion with my hand and winked at Tria. She just rolled her eyes. I was going to give you a briefing on what we had, but you insisted I shut up. The silence that followed my statement implied I should carry on, and Sale was going to keep a clamp on her pie hole until I filled her in. I let the silence hang until Tria gave me the stink eye and waved me on. I kind of thought it was funny, but the scowl on Tria's face said to quit screwing with Sale. The location of this outpost came from information we extracted from the hive mind, I told Sale. The hive mind also stated the coordinates were passed on to the mutineers who stole the Fury. I would say that makes your theory valid. We are still developing information we collected during our mission. As soon as we have it decrypted, I will give you another briefing. It must have been enough for the operative to digest at one time, or she didn't like the way I was yanking her chain any more than Tria did. She moved on to another subject.
Tria has already taken the necessary steps to certify your discoveries and salvage rights, Sale said. You will have exclusive rights to any future findings discovered on the planet. That being said, I am requesting your permission to move additional assets into the star system. Once it is secured, surveyors and salvage teams will begin documenting and cataloging your find.
Sale, even though you have a habit of making me wonder at times, I trust you. I will leave you in charge, and you do whatever you feel is necessary. We have other information we are prosecuting, and we'll leave this in your hands. I promise you, if we come up with intel on the Fury, you will be the first to know.
Thank you, Nathan. My people and I appreciate all you have done for us. Even though I thought she was a little prompt in her thanks, I let it go. There was always the possibility that Chalt might uncover another Prul base and choose to keep it a secret. Since we still had the hive mind as a source of information, we had the possibility of discovering a lot more Prul assets. That all by itself would keep the Chalt honest if they wanted continued access to our discoveries. Justice, jump us to the SIG's new base of operations.
Affirmative, Commander. Dead core activation in 30 seconds.
When the Legacy returned to normal space-time, I sat in my command chair, looking at the view dome. Justice highlighted 72 SIG warships with blue triangles. They were spread throughout the system and were patrolled in task forces comprised of 9 warships each. There would be no doubt to any interlopers whose turf they were passing through. We were hailed by the SIG, and I was surprised that it was Sushi who made the call. If he made the trip from Harris just to brief me, it must be hot intel.
Commander Myers, you are clear to make an inter-system jump to the planet's orbit. I will meet you in the shuttle landing bay. I request that you wear your combat armor to keep your identity secure.
I was starting to get antsy. Whatever they found must be crazy good, or why the cloak and dagger routine? We would give the place a proper shaking when we jumped into orbit. They either didn't give a crap, or it was for the benefit of someone else. Justice alerted the crew we were changing our mission profile. Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool joined Tria and me on the bridge. They were wondering as much as I was what the SIG discovered. We went down tube and armored up while Justice jumped us into a stationary position in orbit above the former pirate base. We boarded Eagle 1, and Clutch piloted us into the void. He nosed us into a steep descent and took us down fast. I was standing behind the troopmaster as he skillfully lined us up with a base's shuttle hangar and made a picture-perfect landing. Sushi had an honor guard awaiting us. They stood with weapons extended and lined the walkway all the way to the pressure doors securing the base. I was kind of wishing that the operative was here to witness how the SIG treated us. She might be less inclined to be a pain if she knew we were better appreciated elsewhere. When we exited the airlock, we were met by Sushi. We retracted our helmets and gave the SIG a customary bow.
Commander Myers, it is good to see you again. After the failures of our last meeting, I hope this one will restore your faith in me and my people.
That explained part of the drama surrounding our meeting. Sushi was holding himself responsible for Kralmo getting away after his attempted assassination of Tria and me. It would be a waste of words to convince him otherwise. I was getting to know the SIG pretty well. Sushi wasn't about to let that smudge in our relationship go without terminal closure. Sushi, I in no way hold you responsible for Kralmo's escape, I assured him. He obviously had a well-thought-out getaway plan. His luck will not hold out forever. One day we will meet again, and he will pay for his misdeed.
Perhaps it will be as you say, Commander, but until that day comes, the SIG will not rest until we have rectified our miscalculation.
I have had the same misfortune. Iger, who is said to be the king of the Murlac pirates, has eluded me on more than one occasion. It is admittedly hard to put behind me, but sometimes there is no other choice. The smile spreading across the SIG's face gave me a rush of adrenaline.
There is a very good chance you will no longer have to put it behind you. We have uncovered information that may give you advance notice as to where Iger will be.
Hot damn. I sure hope the big SIG wasn't getting his crank yanked by some lowly piece of crap pirate. We had heard stories like this before, only to have them proven false. Sushi must have seen the doubt on my face.
Please follow me, and you can verify the information by any method you see fit, he said. We have 2 undamaged freighters in the loading docks and prisoners that have yet to prove their worth.
Sushi led us deep into the complex, and we took a lift to the lower levels.
Our final destination was a room lined with chairs and a large monitor on one wall. Sushi approached the monitor and touched it. We instantly got a view of 20 holding cells made of a clear composite. The first 7 were occupied. I recognized 6 of the aliens, but the one in the first cell was an unknown. There was 3 Murlac, 2 Grawl, and 1 Ilor. The prisoner in the first cell wore an atmospheric suit that was similar to the Ilor's. His ample girth alluded to the fact he, like Clutch, came from a world with higher-than-1 gravity living conditions. "Commander, the prisoner in the first holding cell is a Rugarian," Kuntz told me on a private channel. "They are an advanced race that are closely associated with the Galactic Union. Why he would be at this location would require a noteworthy explanation."
Commander Myers, you are free to interrogate the prisoners. With the exception of the Rugarian, the rest will be joining their victims in the mass grave we discovered not far from here. Once you hear the Rugarian's story, you will know why I recommended disguising your identities.
I looked at each of my teammates. They were feeling the same as I was. This might be the break we were looking for. If we knew where Iger was going to be in advance, we would take steps to ensure he would not slip through our hands and escape. Sushi showed us to the holding room door. The exterior entrance was a heavy-duty armored piece of work. The interior door, not so much. We saw a quickly gathering crowd of SIG file into the observation room. They were wanting to see how the demon warrior took care of business. If the information was as good as the SIG stated, we would corroborate it by any means necessary. Clutch pushed in front of me before I could take the lead. It was his usual spot in our combat formation, so I didn't bitch about his light use of elbows to get out front. We closed our helmets and blacked out our visors. Clutch's entrance surprised me. It probably got rousing cheers from the SIG who gathered to watch. The troop master was eyeballing the lighter interior door, and then took a couple of running steps and smashed it into the cell block. The reaction of the prisoners was priceless. They pushed back into the corners of their cells and slid down the wall. I guess they thought if they could somehow make themselves smaller, we might overlook them. Sushi added to their terror by opening all of the cell doors. I guess he wanted to see if they would find the courage to attempt an escape. If that was the case, he was going to be sorely disappointed. They all stayed put, with the exemption of the Ilor. He immediately stood at the opening to his cell and started offering up credits, artifacts, and information he claimed would bring us riches beyond belief. Clutch marched right up to him, and the vents in his armor locked into the open position. I knew for a fact that Tybor was going to shut the pirate up, which might leave the alien unable to speak for an extended period of time. I was actually kind of interested in hearing what he had to offer. I calmed the troop master before he did anything nasty to the portly alien. "Clutch, we could save him for last," I said. "He might actually have information we could make use of." Clutch grumbled something ugly about pirate scum and pushed the Ilor back into the cell.
"If you speak again before we ask you a question, it will be the last mistake you ever make," he threatened.
It's hard to say whether the Ilor heard Clutch or not. He was acting bizarrely, and it looked like he might have been fondling himself. Clutch gave me an incredulous look and tapped his helmet with his finger, and then pointed at the Ilor. When I turned away, I saw Tria staring at one of the Murlac and giving off a deadly vibe. She was a Chalt with a keen memory. If this was one of Iger's enforcers that had brutalized her, he was about to have a bad day. She stalked into his cell and jerked him off the floor. She shook him like a rag doll and pulled him up to her helmet. She cleared her faceplate so he could see her face. He started screaming out all kinds of nonsense. A lot of it had to do with how important he was and how wealthy he could make us. "I bet you thought this day would never come," Tria said, cutting him off. "You broke one of my arms with the butt of your weapon and then kicked me in the face twice. You were laughing when you did it. I don't hear you laughing now." The Murlac's eyes were bugging out and his mouth hanging open. He must have recognized her. Tria extended a climbing hook and cut the pirate's arm off at the elbow. She threw the pirate to the floor, where he lay screeching. She reared back with her armored boot and kicked the Murlac in the head with such ferocity it partially decapitated him. It was deathly quiet in the cell block. "Isolate the cells so we can compare notes," I called out to Sushi. All the cell doors closed, except for the one I was standing in front of. The Grawl that was sitting in the corner of it peered up at me. "Do you know who I am?" I asked him. "Yes, you are the alien many call the Demon Warrior. It is said that you killed Draen and destroyed his outpost." "Now that we have established who I am, I want to know who you are, and why the SIG found you useful enough to spare your life." "I am the captain of the ship that was disabled and left to drift in the void." "I still don't see why the SIG wasted their time saving you. You attacked and illegally boarded vessels doing legitimate commerce. You killed the crews and stole their cargo. It is my understanding you are now subject to galactic law. If I am not mistaken, the penalty for your crimes is death. I am going to ask you one more time. Why did the SIG spare your life?" "I have knowledge of those who are responsible for sending freighters to this location." "You have one choice, and that is to tell me who would knowingly send thousands of innocents to their deaths," I threatened. "I will decide if the information is worth turning you back over to the SIG. They may have other uses for you." "Give me my freedom, and I will reveal the names and their locations." The Grawl was in no position to bargain. There were way too many bodies in that mass grave for the little asshole to dictate terms to me. My anger at his arrogance quickly made up my mind. A 3-second burst from my needle gun scattered his upper torso back into his cell. The macabre abstract painting on the cell walls would either loosen the lips of the next pirate or their bowels before they met their maker. "Kuntz, bring the other Grawl." Kuntz carried the Grawl into the cell by his neck. He threw him beside the splayed remains of his captain. "Your captain had a chance to bargain with the SIG for his life in exchange for information. You now have the same choice. Who was responsible for sending freighters to this location?" "Genda Binar. He is the freight manager for Karsoon Galactic Shipping. He is also the captain's clan sibling." "I want to know how to find Genda Binar, so that I can personally give him my condolences for his brother's passing." The Grawl stood wringing his hands and staring at what remained of his captain. He hastily shook his head in acknowledgement. "He can be found at Karsoon Shipping," he said. "It is one of the top 10 shipping corporations in the galaxy. It has 12 shipping hubs. Genda resides at Hub 8. The SIG will know the coordinates. You should also know he was hand-picked for his job by the owner of the corporation, Bren Karsoon. Bren is clan sibling to Warla Karsoon, who is a Level 6 Galactic Council member. You can verify what I say is true by asking the Rugarian. He is a Level 9 Galactic Council member and the covert intermediary between certain members of the Council and the leader of the Murlac pirates." Now we were getting somewhere. If what this Grawl was telling me was correct, he might get to leave this place upright and breathing. My crew had gathered around, listening. Now that we had someone who seemed to be giving us the straight dope, Clutch had a good question for the Grawl First Officer.
"Why would the Rugarian risk coming to this location?"
"When we had possession of the last freighter sent to us, we were to gather all the cargo and artifacts from this location and take them to a destination only known to Ilam Pov. The Rugarian is present to validate the accountability of shares." Tria weighed in with the next obvious question. "Who is Ilam Pov?" "He is one of the Murlac the SIG spared. I did not see whom you chose to kill. If it was Ilam, the coordinates of the place the Murlac called Shermosk died with him." The Murlac word, Shermosk, roughly translated to fortress. It had to be where the Murlac and other nefarious members of the illicit artifact trade stored their ill-gotten gains. We gave Tria a questioning look, and she shrugged her shoulders.
She had not asked the pirate his name before she sent him to hell. 27. We marched the Grawl out of the cell. There was a 1 in 3 chance we inadvertently shot ourselves in the foot. I would not say it, but it may have been a good idea for Tria to question the Murlac before she killed him. Sushi was evidently listening to everything she said, because the cells of the remaining Murlac opened. The Grawl pirate took a look in the first cell and gave us a negative shake of his head. He approached the second cell and pointed into it. "This is Ilum Pove, and he knows the location of Shermosk." The Murlac howled in anger and attempted to dive on the traitor who had identified him. Kuntz was standing next to the Grawl pirate and shouldered the Murlac aside. The Murlac tried to get to his feet, but Kuntz kneed him in the face, laying him out cold. If the Murlac knew where the fortress was located, then he had to be one of Iger's most trusted confidants. It was just a matter of extracting the information without killing him in the process. "Clutch, take this piece of scat to Eagle 1 and return to the Legacy. Put him in the brig and give him the isolation treatment. We will finish up here and be along shortly. Oh, and Clutch, before you leave the brig, I would like you to service the hive mind's biomass. It needs to know we made it back from our mission in better shape than it is in." The Tybor gave me a croaking laugh.
"It will be my pleasure, Commander."
Clutch grabbed the Murlac by the fur on his head and dragged him from the cell block. Tria, Kuntz, and I stepped back to the first Murlac cell. He was still pushed back in the corner and had a wild-eyed look on his furry face. His stock value had taken a huge hit, and he knew it.
"I had nothing to do with the deaths of the freighter crews. I was ordered to come here and to haul cargo under the command of Ilum Pove."
"That does not change the fact that you are a pirate," I said. "The blood of the victims is on your hands, no matter what you claim." It was obvious to me we would not get any groundbreaking information from the Murlac. Sushi probably tossed him in as a sacrificial lamb to gain us leverage on the others. We turned our backs on the cell, and the door closed on the pleading Murlac. Moving on to the Rugarian's cell, we crowded in around him. He stood face to face with my war mask. His pressure suit helmet hid his face, but not his eyes. They suggested he was soiling his suit. I have been searching a long time to find the link between the illegal artifact trade and the Galactic Council. And here you are, I said menacingly. You are the proof I need to show the other races on the Council that corruption is prevalent everywhere. They need to look inward as well as out, and no one is beyond scrutiny.
You would do well to free me. I was a prisoner here. The Council will reward you handsomely for my safe return.
You have an interesting take on reality. It seems to conflict with how the SIG discovered you here. I think finding you hiding in the hold of a pirate freighter gives the SIG story a great deal more credibility than yours.
The SIG are known to be merciless killers. I feared for my life after I escaped my captors, he pleaded. When the SIG found me, I told them whatever they wanted to hear to ensure my safety.
I laughed at the Rugarian. He was so full of scat it was ridiculous. The fool thought we would somehow see things from his point of view. It was time to burst his bubble and yank him back to reality. There is no scenario where we will take you from this place and free you. I find it insulting you think we will believe the lies you are spewing at us, I said. You are somewhat fortunate the SIG have some unknown use for you. If it were left up to me, I would kill you for your breach of trust. You obviously deceived a number of races into elevating you to your current rank as a council member. I find great satisfaction in knowing you will never return to the council to practice your treachery ever again. The sniveling crook reached out and started pawing at my armor. He was blubbering and pleading to let him go. Kuntz grabbed him by his pressure suit and threw him to the back of the cell. He slid down the wall, begging us to change our minds. We walked out of the cell, and the door closed behind us. I looked down the cell block to where the Eilor was held. The lunatic was down on all fours, peeking out the doorway of his cell. To make the picture even more surreal, he began waving at us. I had thought I would be interested in what he could offer us, but it was clear to me the Eilor was raving mad. We would leave him for the SIG, and they could determine what to do with the crazy alien. We left the cell block and met Sushi outside the observation room. I let him know that he should let the Kraumo fiasco go. The information Ilum Pove would give us was a lot more important. I told him what I thought about the Grawl leveling with us. I suggested pumping him dry of any useful information and then dumping him on some remote world to fend for himself. Sushi seemed to agree with my assessment. Before we headed back to the Legacy, I had to ask him about the Eilor and why he was even in the cell block instead of a thought reprocessing institute. Sushi gave me a frightening smile and explained that his years of contact with Tam Lin taught him that humans needed a certain amount of humor in their lives. He went on to explain that he doubted if the Eilor would knowingly hurt anybody. He also assured me he would have warned us off if it looked like we might want to hurt him. The strange antics of the alien brought laughter to his otherwise emotionless crewmates, and he thought we could use a little of the same. He said Tam Lin called such things a joke, and that humans enjoyed the pastime. While I had to agree with a certain amount of his explanation, I would not have chosen the cell block as a place to pull the stunt. There was not a lot to joke about in there. Oh well, aliens do alien things, and humans are no different. It has a lot to do with whose eyes you are looking through. I put a fake smile on my face and waved at the SIG in the same manner the Eilor waved to us. He and several of his troopers laughed out loud. We said our farewells and made our way to the outer pressure lock. We stepped out onto the planet's surface and then boosted straight up with our gravity drives. Justice swooped down out of orbit and snatched us up with a tow beam. Justice, if the Matrix is charged, jump us within scanner range of the transponder thread termination points, I said. Yes, Commander. I have the coordinates of a location that will give us coverage of both sites. I am ready to jump on your order. I have to know before we jump. Did the hive mind survive Clutch's goodwill gesture? I can assure you goodwill had nothing to do with the troopmaster's contribution to the hive mind's survival. The unusually large quantity of his so-called goodwill gesture indicates he was purposely holding his normal waste-relieving routine. I suspect his intentions were to inflict fatal damage to the hive mind. I take it he failed? Yes. I am unsure how the hive mind survived, but it hung on to its remaining self by the thinnest of margins. The biomass has since overcome the extreme dilution and the intake of questionable nutrients. It appears to be back to normal functions. The entity will endure for at least the next 48 hours before it will become necessary to assist it further. Now that it seems to be on the mend, have the Overseer transfer the data from our mission. If it should suffer a relapse, I will see if the Troopmaster has it in him to aid it once more. I guess Justice thought my sarcasm was uncalled for, because he jumped the Legacy ahead of my order to do so. Commander, I am detecting a large number of Skrun warships in the orbit of one of our destination targets, Justice warned as we returned to normal space-time. I now have a count of 133 known Skrun spacecraft and 3 very large unidentified vessels. The Legacy is cloaked, and all stealth systems are engaged. Depending on the capabilities of the unknown spacecraft, there is a 25% possibility that our dead core jump was detected. Are you picking up any comms traffic from the unidentified bogies? I am detecting a data stream, but cannot determine if it is communications or sensor feeds. Get us clear of our transition point and move us toward the other target planet. Already moving, Commander. I went to the ready room and shed my armor for smart cloth. The crew and I headed for the bridge to get a god's eye view of what was happening around the second target planet. We were almost to the uptube when Justice called out again. Commander, the 3 largest targets have brought their shields online, and I am detecting large energy spikes within their hulls. The usual tone of Justice's voice changed slightly. It had an edge to it that indicated he might be experiencing the human emotion of anxiety. His next words sounded almost like dread. "The unknown targets have transitioned." We were stepping out of the lift tube when it felt like something grabbed the Legacy and gave it a toss. Neither the artificial gravity nor the inertial dampeners could nullify the effects of the sudden forces exerted on the Legacy. We were thrown into the overhead and then two of the bulkheads. For all I knew, it could have been the deck. I rolled over, groaning and wondering what the hell just happened. The feeling of pain throughout most of my body was a good indication I was still among the living. My vision finally made the necessary corrections, and I saw Kuntz face down next to me and Clutch crawling toward us. Tria was attempting to regain her footing. Blood was running down her face. The ringing in my ears subsided enough that I could hear her yelling. "Justice, give me a damage report!" Tria yelled to Justice. "We have minor damage to the port side shield emitters. I was able to bring our shields up before the unknown vessel collided with us. I made an inter-system jump to clear our datum. We were swept by sensors that may have given the unknown vessel targeting information on the Legacy. I am attempting to defeat their tracking systems by hiding among the large number of Skrun warships in orbit above the second planet." That tidbit of information was the antidote for my punch-drunk state. I got to my feet and pulled Kuntz up with me. Tria and Clutch gathered their wits, and we ran to the bridge. I took Tria's hand and pulled her close to me. I wiped the blood from the small cut on her scalp. "Are you okay?" "I am fine. It is just a scratch. We have bigger problems to worry about. I think it would be advisable to strap ourselves in." I knew for a fact Tria was lying. We both had the nano-weave lamination treatment when we underwent the Uleron weaponization process. It took a hell of an impact to penetrate our skin. I looked at the bulkhead she collided with and saw the assortment of sharp protrusions sticking out in the ship's plumbing. She was hurt, but there was little I could do about it. She would refuse medical attention no matter what I said, so I had to let it go. I gave her a nod, then turned to Kuntz and Clutch. They both flashed a thumbs up, so I went to my chair and strapped in. Our stealth systems worked well against the Skrun, but we knew nothing about the unidentified ships. They detected our transition and jumped near the location to investigate. Justice was making several course changes to avoid further detection when we were plowed into by one of the 2-mile-long spacecraft. I had my doubts it was an intentional collision. The three ships were huge, and they were spread out to avoid each other when they re-emerged from hyperspace. The chance meeting was dumb luck on their part and bad luck on ours. It didn't matter now, because they knew we were here. Both the Skrun and the Unknowns would have detected our escape jump and brief use of our shields. They also knew we exited hyperspace somewhere close to the planet they were orbiting. The Skrun's response was immediate. They launched thousands of missiles, making the chance for a probable strike greater by the minute. Justice put the Legacy as close to the planet's atmosphere as he could without giving us a re-entry plume. The Skrun were making wild maneuvers and continued to launch missiles. Things were tight, and got even tighter when the big starships jumped almost into orbit above the Skrun. The Unknowns had yet to take us under fire, so I would not start anything by ordering Justice to give them a dose of what we had to offer. My crew was looking at me, wondering if I was going to light them up. I chose diplomacy, or possibly survival. "Justice, get us out of here!" I ordered. "I am working on an exit vector, Commander." Justice was weaving the Legacy in and out of countless missile salvos. The view dome was a blur from the constant maneuvering. My eyes widened as we made several very close passes near Skrun warships. Justice must have finally found the out he was looking for, because we snap-jumped to a location just outside of the star system. He again turned away from our transition point and put some distance between it and us. I personally would have liked him to jump the hell back to a safer piece of the space, but I think he was trying to collect data on the unidentified spacecraft. The view dome had red triangles highlighted all around the planet, but I didn't see the three big ones. I was starting to deliberate on their whereabouts when they exited hyperspace at our transition point. They were as determined as bloodhounds to track us down. Justice made another hard turn that had us going back toward the scrud-infested planet. I didn't want to bust the AI's virtual balls, but I really wanted to be somewhere other than back in that hornet's nest. Justice? Is there a reason we are still playing cat and mouse with these guys? If you were trying to piss them off, it is more than obvious you succeeded.
I have concluded the sensors on the unidentified vessels are unable to track our Guardian-designed stealth systems. They are able to detect our transition distortion waves, but quickly lose tracking data when we exit the area. The highly aggressive nature of the AIs that are operating the ships suggest the vessels belong to an advanced predatory race. I am gathering valuable information on their capabilities. They have already revealed the measurable power levels of their defensive shields. They are beyond those of the Scrun warships. It would take concentrated fire from all our weapons to bring them down to a point the Legacy could inflict significant damage to their hulls. It would be extremely useful if we could measure the destructive output and nature of their offensive weapons.
I would have found it extremely unuseful if the measurements he was referring to were being made on the Legacy's hull. We watched as the three ships split up and moved away from each other. They bracketed our transition exit points and started searching in patterns that gradually moved them outward from our last known coordinates. It was going to suck if we end up finding out their weapons were better than ours. Justice made another hard turn, and to my relief, we were moving away from both unidentified bogies and the planet the Scrun had so much interest in. Justice, did you get any useful intel on the planet's surface?
Yes. The areas I was able to map were abundant with primitive animal life, but no advanced life forms were detected. I did, however, identify a large construction site on the coast of the single continent I was able to scan. I recorded thousands of Scrun communications. They reveal the new complex will be a permanent Scrun outpost. None of the comms traffic disclosed information pertaining to the unknown vessels.
What about the other planet the Guardian transponder was pointing us to?
The second planet in the system is within the life zone of the star, but my scans detected a massive 700-mile-wide crater on its surface. That information, coupled with the huge amount of planetary debris in its atmosphere, indicates the planet suffered an extinction-level collision with an asteroid or other very large object in its recent past. I surmise it may take hundreds, if not thousands of years for the planet to restore life-supporting conditions.
Were you able to get a fix on the termination point of the transponder thread?
Yes. It is fortunately on the opposite hemisphere of the impact crater. I am currently moving away from our pursuers and will make course corrections that will take us closer to that location. With your permission, I would like to perform one last test of the unknown starship's detection thresholds.
What kind of test?
I would like to launch one of our Chalt-designed stealth missiles on a course that would take it toward the unknown ships. I will then have it jump into hyperspace and re-emerge just beyond the vessel's location. At no time will the missile target any of the ships. It is my plan to degrade the stealth field of the missile to determine at what point the unknowns detect its presence.
That got me looks from my crew. They knew as well as I did that this could easily be interpreted as an escalation to an already tense situation. I had mixed feelings on the subject, and was sure my crew did as well. We were probably all unanimous in thinking it would be wise to just slip away. It was a tactic that we had seldom ever used, but it seemed like the proper time to revisit that thinking. Before I could put my words to my thoughts, Justice interrupted my doubtful inclinations.
"Commander, I am detecting another spike in the power levels emanating from the vessels searching for us."
I looked up at the 3 large red triangles Justice had highlighted on the view dome. They were spread out a considerable distance from each other. They were gradually receding targets, because we were moving away from them as well. They suddenly flared as if on fire, and the whole view dome screen seemed to jerk sideways. Justice, what the hell just happened?
The alien ships fired all of their point defense weapons simultaneously in a predetermined pattern. It appears they were attempting to make a random weapons strike that would have revealed our location if they were successful. I performed a jinxing maneuver that prevented one of the beams from striking our hull.
I would like to also add it was a brilliant but futile last-ditch effort on the part of the hostile AIs to locate the legacy. That got my juices working. It also made up my mind on gathering data to use against the vessels if it came down to duking it out. Justice, what is the status of the dead core? The Matrix will be fully charged in 8 minutes, and dead core operations will be available at that time. Pre-program a dead core jump back to the SIG's new base of operations and proceed with your test. Coordinates locked, Commander. Launching missile now. I watched the view dome as a pale blue circle appeared at our feet and moved away from us. It disappeared for about 20 seconds and reappeared behind the hostile ships. They immediately made a turn that hinted they got a detection. Their tracks indicated they didn't have a lock. This information could prove useful in the future. Their sensors could detect the minute transition waves created by our missiles, but they had to be close. The vectors they were taking put them several degrees off of a direct intercept course. The pale blue circle around our missile was slowly growing a deeper shade of azure. In the blink of an eye, the 3 ships pulsed with a golden halo, and 3 white lines lanced out and disintegrated the missile. Even though it was on an outbound course away from the ships, they still chose to strike it. There was little doubt in my mind about their intentions. If they had detected the legacy, they would have opened fire. Commander, the weapons used against our missile share parity with our own systems, Justice reported. The destructive force is comparable to that of our beam weapons. The one advantage I am noting is their weapons have an extended range over ours due to a longer duration energy pulse. This information reflects a direct correlation to the size of their power generators. The alien ships are formidable weapons platforms and should be considered dangerous adversaries. The one weakness I perceive in the data is the over-aggressive nature of the controlling AIs. In that particular realm, the Legacy has a marked advantage. I wasn't quite sure if Justice was just pointing out that Guardian-designed systems were superior to those of the unknown aliens. To me, it sounded an awful lot like the human peculiarity of honking one's own horn. The idea of hanging around and investigating the transponder thread was souring quickly. It made better sense to leave before we stirred up enough trouble to start exchanging fire with the unknowns. Justice, I have changed my mind about investigating the thread. Before we jump out of here, I want to let the aliens know they didn't scare us off. I want you to empty our magazines of stealth missiles. Target every scrun picket ship that is not a slave hauler. Have the missiles transition to their targets after we jump. That got me some smiles and nods from my crew. Inflicting damage on the scrun was a whole lot better than just leaving them alone and sneaking out with our tails tucked between our legs. Launching now. Dead core activation in 30 seconds. We had never encountered a hostile with the same level of technology as the Legacy. This was the first time that we knowingly backed away from a fight. The hostiles had the numbers, and the odds were definitely stacked against us. Justice didn't even bother speculating on our percentages of a successful attack. That was a bad omen all by itself. There was one redeeming factor to our judicious retreat. When the missiles started hitting their targets, the unknown aliens driving those ships were going to look like suckers in the eyes of the scrun. We would come back, and when we did, we would not be alone. As my reality faded away, I pondered the relationship between this place and the Scrun fleet sightings that Tam Lin reported to us. Our return to normal spacetime got us an immediate hail from the SIG's new base. Justice put it on the Legacy's open comms channel.
"Commander Myers, it is good that you are paying us another visit," Sushi said. "We had some company since you were last here. Another freighter jumped into the system. We alerted them we had an ongoing operation against pirates, and they should be cautious of any ship approaching them without proper clearance. They departed within minutes of our communication. We suspect it was the freighter the pirates were supposed to capture. This was good for the crew of the freighter, but ultimately may prove bad for you. If you are planning a mission based on the information obtained from the pirates, you may want to advance your timetable accordingly. It is just a matter of time before those behind the criminal activity in this sector find out the freighter did not go missing and made it to its original destination.
Crap. I was counting on having a little more time to question Ilum Pove. This put a serious crimp in my timeline. We needed to put together a plan to pay Shermosk a visit sooner than later. We did not want the Murlac to get a warning before we could take care of business. A place like Shermosk would only have the people necessary to keep it secure. If the Murlac received advanced warning the location has been compromised, they could call in reinforcements or evacuate their treasure and abandon it entirely. The latter scenario seemed much more likely. I thanked Sushi for the data dump and ordered Justice to jump us to hyperspace. It would take more than 40 hours of normal transition time to reach Alpha Base. When the Matrix was charged in the next hour, we would make the rest of the journey in seconds. 28. We returned to Alpha Base and immediately set to work on rearming the Legacy. As was now a common practice, all the scientists and engineers pitched in to help. Tria, Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool joined me in the briefing room to put together a plan. We knew we had to get the information on the whereabouts of Shermosk from Ilum Pove. Our usual method for gaining info was to beat the hell out of the murderous pirates until they talked. Ilum Pove had to be on really firm ground with Iger to be entrusted with the location of his treasure stash. I was not above committing what many on my home planet would consider to be atrocities. If that was what it took to gain important info from an alien that committed such crimes on a daily basis, then so be it. It was our experience that the aliens who committed the most heinous of crimes rolled fairly quickly when they received the same treatment. We had to be careful how hard we pressed the Murlac. There was always the chance he might decide to die rather than cough up information. It was decided we would make it a tag team effort. We drew a name out of a helmet to see who would pick his teams and go in first. Kuntz won and chose Clutch as his partner. I personally didn't think it was the best combination. Why Kuntz did not select Tria or me was a mystery. We occasionally disagreed with him, but we never got into the heated bickering contests he and Clutch were known for. Tria hooked her arm in mine and gave me a doubtful look. I shrugged, and we followed them into the Legacy's hangar. They started arguing right off about who should go in first. My patience was wearing thin. I was about to send them both on some meaningless errand. I had my fill of hearing them make wagers on the outcome and then nitpicking each other on how to go about it. When they saw the looks Tria and I were giving them, it ended the argument. Kuntz got his way, and we entered the brig. Justice had Ilum's cell blacked out. He configured the walls for a one-way view. We could see in, but the Murlac could not see out. Tria, Clutch, and I sat on the benches outside to observe whether or not the Grawl had any luck with a pirate. Since Kuntz's recon armor no longer fit his new physique, he chose to wear a smartcloth uniform instead. The door on the cell opened, and he stepped inside.
"I will make this simple for you," Kuntz started. "You give me the coordinates of Shermosk, and I will save you a lot of pain and suffering. There is also the small possibility of freedom, as long as you don't attempt to waste my time."
The Murlac stood up and stared down at Kuntz.
"You are the strangest-looking Grawl I have ever seen," he spat. "Did the demon warrior feed you his scat to fortify your scrawny frame?"
Clutch acted like that was the funniest thing he had ever heard. He started braying and slapping his knees. I thought Tria was going to choke him out to shut him up. Even though the cells were soundproof, Kuntz already knew what the troopmaster's reaction was going to be. He found no humor in the Murlac's statement. He squinted his eyes and took a step back. The Murlac must have mistaken the Grawl's posture for fear and leaned forward with a venomous look on his face. Kuntz leaped up off the deck, leading with his knee. He caught the Murlac right in the mouth, knocking him backward and bouncing his head off the cell wall. The Murlac rebounded and went face down on the floor. Kuntz casually leaned down and flicked the 4 teeth sticking to the knee of his uniform against the side of the Murlac's head. You will find it difficult to eat your scat rations without those, he taunted. The Murlac rolled over, spitting blood and more teeth. It looked like he might have lost the end of his tongue as well. Koontz didn't cut him an inch of slack. He grabbed Ilum by the fur of his head and drove his fist into his muzzle, knocking him out. Koontz kicked the Murlac over onto his face so he wouldn't drown on his own blood. The Grawl was yearning to test his new strength and Ularan fighting skills. But if he was not careful, he might accidentally kill the Murlac. Clutch stood up and gave the Grawl a clapping ovation. I don't know what he was celebrating. We got Zip for info. Clutch, what are you doing? I asked. Don't cheer him on. He didn't get any useful information.
I am cheering because Koontz now owes me 5,000 credits.
That earned the Tybor a sharp elbow from Tria and a stink eye from me. I should have known the two wankers would turn this into some kind of game. My temper was starting to rise, and the toothy smile on the Tybor's face faded. I want the two of you to quit screwing around and get us something we can use, I shouted. We are running out of time. The Tybor jumped up from the bench and stood in front of the cell door. When it opened, he told Koontz to take a break and watch how a professional gets the job done. I thought I heard the Grawl say something about double or nothing. I gritted my teeth. They were starting to get on my nerves, and that was not a good thing. Tria squeezed my hand.
They are doing what you call letting off steam, she said to me. Koontz is exhibiting restraint. Clutch will do the same, if for no other reason than to win their wager. They know if they kill the Murlac, we will have nothing.
I was hoping one of them would get the Murlac talking. I felt that if I went in, Ilum Pove would die for sure. Koontz sat next to me and shrugged.
The Murlac will meet his maker before he will tell Clutch what we want to know.
Screaming from the cell suddenly got our attention. Clutch was sitting on the Murlac and holding up the alien's hand. Our mouths fell open when he spit out a thumb. Ilum was screaming and babbling nonsense, so the Tybor bit off a finger as well. He spewed it into the Murlac's face. I knew the troopmaster was a hard-ass, but this was a step above that.
If you do not tell me the coordinates of Shermosk, I will give you 8 more reasons why you should.
It took 2 more fingers to get what we needed. Koontz stormed off a sore loser and 10,000 credits lighter in the pockets. Clutch stood with Murlac blood dripping from his mouth, laughing at Koontz. When he saw the incredulous looks from Tria and me, he told us Koontz was mad because he didn't think of it first. My crew used to think I was the crazy one. The Tybor now owned that distinction. I had Justice treat the Murlac's wounds. I had a feeling he had a lot of information that could prove useful in the future. On my way out of the brig, I saw Clutch go into the holding cell where the hive mind's containment chamber was stored. Clutch, you've been more than helpful today, I called. It won't be necessary to aid the hive mind at this time. The Tybor discharged a mouthful of crimson spittle onto the container and turned to me.
I was just checking to make sure the chamber was still secure, Commander.
We needed to get the troopmaster back into combat. He had a lot of pent-up energy that was going to waste. He could better serve us by expending his energy on hostiles, who were expendable. The sooner we left for Shermosk, the better. Your time might be better spent going over your combat kit. We will be leaving for Shermosk by the end of the day. As expected, that put a gory smile back on the Tybor's face. He threw me something that resembled a salute and ran out of the brig.
I will be squared away and ready in half that time, Commander, he called as he ran.
I was betting it would be less. Tria tugged me toward the lift tubes.
Let's get something to eat before he decides he is hungry.
It was really questionable if I had the stomach to eat after witnessing the Tybor's interrogation. The warm, inviting smile on Tria's face changed my mind. I might end up needing the extra energy at some point before our departure. We found Koontz and Zul in the galley, sharing a meal. They waved us over and we joined them.
Commander, Zul and I agree that you should ask the operative to join us on the Sharpest mission. We are confident that if you ask, she will join us. She may resent your leadership, but she respects your combat abilities. We will need all the help we can get. Her skills as a warrior are unquestionable. She tries to give the appearance of indifference, but I know her spirit craves battle, Kuntz said. Zul has volunteered to go with us, but his combat skills are untested and his equipment not up to the task. The operative, on the other hand, can make use of Tria's old combat armor, and her prowess as a killer will be welcome when the shooting starts. Her help may prove to be the difference between a serious injury to someone on the strike team and pulling off a swift and decisive victory.
Swift or decisive were not the words that I would have openly used before kicking off our next mission. Even though the beast in me cheered on Kuntz's rhetoric and instilled a sense of preordained victory, we would not know how big the steaming pile was going to be until we buried our boots in it. I looked at Tria, and she stopped eating long enough to nod in agreement. It was an easy decision for my teammates. Sale spent most of her time bitching at me, and not them. In the long run, I knew they were right, and I would make the call. In the back of my mind, I could hear the haunting call of the beast, confirming Kuntz's insight. Sale enjoyed a good bloodbath as much as I did. I managed to get down 6 more bites before the troopmaster walked into the galley. He picked up 2 trays in preparation for his pre-combat feast. The 4 of us picked up ours and dumped them into the recycler. 3 of us gave Clutch a polite nod on the way out. Kuntz chose instead to give him an earth gesture that earned me a sharp poke from Tria. The Tybor gave him a boisterous, croaking laugh and mouthed the words 10,000 to him. A few short years ago, the 2 aliens would have never acted like this. I was still finding it difficult to determine what part of my behavior rubbed off enough to turn them into the stooges they were now. I changed gears and started composing the message I was going to send to Sale. Tria had other ideas. More than an hour later, and a hot shower to soothe a few bruises, I opened a secure IST channel to Sale. She answered without hesitation.
Nathan, are you calling with information on the Fury?
No, unfortunately not. I do, however, have something you might be interested in.
Let me guess. The hive mind has enlightened you on the whereabouts of another Proul death trap.
I was starting to get a little agitated at the operative's demeanor and considered doing the mission on our own. Why she thought that we should have information on the Fury hinted that she still thought Justice had a subsystem stowed aboard. Try as she might, she was not going to get me to admit it any time soon. Perhaps I should call you later so you can find some fool to remove that stick from your ass.
You primate! You are the stick in my ass! Sale snapped back. What do you want?
We have developed some solid information on Iger. I was calling because I thought you might be interested in participating in his apprehension. I suspect it will involve sending a large number of pirates to an unexpected meeting with their maker.
Nathan, as much as I would like to participate, I have been informed by my superiors that no Chalt will take part in any more missions that violate the territorial boundaries of the Murloc homeworlds. I have been specifically told not to commit another act of war if I value my position as the principal investigator of my people. To be honest with you, we have a hold on all military excursions. The only exceptions to those orders will have to be Proul-related.
Sale, we will not be going to the Murloc homeworlds. We have information on a Murloc base called Sharpest. It is where the pirates and corrupt members of the Galactic Council store their stolen treasures. The silence lingered long enough, I started to ask if she was still on the IST channel.
I have heard intel reports on such a place, Sale said slowly. The stories vary enough that I wrote them off as a myth. How can you be sure you have accurate data?
The SIG captured a Murloc pirate by the name of Ilum Pove. He is now in our custody. One of our sources has positively identified him as one of Iger's highest-ranking enforcers. The troopmaster convinced him to reveal the location.
Pove is known to me, and yes, he is high in the ranks of the pirate leadership. You say you also have evidence that implicates members of the Galactic Council collaborating with the pirates?
Yes, as well as the involvement of their clan siblings.
Why are you not asking the SIG to back you on this operation?
They would if I asked, but they have no fleets anywhere close to the base coordinates. The travel time involved to move a task force would be well outside the time frame we have to execute the mission. Their equipment is inferior to ours, and I fear they will take unnecessary losses. You know as well as I do that a small, highly capable strike team can move faster and be more effective. Our weapons and equipment are a huge force multiplier. The longer we wait, the more chance there is of the pirates getting a warning that the base has been compromised.
I will be at Alpha Base within 2 hours.
We will be waiting for your arrival. We transferred Pove and the hive mind's containment chamber to the security cells under Alpha Base. Clutch and Kuntz made themselves busy with swapping out the assault shuttles. They loaded a fully armed Eagle II in the hangar, and were going to put all 5 of the daggers in the cargo hold. We hadn't come up with a scenario where we would need them, so I nixed the idea in favor of an empty cargo hold. The troopmaster bitched about it until I told him we would be shooting and looting. I made contact with the Zanes and told them we might have need of the freighter. It was my plan to have it take up a covert position within a short jump of Shermosk. If our engagement was successful, we would take as much of the pirates' assets as we could, and destroy the rest if we had to. It was my intention to decapitate the pirate leadership and deprive them of the wealth they use to continue their illegal operations. Justice reported the sighting of a lone Chalt warship entering our star system. The operative had arrived. The ship rapidly moved above Alpha Base, and a few minutes later we heard the loud report of sail transporting down. Tria and I were just leaving the munitions storage building and went to meet her. She was wearing Chalt heavy combat armor, with her sword and anti-transport rifle clipped behind her shoulders. I wonder if she did that just to rub in the fact we don't have a transporter. At least it looks like the old witch is raring to go, I whispered to Tria. Tria's response to my comments was a crushing squeeze of my hand that made me flinch. She chose to be a lot more cordial than I was.
Principal Investigator, you will be wearing my backup armor on this deployment, Tria said. Justice informed us how well you adapted to it on our last joint mission. If that is agreeable to you, please go to the ready room on the Legacy. Justice has the suit prepared and will give you a quick refresher course on the weapon systems.
We followed her to the Legacy and had to wade through the gathered scientists and engineers. Sale stood on the boarding ramp and watched as Tria and I made hand contact with each of them. Jaren, Graf, and Felix waved to us.
I will begin production on the torpedoes for the Legacy, Felix called to us as we boarded. You have a prototype loaded in the Legacy's launcher. By the time you return, I will have a complete loadout awaiting you.
I smiled and waved back. The young Zane had proved his worth time and time again. He had risen to every technical challenge thrown at him and surpassed all of our expectations. There was no doubt in my mind that I had some of the finest minds in the galaxy working for me. Together, they gave us a better-than-average chance of successfully completing our mission goals. Justice, what is the status of our freighter?
Broza is transitioning to the jump-off point. He estimates their transit ETA to be 4 hours and 40 minutes.
I was not aware Felix had finished his schematic and production program for the torpedo, I said. I knew we recovered the parts for one at our artifact depot, but didn't think it would be ready to deploy anytime soon.
The parts the Grawl collected were of a complete weapon. It only required proper assembly and integrating the onboard AI with my weapons core. The Guardian architecture rapidly assimilated my Uluran targeting systems, and it is now ready in all aspects. Felix was part of the assembly team and carefully catalogued all of the weapon's internal specifications.
Okay, Justice. Take us to the freighter jump-off point. I want to meet with the Zanes and their SIG crew. They need to know what we are going to do and what they will be jumping into.
Roger that, Commander. Dead core transition in 12 minutes.
Tria joined me, and we went to the ready room. We ran into the operative, and she was suited up in Tria's armor. In the background, I could hear the usual arguments and expletive-laden banter coming from Clutch and Kuntz.
"Your influence on the Grawl and Tybor have rotted their brains," Sale said to me.
I didn't even frown at the slight. She was probably right. I winked at her. "I'm still working on yours." She hit her gravity boosters and disappeared into the hangar. I was going to let her know about our encounter with the Scrun and their unknown allies. There was always the possibility the operative had intelligence on the aliens. I decided my inquiry could wait. It had no bearing on our current mission goals. As we approached Kuntz and Clutch, the Grawl was poking home his point on some unknown subject. He was doing it on the front of Clutch's armor with his index finger. When they noticed us coming, they promptly stopped whatever they were discussing. Both tried their best to look as if they were having a polite conversation. I wasn't buying it. The two of them were up to something, and I was pretty sure it had to do with another wager of some sort. My expression must have given away my displeasure, because they both quickly exited the ready room. Tria smiled at me, erasing the frown from my face.
"Let it go. They could be doing a lot worse," she said. "Their behavior is no different than some of the others I have served with. It is how they deal with the stress of constant combat."
I know, but Kuntz has never been a good loser, and the weaponization procedure only made it worse. He should have figured it out by now that the troop master rarely makes a wager unless the odds are in his favor. I was going to say more and ask Tria if she knew where the Grawl Guild was located. I knew there were much more pleasant ways to deal with stress. That thought was the last thing going through my mind as our reality faded away. Our return from interdimensional space was uneventful, and Justice alerted us the freighter's projected ETA was 3 hours and 17 minutes. My mind was wandering back to the subject of stress elimination, but the senior operative flew out of the hangar and sat down in front of us.
"Justice has cleared me for combat operations," Sale said. "I would like a briefing on our battle plan."
Justice will use our stealth systems to get us as close to Shermosk as possible. We will then use the portal device to covertly make an insertion into the Murlac stronghold. Once inside, we will eliminate any and all pirates we come into contact with. Our first priority is to locate Iger and either eliminate or capture him. If our intelligence proves to be faulty and he is not present, we will attempt to gain control of the base. If we are successful, we will bring in our freighter to remove the pirates' financial resources or destroy them in place. Sale surprised me by not asking a single question or bitching about anything. I looked her in the eyes, trying to get a read on her mindset. The grim determination staring back at me told me she would like nothing better than to drink pirate blood from her boot. She had more than enough problems of her own, yet here she was, ready to go. It had me speculating whether the Council knew about this little adventure or not. I brushed the thought aside. Zool and Kuntz were correct. The operative was an asset to the team. When the scat came raining down, she only got meaner. "Sale, we will be gathering in the galley," I said. "Justice has combat stimulants and nutrients selected for our pre-battle meal. Please meet us there in an hour." She nodded and went to the ready room. I was again unsettled by her lack of questions or bitching about any little something that didn't conform with her regimental command style. Sale was a lot of things, but quiet and cooperative was not one of them. Tria picked up on it as well and pushed me toward the ready room. I cocked an eyebrow and threw my hands up, giving her my "what the hell" look.
"I sense something is troubling Sale, and you should try to find out what it is before we depart," she said. "We need her help, but she needs to be focused on the mission and nothing else."
"I don't think she needs any of my human idiosyncrasies right at the moment," I replied. "You should go ask what is eating at her, and I will wait for you in the galley."
"She still treats me as a subordinate and will not speak her mind. Though she may not like it, she considers you her equal in command authority," Tria argued. "You must find out if we are going to have a problem with her now,
and not while we are on our deployment. You have got to be kidding me. She considers me something all right, but lately I believe it is more to do with unpleasant things she may have stepped in. She does that for the benefit of others who may be watching your interactions. I know for a fact that she hides her true feelings for you. She respects you for the things you have accomplished. No one has ever been successful at what you are doing. You are winning a war few will even acknowledge. It is why she has finally chosen to follow you. Tria wasn't going to budge on the subject. She pointed at the ready room and gave me her "I mean it" look. I frowned and stalked off. I was the ranking officer, and I was the one doing the marching. I went to the ready room and walked up to Sale as she stepped out of Tria's armor. She had a puzzled look on her face. "Commander Myers, is there a problem?" "You can save the commander routine for someone who cares. I came here to find out what is bothering you. I have grown used to your normal behavior, and you are not acting normal. If we have a problem, I want to know about it now, and not find out we have issues during combat." I thought she was going to answer me. She instead decided to remove her suit liner. She was now buck naked, and we were about 2 feet apart. Her once chiseled muscle and bone physique had a little more meat on it. She was filling in nicely, and I was having a little difficulty not taking an overly long look. She took a step closer. That was the last thing I expected her to do. My eyes were suddenly dollar-sized, and my mouth a desert. She reached an arm out to me, and I almost fell backward over the bench behind me. She shook her head. "My uniform, please." I didn't realize I was standing in front of the locker it was hanging in. I quickly handed it to her. Try as I might, my composure was nowhere to be found. She seemed to be enjoying my bumbling behavior. "You primate! Sit down before you fall and hurt yourself." At least I got a response I was used to hearing. I sat down, and she sat right beside me. She didn't act like she was in any hurry to finish putting on her uniform. I don't think I could have been any more uncomfortable unless someone lit my ass on fire. "Your observations are correct," she began. "I do have a number of issues troubling me lately. When my people called me Kalamordi, my orders and decisions were never questioned. I felt I had the unwavering trust and respect of all my subordinates and demanded nothing less. After my many visits and interactions with you, I had come to the conclusion I was wrong. They all feared me, and I tried to change that. Unfortunately, when they lost that fear, the ones I counted on the most to carry out my orders turned on me. I believe it is why I have lost the fury." She was quiet for a moment, then continued. "I will be honest with you. When I saw the way your people respected you, I was at a loss as to why. You rarely ordered or demanded anything from them, yet they would follow you to their deaths if that is where you led them. They only feared what the Ularan imprinting did to you, but all of them respect and trust you on a level I cannot begin to fathom. I wanted the same for those who served under me, and I got treachery in return. My superiors will not come right out and say it, but the loss of the Fury is a blot on my record that will forever haunt me. I have heard the rumors that there are some who believe my participation in the rescue mission was unnecessary. It is also said by many I should have stayed at my command and rallied the loyal troops to put down the rebellion." "Maybe they need a reminder that it was you saving them from the hive mind," I said. "Clutch could not have got them all out as swiftly as we did without your help. If it were not for your guidance, we could not have caught up with the hive mind as rapidly as we did. I am sure that saved some of the lives of the council members." "I still have the backing of most, but to some of the others, those are memories of convenience. They will not take action against me for fear of losing their connection with you." "Maybe I should remind them that you are the only reason they have a connection with me." "Nathan, please do not do that. It will be taken by those who oppose me as something I put you up to doing. I am trying to put it behind me. You asked, and now you know. I just want to move forward from here. With all that going on, why did you agree to come with us?" The operative sat silent for several minutes, staring at the floor. She took a deep breath and gave me a small smile. "I keep asking myself the same thing. There is only one reasonable answer I can come up with. I guess I am hoping whatever makes you the popular throg that you are will rub off on me." 29. My laugh was contagious. To hear Sale do it with so much conflict going on in her life was a relief. She must have been serious because when we walked out of the ready room, she hooked two of her arms in mine. Tria had waited patiently by the lifts. I didn't realize my little heart-to-heart with Sale took almost an hour. When Tria saw the smiles on our faces, hers lit up as well. She grabbed my other arm, and as we walked to the lift, she leaned over and whispered to me, "I hope you aren't getting any big ideas about the ménage à trois." Freaking evil robot. He ratted me out. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth, almost walking into the side of the lift tube. Tria pulled me inside at the last moment. Sale let go of my arm and gave us the strangest look. We stepped out of the tube and saw Clutch make the turn into the galley. Tria and I slowed down, but Sale kept right on going. I hissed at her to slow down, but she frowned and waved me off. She must have thought we were having a little jealous spat, because she turned the corner into the galley. Tria didn't seem to be upset about my less-than-truthful disclosure on my use of French axioms. She was, however, interested in knowing what was up with Sale. I gave her the summarized version. She shook her head in derision, then swatted me on the ass and pointed to the galley. When we got inside, we saw that Zool and Kuntz were already seated together. The troopmaster was leaving the chow line and moving in their direction. Sale was finishing making her nutrient selections. Clutch sat next to Kuntz, and they traded a few insincerities. Zool knew where this was going, and left before it could blossom into the usual disparaging discourses. Tria and I again tried to get Sale's attention, but she was heads down, inspecting the rations Justice had selected for her. She headed for Kuntz's and the troopmaster's table. I thought she would surely remember the Tybor's unique eating habits. When Kuntz saw that she might sit on the opposite side of the table, he attempted a tactful rescue. He patted the bench beside him. "Senior Operative, would you care to join us?" Kuntz got a polite nod, but Sale still sat on the opposite side of the table. She didn't make the foolhardy mistake of sitting directly across from the troopmaster, and chose instead to sit across from Kuntz. It was still close enough. She was inside what the rest of us considered the no-sit zone. Tria and I sat next to Kuntz and waited for the fireworks to start. To our shock and surprise, Sale sat straight-faced when Clutch tore into his nutrient bars. She never even looked up when he started making noises like a raccoon ravaging a trash can. When the crumbs started flying, she brushed them away and carried on with her meal. We decided to do the same. When we finished, we went over our plans one more time. We would use stealth until it was no longer possible. There were no friendlies in the area of operation, so everyone was a target. Justice had a picture of Iger that would allow our battlesuits to use AI recognition programs to identify him out of a crowd if necessary. We would attempt to apprehend him if the opportunity arose. If not, he was going to be a dead man, like everyone else. If we could take control of the base, we would call in the freighter and take as much as we could carry while Justice flew cover. The SIG were already sending a fleet, but it would not show up for another 27 hours. We should be long gone by then. Justice alerted us our freighter had arrived. I spoke to Broza, and then to the SIG crew. They assured me the freighter's weapons and shields were performing to spec. We went over everything they needed to know. My confidence in the Zanes was given a boost when they seemed almost enthusiastic about going into combat. I think it had a lot to do with the way the SIG crew performed during the attack the pirates made on our freighter. Their actions obviously put some starch into the Zanes' spines. If our mining plans worked out, I would upgrade to a freighter based on a battleship platform. If anyone got wind we were moving large quantities of contanium, we would need the extra firepower to protect our business interests. We went to the ready room and started our ritual of strapping on the tools of our trade. We checked each other's kit and made sure everything was secure. I made eye contact with Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch, and they each gave me a thumbs up. As I stepped in front of the operative, I could see her eyes wandering around her HUD menus before fixing on me. She gave me a Chalt salute, and I returned it. Then she gave me a thumbs up. Every weapon was at capacity, and our suits were all in the green. Justice, take us to the surveillance jump point.
Roger that, Commander. The Matrix is charged, and we will be out of direct observation from our freighter in 3 minutes. Dead core jump to waypoint 1 in 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
We marched single file to the hangar. Zool was sitting in the cockpit of Eagle 2 and gave me a thumbs up. I thought it was pretty cool when the aliens under my command acknowledged they were good to go with an Earthman gesture. Zool would be flying in the event we needed an emergency dust-off or some extra firepower. I was hoping we wouldn't have any need for it. My granddad taught me a long time ago to hope for the best and prep for the worst. Our reality faded away, and then back again. We now occupied a piece of the void 260 light-years from our freighter and 0.5 from our target. As far as we knew, the Chalt were the only ones with deep space sensors that could detect dead core transitions. If we were wrong, we had knocked hard on the Murlac's door. Our stealth systems were online, and Justice was scanning. 5 minutes later, he gave us a less than favorable report. We were close to the coordinates, but it was on the edge of a massive multi-light-year asteroid field. There were millions of asteroids spread out in every direction, and the majority were huge. You could hide an entire fleet of Warbringers in that mess. Justice started throwing numbers at me based on his scan observations.
Commander, of the 1,011,033 asteroids detected in my scans, 162,000 are large enough to harbor a base capable of docking a Murlac Warbringer-class battleship. I narrowed my search pattern and have eliminated all but 271 that are concentrated around the coordinates given to us by Ilum Pove. I am not detecting spacecraft or other telltale emissions in or around those targets. I should have known just getting the coordinates would have made finding Sharpest too easy. We would be forced to search. There was always the chance that Ilum Pove was a tougher nut to crack than we thought and gave us erroneous intel. After thinking back on my observations of Clutch's interrogation, I dismissed any speculation on the Murlac's fortitude. Pove's shrill screams as Clutch slowly bit down on the last finger of his left hand gave little doubt as to his sincerity. I cleared the morbid scene from my mind and brought our present situation back in focus. It would be stupidity on the part of the Murlac to not have sensors and weapons on any usable route to their base. If Justice could get a whiff of those systems, they might lead us to where the base was located. We would again be relying heavily on our Guardian-designed equipment to shield us from detection. The complete lack of activity, as we penetrated deeper into the asteroid field, was a confidence builder. Our technological edge was holding. Commander, we are coming up on the coordinates of Sharpest, Justice said. I have no active detections to report at this time. There is a possibility the location revealed to us may have been a contact waypoint. It would be a way to identify friend from foe. Once a vessel is verified as an ally, the final route to the base would be transmitted.
It wasn't something I had considered. Now that Justice put the theory out for us to chew on, it was more or less the same thing we were doing with El Dorado. We were actively shielding its whereabouts from all but a few select allies. It made sense to limit the information so it could not be coerced or extracted by more diabolical methods. I was getting antsy. I thought we would be on the base by now, doing our thing. I didn't like standing around with a thumb inserted in my outdoor. We were all dressed up with no place to go. If we had to turn around and go back to Alpha Base, I knew a Murlac who was going to go for a walk in the void without a suit.
Commander,
I am detecting transition distortion waves close to our area of operations. I am going to shelter the Legacy in close proximity to one of the nearby asteroids, so we can observe and identify the vessel." "Roger that. If it is the Murlac, maybe they will be kind enough to show us the way to Shermosk." "I have identified the vessel as a Murlac Warbringer-class battleship. It is moving closer to the asteroid field, but is not on a course that will intersect with the coordinates you were given by Ilum Pove." Justice put a digital representation of the surrounding asteroid field and a red triangle indicating the Murlac ship in our HUDs. He extended a course cursor from the hostile ship that indicated its flight path. Justice was right. It would pass near the asteroid field, but unless it made a hard 90-degree turn, it would miss it completely. I was again thinking Pove had lied to us. "Commander, I am detecting 3 shuttles launching from the Murlac ship," Justice said. "The hulls of the shuttles are exhibiting stealth characteristics. They are moving into the asteroid field on a course that will pass close to our position." "What about the battleship?" "Its course has not changed. It appears to be on a heading that will take it to the dust nebula that surrounds the outer perimeter of the asteroid field." "How good is their stealth?" "It is of fair quality. Their systems are redirecting over half of my passive scan return information. What it does not do adequately is mask the drive emissions. I foresee no problems tracking them." We watched as Justice tracked the shuttles in our HUDs. At one point, they were on a vector that would take them directly at the Legacy, but veered off sharply and made a sweeping arc well behind us. Justice confirmed what was on our minds. The Murlac were making a methodical search of the surrounding area. We thought it was a matter of time before they would lead us to Shermosk. I had Zool drop the ramp on Eagle 2, and we made ourselves comfortable in the cargo hold jump seats. I hoped we would get moving soon. After another hour of sitting, Kuntz and Clutch were elbowing and swatting at each other. I was glad they closed their helmets. I could only imagine the conversation that was taking place on their private comms channels. The operative sat quietly with her arms crossed, trying her best to ignore my other strike team members who were acting like 10-year-old children. The operative of old would have had a meltdown by now. She would have been reaming me a new one over my crew's lack of discipline. After more than 3 hours of course changes and backtracking, the shuttles regrouped. It looked like they were moving toward the fringe of the asteroid field. "Commander, the Murlac Warbringer is retracing its outbound course and moving back to the asteroid field," Justice reported. "Is there a possibility they detected our position?" "We were never targeted by any of the shuttle's scans. It is highly unlikely they are aware of our presence." "Have you picked up any comms traffic?" "Negative, Commander. They have maintained communication silence." I was thinking the Murlac decided to load up and leave. We would be forced to search for the base once they left the area. I was on the verge of telling my strike team to stand down and stow their armor. "Commander," Justice said urgently, 2 additional shuttles have launched from the Warbringer. They are joining with a 3-shuttle formation and moving back into the asteroid field. My pulse quickened. We may have witnessed the ritual security sweep that preceded landing at the Murlac base. I was wondering who might be on the second set of shuttles. Was this Eiger's security team escorting him to Shermosk? "Commander, the shuttles are on a course that intersects with an asteroid with a diameter of less than 5 miles, Justice said. If this is indeed their destination, a Warbringer battleship would have great difficulty accommodating its large size in such a restricted area. I am moving the Legacy a safe distance behind the shuttle formation, and we will follow until they reach their final destination." We watched as the shuttles headed for the asteroid Justice had indicated. They slowed, and as they did, a rock formation on the surface parted, and they disappeared inside. My crew was back to business as normal. We marched off of Eagle 2 and made ready for a combat jump. Justice tucked the Legacy against the backside of a large asteroid that faced our target, then partially opened the hangar door. We jumped out. He quickly closed our hatch and slowly moved the Legacy away. We used our gravity boosters to take us around the asteroid to a point where we could observe the pirate base. We were about 1,000 yards from our target, and there was no outward reaction to our insertion. We formed up and boosted toward the pirate fortress. We were vulnerable and exposed while crossing to the surface of Shermosk. We should find out fairly quickly if the stealth features of our suits failed us. To my relief, our touchdown on the surface was uneventful. We were close enough to the hidden opening the shuttles had used for access that we could make out the parting line in the rock. We stayed low to the surface and used small burps of our gravity drives to push us along. Clutch suddenly held up a fist and pointed at a row of rock-like protrusions sticking up from the surface. We were keeping our comms locked down to further avoid detection. He pointed left and right. I followed his arm and saw that the protrusions were an equal distance from each other and went in both directions. Clutch made a circle motion with his hand and again pointed at the rock-like pillars. I wasn't sure what they were for, but Clutch was right. It looked like they encircled the hidden access doors. He turned us away, and I assumed we were going to try to find another way in. We slowly worked our way along the surface. We came to a crater that was about 30 feet across. As we started to go over the edge, Clutch stopped us again. The crater was only about 10 feet deep. At its bottom were rows of pencil-thin antennas about 2 feet tall. They created a grid that was roughly 6 feet by 6 feet. While this was an interesting find, it was what Clutch pointed at to the side of the array that got my blood pressure up a couple of notches. The rock-like wall had the outline of a hatch on it. We skirted the sensor grid and stacked near the hatch. I pointed to Clutch's portal device and then at the door. He nodded and was going to pull his plasma weapon from its clip. I quickly grabbed the barrel of the weapon and pulled his shotgun for him instead. I wagged my finger in front of his face mask. We would try to use stealth before I would let him burn the place down around us. He activated the device, and we got a small, single-person hole. He leaned forward into it, and then stuck a hand back out behind him. He waved for us to follow. I was next, with Tria, Kuntz, and the operative bringing up the rear. We were in a narrow, dark service tunnel. My no-light sensors gave me a great view of the troopmaster's ass, but nothing else beyond him. His armor filled the tunnel, blocking our line of sight. We had no choice but to blindly follow. If he started a party, we would have a hard time joining the celebration until we could exit the passage. We crawled along for more than 200 yards. It was a testimony as to the thickness of the outer shell of the asteroid. The troopmaster slowed, and then finally stopped. I could barely peek over his shoulder and could see the passage dead-ended at another hatch. Clutch was messing around with the backside of the access, and to my surprise, it opened. We dropped down into a large machine space that had an active generator. Now that we were inside, I took a leap of faith that our comms would no longer be an issue with detection. Kuntz, take a look around and give me an idea of what this equipment might be used for, I said. Clutch, you and Sale look for an exit. Turning to Tria, I pointed at a service panel. See if it is something we can cause a little trouble with. Tria went to survey the control panel, and I got a heads-up from Clutch and the operative. They found 2 hatches and split up to guard each of them. Kuntz returned and reported the generator supplied power to several surface arrays, but its size implied it powered other unknown equipment as well.
This display is a monitoring station for several pumps, Tria said, pointing at the control panel. It does not identify what they are pumping. The switches on the lower panel are the actuators. I think if we shut them down, someone would be here shortly to find out what the problem was. It would be a good way to get some information on the facility. Kuntz was standing next to me, studying the board. Tria had a good point. If we could not get someone's attention with the pumps, maybe screwing with the power supply would get us a maintenance tech. Is there anything like this on the generator?
No, Commander. The generator is being monitored at another location. There are, however, a number of transfer switches that alternate the flow of energy. If we were to damage enough of them, we could trigger an automated shutdown of the generator.
There was no time like the present to start adding complexities to the lives of the pirates. I decided we would start with the pumps. If that didn't net us the results we were looking for, the generator would be next. Tria, shut down the pumps. Sail, clutch. We will be expecting some guest shortly. I have no idea how many, but I need at least one to be alive. When Tria shut the pumps off, an alarm sounded. I knew it would be doing the same elsewhere. Tria, Kuntz, and I climbed up on a maintenance scaffold on the side of the generator. We had a good view of the hatches. We cloaked and settled in for what I hoped would be a short wait. About 40 seconds passed, and the hatch on Sail's side of the room opened. 2 Murlac, wearing bright green jumpsuits, hustled through the door. Sail was a little overenthusiastic. She clotheslined the first one, flipping him up and then prone on his back. He was gagging and clawing at his throat. She whipped the other around by his arm and smashed him face first into the rock wall. The wet-sounding crunch had a definite note of finality to it. A short string of chalt oaths was heard over our group comms. It did not bode well for the health of either Murlac.
"Commander Myers, we will need another source of information," Sail reported. "I have 2 Murlac fatalities."
Clutch thought it was funny. I did not. I cut his croaking laugh off like a light switch. "Clutch! Can that crap!" I yelled. There was no point in jumping Sail's ass for killing the Murlac. It was why we were here, and what we had planned on doing. She was not as finely tuned to the armor as we were. The suit-assisted reflexes and strength multipliers made it extremely easy to kill an unarmored combatant. Before I could tell her to take it easy next time, the hatch opened and a tall Murlac wearing body armor stepped in.
"Cancel that alarm!"
His eyes swelled, and his words locked in his throat as he stared at the 2 dead bodies. Sail didn't hesitate. She kicked one of the bodies with such force it flew into the hatch, slamming it shut before the Murlac could turn and run back through it. He fumbled with the door control, but Sail jerked him backward onto the floor. He attempted to draw a sidearm, but she wrenched it from his grip, snapping the bones in his wrist. He screeched out in pain as she picked him off the floor and threw him at the troopmaster.
"Here, troopmaster, do something with this throg before I kill it, too."
Clutch turned his shoulder, and the Murlac slammed into it and fell to the floor. The air was forced from his lungs, putting a damper on his screams of agony. He lay groaning on the floor. We had a source of information. "Tria, turn the pumps back on," I ordered. "Kuntz, cover the hatch while Clutch searches the Murlac." The alarm stopped their incessant wailing as soon as Tria activated the pumps. Sail busied herself by pulling the dead bodies up onto the maintenance scaffold and out of sight. Clutch stripped the gear off the Murlac and searched him. He stomped the Murlac's helmet and communicator into scrap.
"That is what will happen to you if you do not answer our questions,"
he threatened the Murlac. I shut down my cloaking system so the Murlac could see who he was dealing with. Kneeling down next to the Murlac, I pulled his face up to my war mask. Kuntz was peeking out the hatch and interrupted before I could start my interrogation.
"I have 3 Murlac coming this way, and they are wearing body armor."
If I would have known the pump alarms were going to generate this much excitement, I would have come up with a different plan. "Clutch, get the Murlac on his feet and keep him quiet." Clutch pulled the Murlac off the floor and behind the generator. His method for keeping the Murlac from yelling out was simple. He punched him in the gut. The Murlac bent double, trying his best to get air into his empty lungs. I cloaked while Kuntz waited on the backside of the hatch. A moment later, it swung open and the 3 unsuspecting soldiers marched in. They were oblivious to Kuntz standing behind the door. He pushed the hatch shut and decapitated the last one through with his climbing hook. The first 2 whirled around, completely shocked, as their fellow trooper collapsed, headless, onto them. The operative took this as her cue to jump off the scaffold. She landed boots first on the helmet of the leader. He was driven into the floor with a broken neck. Reaching out, she grabbed the remaining Murlac by the front of his vest and drove her armored fist into his faceplate 3 times in rapid succession. The first blow probably would have been sufficient, and given us a second prisoner to interrogate. The other 2 might have been Sail's pent-up anxiety over losing the Fury, or might possibly have something to do with Clutch laughing at her. Either way you wanted to look at it, there would be no use in trying to talk to him now. I hoped we would get what we needed from our remaining prisoner. I pulled the prisoner away from Clutch and lifted him off the floor. We heard there was a lot of cringeworthy scuttlebutt being spread by the Murlac about the demon warrior. I wanted the prisoner to get a close-up of my macabre war face so he had no doubt who was asking the questions. His acknowledgement of my identity led to a lot of wasted thrashing and screaming. I extruded a climbing hook and held it to his throat, and he quieted immediately. "Where are the shuttle docks?" The Murlac pointed at the hatch Kuntz was guarding. "At the end of the passage." "Where can I find Iger?" "I would not have that information. I am in charge of maintenance. His shuttle landed, and his security team escorted him away. I do not know where he could be." "How many troops are stationed at this base?" "Base security has 80. My maintenance crew has 12. I do not know how many accompanied Iger." "Where is the artifact storage chamber?" He pointed over his shoulder at the hatch he had come through. "At the end of this passage is the main corridor. Go in the direction of the shuttle docks, and it is the second hatch from the pressure locks. You will know when you get there. The entrance is like no others." I dropped the Murlac on the floor at Clutch's feet. We had all the important information needed to get this party started. Iger was here. It was just a matter of finding him. The first thing we needed to do was make sure he didn't have a ride off this rock. Tria calmed me on a private channel.
"If Iger is indeed here, we should make sure the Warbringer cannot send additional forces."
"We are going to the docks to disable Iger's shuttles," I told her. "I will have Clutch port out and send a message to Justice before we initiate hostilities. Clutch, get the pirate on his feet. He is going to lead us to the docking area." Kuntz was holding the Murlac's helmet and waved it at me to get my attention. "Commander, there is a lot of comms traffic on the Murlac's communicator." We had spent way too much time in one place. It was a matter of time before someone came to investigate the lack of maintenance reports from the crew we had killed. "Rig a remote detonated charge on the generator. Make sure it cannot be tampered with, and then we are out of here," I told Kuntz. Kuntz tossed his helmet and pulled an antimatter charge from his storage. He boosted up onto the maintenance scaffold. I calmed the operative. "Sail, put a grenade outside the hatch and set it for anti-personnel. Give it a 10-second delay, and do the same to our exit hatch." She turned and went to work without comment. Kuntz jumped down from the top of the generator and gave me a thumbs up. Sail ran over with another grenade in hand and signaled she was ready to set the second one. "Clutch, let's get moving," I called. The troopmaster opened the hatch enough to peek out. He had no hostiles in sight, so he pushed the Murlac out into the passage ahead of us. I cloaked, and we followed in our combat formation. We slowed enough to give the operative time to set her next booby trap. She joined up with Kuntz, and we started moving. There were 4 hatches on the left side of the passage, and the Murlac slowed as he came to the first one. Clutch gave him a healthy push for his tardy behavior, and we continued on. The passage was about 200 feet long, and we could see a pressure door at the end. We had passed the third door when it suddenly opened. A Murlac stepped out and collided with Tria's cloaked armor. Tria grabbed him in a headlock and slapped a hand over his mouth. She jerked him hard up off the floor and shoved his head backward over her forearm. There was an audible snap as his neck let go. The Murlac's head lolled over at an impossible angle. Kuntz and the operative charged into the open hatch. We heard a brief scuffle, and then the operative gave Kuntz a "well done" over our comms. Tria threw the dead Murlac inside as Kuntz and Sail stepped out. Kuntz tossed in a motion-triggered grenade and closed the hatch after them. Clutch and I were distracted by the commotion and turned to see what was going on. The Murlac could not see our response since we were cloaked, but made the hasty assumption we were looking the other way. He guessed right and took off running down the passage, screaming for help. Clutch spun around and threw his arm up, giving the Murlac an overabundance of hypersonic needles. His calls of alarm were abruptly cut off as his head and upper torso seemed to melt away. The mutilated corpse flopped forward, sliding several feet down the gore-splattered passage. There was no way to hide the mess Clutch had made, so we ran to the pressure door. Looking through the observation window, I could not see anyone inside. The door had a touchpad locking system, and Clutch shook his head negative. He turned and pointed at the Murlac's corpse. Kuntz ran back and dragged it back up the passage. He put the Murlac's hand to the pad, and the door swished open. Sale was the last through the door, and put a grenade under the dead body as a parting gift. We found ourselves in a control room overlooking the shuttle docks. We expected to see the 5 shuttles, but not the small armed freighter that was snuggled up to a loading area. There was a lot of activity going on, and it all appeared to be connected with moving cargo into the freighter. Our intel source stated this was the storage site for the pirates' ill-gotten gains. It didn't take a genius to guess what the cargo might be. Tria gave me a heads-up that we were in the dock's atmospheric control room. She pointed out that the pumps we were screwing with controlled the flow of the atmosphere in the dock. It was probably where the 3 Murlac we killed were stationed. At some point they would be missed, and things would start to get exciting. If the Murlac were loading the freighter in preparation of moving their wealth, there was a good chance they got tipped off this location was compromised. All this new data translated to the fact we were behind and needed to step up instead of playing catch-up. I would have liked the time to come up with a new plan of action, but Sale upended the bucket of piss that perpetually hung over my head.
"Nathan, they are retracting the loading ramp,"
Sale said. I magnified my HUD and saw they were closing the cargo doors on the freighter as well. 30. We were running out of time, and like so many times in the past, we were going to wing it. I hated to be rushed, but things were happening at a pace that just wouldn't slow down. The pressure-locked doors that went down to the dock started cycling. Somebody was coming to check on the missing crew. We spread out to both sides of the door and waited to see what kind of crappy hand we were going to be dealt next. The doors parted, and 4 Murlac wearing atmospheric suits were standing next to a gravity sled with a piece of equipment on it. They were talking among themselves. My assumption that they were checking on the missing crew was wrong, because it didn't seem like they had a care in the world. I gave Clutch a push and went in after him. In quick succession, we gave each a 1-second blast from our needle guns at point-blank range. It made a mess out of the airlock, but we were in a hurry. It was pointless to worry over spilled milk. The rest of my team piled in behind us, and I tossed a grenade out into the control room. "We need to get aboard the freighter and make sure it doesn't leave with that cargo," I said.
"Nathan, I am familiar with the freighter's design," Sale said. "I know where the bridge is located. If we use the portal device to gain access to the command center, we will have control of the ship's weapons and shields."
It was a better plan than mine, because I didn't have one at the moment. There was only one logical thing I could say. "Sale, take the lead and we will follow. Clutch, be ready to make a hole. Let's move out!" Tria cycled the airlock. When it opened, Sale led, and we boosted hard for the upper deck of the freighter. Clutch and I had Murlac blood splattered on our armor, and it degraded our cloaking systems. I hoped everyone on the loading area had better things to do than look over the top of the freighter. Sale set us down on the hull and ran forward to a position between the weapons turrets and the shield emitters. Clearing her faceplate, she got down on a knee and pointed to a spot that had a rescue hatch on it.
"The bridge command center is 2 decks below this hatch. We will have to pass through the inner hull maintenance tunnels. There is a chance we may encounter inspection crews since the ship is preparing to get underway," Sale said. "Troopmaster, this vessel is a dated design and is not known for the quality of its fire suppression systems. Please do not use your plasma caster while we are aboard."
When Sale was sure Clutch understood, she gave the order to activate the portal device. Clutch leaned forward to make a hole, and we heard a muffled thump. We looked up in time to be showered by the observation windows of the control room above us. A piercing alarm started wailing. The ventilator was officially fouled. I decided we might as well stir the pot a little harder. "Kuntz, detonate the charge," I called. The explosion reverberated throughout the docking area. A large section of the rock wall bowed outward and broke away. It fell on the congested walkways that lined the dock, crushing an unknown number of Murlac who were working there.
"They are retreating to the shuttles,"
Tria called out. Several pirates were running for the shuttles. That was the last thing I wanted. "Weapons free!" I shouted. 3 of the shuttles were docked below the stern of the fighter, but 2 were in our line of sight. I fired a beam shot that struck the first shuttle nose on. The distance diffused the weapon's effectiveness, but still blew out the front view screens. Kuntz's and Tria's follow-up shots left huge gaping holes in its hull. We shifted our fire to the second shuttle, ripping the hold open and setting it on fire. Our attack did little to dissuade the surviving pirates from trying to board the remaining shuttles. It also drew a line directly back to us. The hostiles now had a location to focus their ire. Light weapons fire lanced up at us from every angle, but the curvature of the freighter's hull shielded us from most of it. We rained high-explosive and anti-personnel rounds down onto the scattered troops. A lot of it was ineffective, but it let them know their efforts were more of an inconvenience than a hindrance to our wanton destruction. I set an antimatter round for its lowest yield and targeted the long, wide ramp that connected the shuttle dock to the asteroid. It went up in a tremendous flash, raining debris all across the hull of the freighter. The operative ignored the distraction and let the troopmaster know we needed to keep moving.
"Any time, troopmaster,"
Sale yelled. The exhaust vents locked open on the rear of the Tybor's armor. I was glad when he didn't voice his opinion of Sale's leadership. He instead triggered the device, giving us an access hole. Sale jumped with the rest of us right behind her. The drop was only about 20 feet, and we landed in a well-lit corridor lined with pipes, wires, and conduit. The maintenance tunnel was not the only thing the operative had correct. We came down a few feet behind an inspection team. The noise of our landing made them whirl around to face us. We were so close together that they could make out the blood-splattered outlines of Clutch and me. The shock on their faces was permanently erased by exploding buckshot from Clutch's shotgun. He gave the 3-man team a whole magazine, blowing their remains well down the walkway. Sale yelled at Clutch and pointed to the deck. He jammed a new magazine into his shotgun and mumbled something disparaging under his breath. I cleared my helmet so he could plainly see my look of disapproval. He quickly made another portal. Sale took note of my reaction and incorrectly interpreted it as an endorsement of her leadership skills. She grabbed Clutch by his weapons pack before he could jump.
"We need the control room intact,"
she called to us on our group comms. Her stating the obvious did not endear her to the rest of my team. She was pushing her luck with the troopmaster, and, for that matter, me as well. I was on the verge of reeling her in when she redeemed herself. Her choice of an insertion point was spot on. We landed just inside of the bridge access hatch. There was no hiding the sound of our sudden touchdowns. The 2 security guards outside of the hatch spun around to investigate. Clutch and Kuntz jammed their shotguns against the Murlac's arm and breastplates and gave each a penetrator slug. They were blown out into the corridor and against a bulkhead. Neither was moving. The twin blasts spurred the bridge crew to action. Those who had sidearms drew them and fired blindly at the hatch opening and at my partially visible outline. I was struck twice, but the low-energy pistol beams had no effect on my heavy armor. I extruded my climbing hooks and used my gravity drive to boost into the Murlac firing on me. I drove my shoulder into the skull of my first assailant and slashed the arms from the other. The command center erupted into chaos. Tria disregarded the free-for-all and kept a cool head. She jerked the Murlac captain out of his chair and open-hand slapped him to the deck, then put a boot on his back to hold him there. Sale, Kuntz, and Clutch went medieval on the 4 remaining command staff. The body parts that littered the deck around the captain and the blood pooling against his face had him retching his guts out. Tria uncloaked and pulled the captain up off the deck.
"Lock down the ship's access hatches and activate the shields, or I will cut you up a piece at a time," she demanded.
It wasn't a stretch to guess the freighter captain was no longer the master of his bowels. He was blubbering nonsense our translators could not comprehend, but he pointed to a console. Tria set him down, letting him gingerly step over the eviscerated members of his crew. He started working the controls with his hands that were shaking so badly I was surprised he was able to use them at all. He finished and turned to Tria.
"It is done."
Kuntz was working his way around the bridge consoles, examining each of them. He stopped at one in particular. "Commander, I have located the weapons console and can target the remaining shuttles with the aft batteries." I had mixed feelings about destroying the shuttles. We had no way of knowing if Iger had made it aboard one of them or not. I had it in my mind that proper closure of my Iger vendetta would involve close scrutiny and accurate identification of his corpse. The shuttles were an imminent danger to the freighter, and as far as I knew, the only way for Iger to escape. Like it or not, they were a clear and present danger that had to be dealt with. "One of the shuttles is getting underway," Tria said, expediting my decision. "Kuntz, destroy the shuttles," I ordered. An alarm sounded when we started taking fire from the shuttle. Its shields were up, and it peeled away from the dock. The Murlac pilot was concentrating his fire on the freighter's aft shield. It was flaring a bright white, triggering another alarm on the bridge. Kuntz returned the favor, and the shuttle tried to veer away. There was little room for it to maneuver, and the larger weapons of the freighter finally penetrated its weakened shields. It blew apart, sending a large piece of its hull onto one of the docked shuttles. The impact ripped the ship from its mooring and sent it tumbling to the bottom of the docking bay. It exploded in a crash that triggered an impressive fire on several pieces of equipment. The machinery and pumps that maintained the atmosphere were no longer functioning thanks to the tune-up Kuntz gave the generator with an antimatter charge. The smoke from the fires was rapidly filling the entire docking bay. The pirates who had taken refuge in the remaining shuttle finally decided the wisdom of doing so was faulty on a variety of levels. They unasked the shuttle, only to find that the boarding ramp was no longer attached to the mooring pads. The 20 or so fools gathered at the end of the shattered walkway. I guess they were trying to figure out if they could leap the 200-foot chasm my antimatter shell had created. Kuntz wasn't taking any chances they might somehow sprout wings. He raked them with cannon fire and then shredded the shuttle, adding to the growing conflagration in the bottom of the docking bay. Kuntz used the targeting screen to scan the loading area for more hostile targets. The surviving pirates retreated into the base, conceding the docking bay to us. The familiar sound of a Chalt grenade detonating somewhere down the passage from the bridge pulled Kuntz and I away from the weapons console. Clutch and Sail went in that direction to secure the approaches to the command center. I looked over at Tria, and she waved us on. We ran out into the passage and saw smoke rising up from the lift tube. It wouldn't be hard to track Clutch and the operative. The trail of carnage left in their wake was easy to follow. We stepped out of the lift tube and found the mutilated recipients of the grenade. We were in a large corridor that led to the hold. The hallway had several bodies scattered down its length. Sail and Clutch were nowhere in sight. "Clutch, give me a sitrep," I called.
"I am in the cargo bay, Commander, and it is now secure. The operative went aft to the engineering spaces. You may want to take a look at what is in the hold."
"Roger that, Troopmaster. I am on my way. Sail, what is your status?"
"I have secured the engine room and have the full cooperation of the engineering crew," Sail said. "Send the Troopmaster to stand guard over them."
Sail's leadership was officially over. She had stomped all over my patience. Yes, she led us to quick and decisive takeover of the freighter, but the turmoil of her command style had hit the tipping point. "Negative. Hold your position," I ordered.
"I would be better, Senior Operative. That was not a request."
I took her silence as an acknowledgement of my order. I saw Clutch wave to Kuntz and me. He was standing in front of the large pressure doors that sealed the hold. My exchange with Sail was over our group comms. I couldn't think of any other reason for the smile on the Tybor's face. Just inside the doors were 7 or more dead bodies and several weapons scattered on the deck. It was hard to tell because most were shot to pieces. I was willing to bet the Tybor's minigun ran dry before he decided the pirates were no longer a threat. Several shipping crates full of credit vouchers also suffered from his attack. There were hundreds of vouchers scattered about the hold. Kuntz disappeared among the crates and returned several minutes later.
"Commander, I can only speculate, but the value of the artifacts that I could identify are worth hundreds of millions of credits," Kuntz said. "That is only what I could see on this side of the hold. Along with the unknown amount of credits, we are talking about hundreds of billions in wealth, possibly more. I would like to make a suggestion."
Okay, let's hear it.
"I think we should take the freighter and link up with the Zanes and transfer the cargo. It will be less exposure to hostile retaliation if the Murlac call for additional reinforcements. It would be an error on our part to think that they have not already done so."
Can you do it with just the captain and the engineering crew?
"Yes. If the operative stands watch over the engine spaces, we can do it. We still need to get out of the asteroid. If you can get the access doors open, I can get the freighter to the jump-off point."
"I still want antimatter charges set in the cargo hold," I said. "If we fail to get to the jump-off point, I want you and Sale to abandon ship and destroy the freighter."
"Roger that, Commander. Clutch and I will set the charges now."
Kuntz was right. It made sense to steal the freighter, since the Murlac were kind enough to load it for us. The transfer at a secure location would also keep our freighter from being identified by hostile forces. I didn't want it to be a target for retribution, especially if it was carrying contanium from El Dorado. Sale was going to crap a throg when she heard what the new plan was. She didn't have to like it. She just needed to do it. I might as well break the news to her and get it over with. "Sale, I have made a change of plans," I said to her over our comms. "You were to stay in place and make sure the engineers have the star drives ready for departure on a moment's notice. We are going to take the freighter to the jump-off point."
"The engineer Kuntz would be the appropriate candidate for that duty," Sale protested. "You would be better served if I was on the assault team that attempts to get the access doors open."
"Kuntz will be on the bridge with the Murlac captain piloting the freighter. You have your orders, and I expect you to carry them out. Are we clear?" Sale must have been busy crapping more than one throg, because she failed to answer. I took that as a yes. Kuntz and Clutch finished planting the charges and joined back up with me. My heated exchange with Sale had big grins on both their faces. "Let's get moving," I said. We went back to the bridge, and Kuntz took over the captain's chair from Tria. My armor was a bloody, gut-covered mess. Without a thorough cleaning, my cloaking systems were useless. I approached the captain of the pirate ship. He tried to back away, but Tria stopped his retreat by stepping behind him. My appearance was probably doing additional damage to the already poor condition of his undergarments. "Open a comms channel to the base," I told him. "Tell Iger the demon that destroyed his outpost and his battleship wants to speak with him." The captain hastily complied. His shrill, almost pleading voice added a nice touch to the transmission. Unfortunately, it did not inspire anyone to answer. I summoned the most sinister voice I could muster and called out over the open channel, "I am coming for you, Iger." We were going to have to do it the hard way. I waved to Tria and Clutch. Before we could exit the bridge, Kuntz grabbed Clutch and turned him around. "You should take my minigun munitions. You may need them if the pirates decide to fight." Clutch clapped the engineer on the shoulder and nodded. He ejected his empty ammo pack, and Kuntz clipped his into place. "All kills made with my munitions will be credited as mine. You are currently only 6 ahead of me," Kuntz called to the Tybor as we turned to leave. I knew the two meatheads had a wager of some kind going. Now I knew it was on how many pirates they could each kill. Clutch spun and faced Kuntz, raising his finger. "Move out, troop master!" I yelled. He quickly complied, without further comment. We didn't waste time messing with the boarding hatch, in case it was being targeted by the pirates. We crawled up the rescue hatch, into the hull maintenance tunnel. Clutch made a hole, and we were once again on the outer hull. The chamber was now filled with thick, dark smoke, which obscured the loading area. The fires down below were somewhat diminished due to the low oxygen levels. It was getting lower by the minute, and the inconvenience of not having breathable air would force the pirates to use suits or masks. I didn't know if they had another scrubber they could bring online. The probability of repairing the damage we caused in our insertion was low. The chalked grenades we left behind would discourage all but the most well-endowed in the NADS department to make an attempt. Kuntz was monitoring our progress and dropped the freighter's shield long enough for us to clear the hull. We engaged our gravity drives and made a fast drop to the wrecked loading area. We sat down behind a large gravity sled that got upended by my antimatter shell. We came under fire by automated turrets that dropped from the overhead in front of the atmospheric lock. They were blasting the gravity sled to smithereens. Clutch's answer to the problem was to burn them down. He unclipped his plasma caster and pumped 4 big glowing globs of plasma over the top of the sled and onto the overhead structure. Oxygen was a great accelerant, but plasma didn't need it to burn. The inferno Clutch started rapidly spread to all the equipment near the entrance to the base. First, one turret went silent, and the other quit seconds later. The bad thing about Clutch's plasma toy was it burned at such high temperatures it wasn't healthy for us to go wading through it. We were going to have to make a hole somewhere other than here. I did not want to risk damaging our armor. I pointed up at the rock bulging out into the docking chamber by the detonation of our antimatter charge. There was a chance the rock that fractured off of its surface made the remainder thin enough to use the portal device. We boosted up to the damaged wall, and Clutch chose the spot he decided would give us the best chance for a usable portal. Before he could trigger the device, a rumble resonated through the docking chamber that rapidly turned to a roar. The thick smoke that was helping to hide our activities was disappearing at an alarming rate. The pirates were opening the asteroid's access doors. Everything not securely locked down went flying out into the void. As the big doors slowly parted and the smoke and debris cleared, I could see an unpleasant sight. The Murlac Warbringer's huge, weapons-covered nose filled the expanding opening. I should have known the pirates were up to something. I doubted if they were going to destroy their freighter, but they effectively blocked its exit. Iger was forcing a standoff he thought he could win. The odds had shifted into the pirates' favor, but rebounded back in ours as a very welcome voice came over our comms. "Commander, are you in need of assistance?" Justice asked. It was hard to say if the AI's casual inquiry was to instill calm to our rattled composure, but my reply was anything but. "Justice, strike the Warbringer now!" I shouted. 2 blindingly bright beams struck the battleship's shield amidships, causing it to flare a bright milky white. A pulsating ball of energy quickly followed. The brightness of the anomaly rivaled a star and blacked out our HUDs. Its velocity slowed slightly as it passed through the ship's shields. Its impact was dramatic and devastating. The massive battleship seemed to wrap itself around the wound inflicted on it and started melting away into the blinding pyre. I was awed and shocked at the same time. The power of the Uleron weapon was frightening to witness. I hoped it had the same effect on the pirates as it was having on me. The momentum imparted by the massive energy release shoved the huge battleship aside. Kuntz did not hesitate and accelerated the freighter out of the opening. It veered sharply away from the collapsing warship and disappeared into the asteroid field. I thought the Grawl was cutting the clearances a little too close, but his decision to flee proved to be the correct one. The Murlac ship parted in the middle, and the fat, blunt nose careened into the asteroid, crashing into the edge of the access doors. One of the giant doors came loose and floated across the bay in our direction. We boosted hard to get out of its way, and it struck the wall several yards from where we were going to make our insertion. The corner of the door saved us the trouble of porting through. It punched a large hole through the rock, decompressing the base's interior. As it rebounded off and headed for the bottom of the dock, it was being trailed by 3 flailing Murlac pirates and a considerable amount of unidentified junk. We reversed our course and flew back to the rend created by the door. When the outflow of debris slowed to a trickle, we boosted inside. The interior lighting was flickering, but still operational. We could see that safety pressure doors had slammed shut on both ends of the corridor we were in. The pirates still had a small quantity of usable atmosphere. That wasn't going to work for me. If we had to operate in the void, then the pirates would as well. I raised my launcher and gave the door farthest from our position a 5-shot burst of high explosive. 1 or 2 would have probably gotten the job done, but the Tybor had rubbed off on me enough to imprint his philosophy of more is always better. The hatch blew inward, crushing an unknown number of hostiles. The void quickly claimed the bodily remains and sucked them from the opening with other assorted pieces of trash. Clutch charged forward and held up a grenade. When the gruesome discharge slowed, he threw it into the opening. We were disappointed when it did not detonate. I had my doubts that we had accounted for all the pirates. "Justice, can you get an interior scan through the dock access?" I asked.
"Negative, Commander. The interior spaces are well shielded."
Tria got my attention and raised her launcher. Clutch saw what she was doing and did the same.
"High explosive, 5-second delay, 5-round bursts," she called to Clutch.
He gave her a thumbs up and stepped up to the opening so he had a good angle to bounce them down the passage. They opened fire, sending the explosive shells ricocheting in both directions down the passage. The rippling detonations sent small vibrations through my boots. I pushed off the floor and floated to the junction. The corridor was filled with clouds of debris, but there was no sign of the pirates anywhere. There was not a lot of base to hide in. Clutch went left, and Tria went right. We could see the front entrance because it still had plasma fires marking its location. We slowed up when we came to a large vault door. It was the former treasure chamber for the pirates. It was closed, and depending on what Clutch could come up with, it had to be one of the few places left to hide. Clutch hailed us a few minutes later.
"Commander, I have no live combatants to report, and none matched Iger's description."
It was an interesting way to word his report, and did not include any additional information. I surmised he may have found live pirates, but they were no longer alive. I was not going to second-guess him, but it would have been nice to question someone as to the whereabouts of the remaining pirates. I looked back at the vault door, wondering if the pirates had indeed trapped themselves in the chamber. I could only think of a couple of reasons they would do that. The one that made the most sense was they were taking refuge until help could arrive. "Justice, did the Warbringer launch any comms buoys?"
"Affirmative, Commander. They launched a total of 11 since their arrival in this system. The most recent were the 3 they launched just before they moved into the asteroid field."
"Don't you think that would be information I should know?"
"Unless the pirates are able to summon a fleet, or they have developed new shields and weaponry, it will make little difference on the outcome of your mission."
The AI had a point. The Murlac's technology was no match for ours. If they sent other ships, they would share the same fate as Iger's flagship. Clutch joined back up with us. He was examining the vault door with Tria. "Did Kuntz jump out of the system?" I asked Justice.
"Yes, Commander. He has sent an IST report back to me. He has rendezvoused with our freighter, and they are transferring the cargo. He estimates it will take them approximately 3 hours to complete the loading operation."
"Roger that. As soon as they get the cargo transferred, I want him to cut the Murlac freighter loose and let them go their own way. Tell him and Sale they are to stay with the Zanes and jump to the SIG base near El Dorado. We will join up with them there."
"Sending message now, Commander."
Tria and Clutch had disappeared down the corridor and into one of the side passages.
"Nathan, we have a wall that may be shared by the vault enclosure," Tria called to me. "Clutch wants to use the portal device to determine if we are correct. We will hold until you join us."
"I am on my way." Unless we killed Iger in the shuttles, he had to be hiding in the vault with the last of the pirates. It would have been a simple matter to port a hole in the vault door and give the scum hiding there an antimatter gift before we abandoned the base. But in order to get the closure on Iger I was seeking, I would have to positively identify him. It made no difference if he was dead or alive, as long as I could get a good look at his face. An antimatter shell in the confines of the vault would no doubt leave little in the way of remains to identify. I chose instead to leave a grenade against the door and set it to remote detonate. Boosting down the passage, I found the storage area where Tria and Clutch waited for me. Tria met me at the entrance and pointed to the rear wall. 31. The storage chamber once held the loading equipment that we destroyed in our assault of the loading dock. There were a few older gravity sleds that occupied the back wall. Their appearance alluded to the fact they were non-working junk that hadn't moved in a long time. Clutch was standing between two of them, motioning at us to join him.
"Commander, if we can activate a good portal at this location, we should be to the rear of the pirate forces," Clutch said. "I doubt if they have figured out how we got into the base. It will be a complete surprise when we show up inside the vault with them."
I left a grenade against the door, I said. It should be just enough of a distraction to make them think we are trying to come through from that direction. When I detonate it, you try to get us a hole. The troopmaster gave me a big, goofy smile and activated his war face. He checked his shotgun and gave me a thumbs up. Tria was standing next to me and changed out her mags for fresh ones. She made eye contact and blew me a kiss. I couldn't help but smile. Her faceplate changed to its evil-looking caricature, and she turned to face the wall. I put my war face back on and detonated the grenade. Reaching out, I rapped the troopmaster on his shoulder with my armored fist. He ported us a good hole and we jumped through. We found ourselves standing next to a large, empty storage crate. Out to our front were 24 Murlac pirates. They were behind makeshift barricades consisting of overturned gravity sleds. The backside of the vault door had several blackened places around its perimeter. The fools had welded the door shut in an attempt to keep us out. The dust cloud shook loose by my grenade was still floating out from the door. We had a captive audience. All eyes were forward in anticipation of us coming from that direction. My attention was drawn to a tall pirate wearing bright silver armor. He was standing to the rear of the defensive formation. He had 6 pirates forward of his position wearing Zane battle armor. They had their launchers trained on the vault door. "Is that Iger?" I asked my team. Tria calmed me right back and said, "If it is, the arrogant piece of scat is wearing the ceremonial armor of Murlac royalty." Clutch drew a bead on the pirate's back.
"What does that have to do with anything? Dead is dead."
Tria pushed the barrel of Clutch's weapon aside. "I will show you what that means." Before I could react, Tria boosted right at the pirate in shiny armor. Clutch and I had no choice but to follow. As we closed with the target, Tria flipped her shotgun around and caught it by the barrel. Clutch and I raised our beam weapons in case the hostiles wearing Zane armor turned on us. When it seemed like Tria would collide with the pirate, she swung her shotgun like a baseball bat. It was a hell of a swing. The weapon made solid contact with the side of the pirate's helmet, driving him from his feet. The limp body rebounded off the ground, and she grabbed him in a headlock. The Murlac's helmet had a dent in the side and hairline cracks in the faceplate. Tria pointed back the way we came and boosted for the portal. The lack of atmosphere left no sound to alert the pirates what was transpiring to their rear. Clutch looked like he was going to open fire into the backs of the pirates. I waved him off and pulled an antimatter charge from my storage pouch. He saw what was in my hand and boosted for the portal. I set the charge and gave it a 15-minute delay. As I approached the portal, I gave the charge a toss, sending it bouncing around in the empty storage crate. As I exited the portal, I almost ran into Tria and Clutch. They were stripping the Murlac's armor of weapons. "Is it Iger?" Tria looked up at me with a grim smile. "Yes," she said triumphantly. "Is he alive?" "For now." I alerted them to the time on the charge. Clutch jerked the pirate off the ground by an arm, and Tria grabbed the other. We boosted out into the corridor. The entrance to the base was 100 yards to our left. I wasn't about to mess with the door. "Beam shot out," I called out over our comms. Clutch and Tria stopped and reversed course back into the storage chamber. I hit the door's dead center with a beam shot, blowing them out into the dock. The burning plasma splattered in all directions. We had a clear path to the docking bay. I turned back to Tria and Clutch. Iger must have recovered from having his gong rang, because they were beating the hell out of him. Their armored fists were making some impressive dents in the flashy Murlac armor. The pirate went limp, and Tria had to stop the troopmaster before he killed him. Iger's armor had little in the way of protection. It was more for show than it was for combat. He was fortunate that Tria did not hit him with her weapon in the faceplate, or he would have decompressed. There was a good chance the showy armor was for his meeting with his corrupt business partners. I would pay 1 billion credits to see their faces when Iger doesn't arrive. We boosted out into the docking bay. Justice had the Legacy snuggled up to the dock access with the hangar bay open. We felt the pull of the tow beam and cut our gravity drives. He pulled us into the hangar, and I turned to look at Shermosk for the last time. We had dealt the pirates a blow they may never recover from, but I knew it would not end their presence in the galaxy. The Scrun were proof of that. There would always be another waiting for the chance to take over the leadership position. I felt a small sense of accomplishment in that whoever would take over would have to come up with the funds to stay on top. I smiled when I saw a large plume of debris jet violently from the entrance of the base. "Justice, it is my understanding we have an experimental weapon aboard that is still untested." "Affirmative, Commander. Would you like to commence testing?" "Yes, Justice. Launch at your discretion. I will move the Legacy to the edge of the asteroid field and inform you when the weapon is ready to launch." I followed Tria and the troopmaster as they dragged Iger to the brig. The pirate's head jerked upright, and he started yelling something about paying to release him unharmed. Tria drove a pile-driver of a punch to his midsection. He gagged and puked into his face mask. They threw him into a cell. Justice closed the door and blacked it out. He was going to experience the treatment he has doled out for an unknown length of time. His chances of living much longer were tenuous at best. We knew he had information on the corrupt members of the Galactic Union. That, and the intel on other pirate operations, would be the extent of his lifeline. He would tell us what we wanted to know, or the troopmaster would use his fingers as toothpicks. We would be able to corroborate some of the information he would eventually give us with Ilum Pove. Justice alerted me he was ready to launch the Uleron torpedo. "Commander, I have instructed the weapons onboard AI to transition to Shermosk and enter the docking bay. Once inside, it will power down and wait 40 hours before it will self-destruct. If the Murlac should investigate the base before that time period expires, it will choose the optimal time to self-destruct, with the intent of doing the maximum amount of damage to hostile forces as possible." The Legacy was unarmed when I discovered it in the Alaskan wilderness. The torpedo was the final weapon missing from its arsenal. I would now have the ship's complete weapon system at my disposal. "Okay, Justice. Launch the missile and jump us back to the SIG's new base." "Affirmative, Commander. Launching torpedo now, and dead core transition in 30 seconds." My reality flared a bright white and faded away. My return to normal space-time came with the usual report from Justice. "Commander, I am tracking 240 SIG military vessels in and around this system. I have a lock on our freighter, and it is holding above the SIG base of operations. Kuntz is requesting to speak with you on a private IST channel." "Thank you, Justice. Put him through." "Commander, was your mission successful?" "Yes. Tria captured Iger alive. We are going to take him back to Alpha Base for interrogation." "That is a surprising turn of events," Kuntz said.
I would have thought the pirate would die before surrendering to us.
Tria did not give him a chance to do either. Have you spoken with Sushi?
Yes, and we are both in agreement that it would not be wise to store the contents of our freighter's hold at a location known to the pirates.
It is my intention to take it back to Alpha Base. I want you to politely explain to the Zanes that they will be staying with the SIG for now. I am sure they won't like it, but I am not ready to reveal the location of Alpha Base to them. I trust them, but it is better for us all if they are not able to divulge what they don't know.
They will be very disappointed. They have been quite vocal about getting back to their usual trade route.
I really didn't want the two Zanes to be unhappy with me. They had been an invaluable source of tech, and the sole reason we now have one of the finest replicator operators in the galaxy. The answer to the problem would require a little finesse, but the Zanes would ultimately come away pleased with my orders. Tell Broza and Hylett that we need to make sure the pirates never find the freighter, I said. They will want revenge on the crew, and I will not allow that. Tell them I bought a new freighter, and it will take a short period of time to properly arm and outfit it.
I was not aware we had another freighter, Kuntz said, confused.
I haven't bought it yet, but they don't need to know that. I want you to get them off the freighter as soon as possible and jump back to Alpha Base. We will unload the hold and sanitize it. We will then trade it back to Tam Lin for a newer model.
What about the SIG crew?
They will stay aboard. I am confident the SIG would rather die than betray our alliance. They can ferry the freighter back to 9765 when we are done with it.
Roger that, Commander. I have another request before I brief the Zanes.
Is there something I have not covered?
Yes. I would like to offload the operative as well, Kuntz said. She has made the trip from Shermosk quite unpleasant. I would appreciate if you could arrange for her to be somewhere else, preferably on her homeworlds with her own kind.
I was wondering when Sail would wear out her welcome. It was going to be irritating, but I felt I owed Kuntz some relief. We will come alongside and you can tell her to report to me. As usual, Justice was listening and brought us alongside the freighter's boarding hatch. He opened the hangar door in anticipation of Sail debarking. If she started in on me, I would grant Kuntz his wish and send her packing sooner than later. It took her only a few minutes to show up at the freighter hatch and jump across. Tria and I stood waiting to see if she would ruin what had turned out to be a good day. Sail surprised both of us by not carrying on in her usual irritating manner. The look on her face betrayed her true feelings, but she kept them in check.
"May I inquire as to how your mission turned out?" she asked me.
Tria captured Iger alive, and he is currently in the brig.
Sail looked shocked at this revelation. She was temporarily lost for words, which was a good thing. It gave me a chance to move on to other things, namely, getting out of my armor and into a hot shower. "Can I see for myself?"
"Sure, Sail. Knock yourself out. Tria and I are going to the ready room to stow our armor."
Sail gave me a questioning look. My Earth phrase had her stymied as to its true meaning. I decided to clarify my statement before she could take up any more of my time. "Yes, Sail. You can see him." Since the brig was on the way to the ready room, we walked with her, and I was glad she did so silently. Justice cleared our side of the cell wall so he could see in, but Iger could not see out. Sail stared in at the pirate, and then turned to us with a strange look on her face. "Why is he wearing the ceremonial armor of the Murlac royal clan?" I didn't have an answer, and how the hell would I know anyway? It was a statement Tria had made as well, but I really didn't care what the pirate prick adorned himself with. It was an interesting subject, but not enough to change the ruminations going on in my mind. I pulled Tria toward the hatch. Things were going my way, and I was going to make the best of it while it lasted. "Sail, why don't you ask him yourself? Because I don't care." With that, Tria and I went to the ready room. We stepped out of our armor, and when we got down to removing our suit liners,
Tria's help removing mine made the trip to my quarters a quick one. The stars in my little piece of the galaxy were all aligned. I didn't have a care in the world, until justice calmed me. Commander, I realize I am interrupting you at a most inopportune time, but Sale Nolan has an urgent need to speak with you. I couldn't believe it. Sale had a knack for bothering me at the worst possible times, and this was no exception. I was going to have a real hard time controlling the frustration in my voice. Put her through, Justice. Nathan, I have found out why Iger wears the armor of the Murlac royal clan, Sale said excitedly. I gritted my teeth in anger. Sale needed to know in no uncertain terms that I really didn't give a shit, and she could brief me later. Tria put a halt to my rant and answered for me. Please continue, Senior Operative. I have questioned Iger at length about the armor. He was more than willing to answer my questions. I didn't know where this was going, but I had regained my composure enough and wanted to know what kind of crap Iger was spoon-feeding her. Okay, Sale, tell me what he had to say. I know you will find this hard to believe, but Iger claims he was giving up his position as the leader of the pirates. He has made an agreement with the royal clan's patriarch. He was going to turn over his share of the wealth you captured as a penalty for his past transgressions. He would then take a life mate from within the royal clan, and his past was to be erased. He claims he was going to give his business partners their share of the wealth and was going to cut all ties with them, Sale said. Nathan, if he became part of the royal clan, it would make little difference to the Murlac people what Iger's past once was. The only things that will matter to them is what he does going forward. Sale, I don't care what he has to say. He is never going to make it to his royal appointment. He will answer for the countless murders and crimes he has committed. Nathan, the royal clan is the wealthiest in all the Murlac homeworlds. The bloodlines date back thousands of years, Sale said. Even though they no longer rule, they have the ears of the most powerful government and military officials. What they want, they get, and their opinion is generally the government's official view on all matters. By capturing Iger, you have made yourself the enemy of the whole Murlac race. I have yet to meet a Murlac who wasn't a pirate, so I don't care what they think. They can be pissed off, but they will never know what happened to Iger. Nathan, that would have been the case if you had not chosen to let the remaining crew on the freighter go free. Now there are survivors who will testify it was the demon warrior who attacked them and most assuredly killed a soon-to-be member of the royal clan. I have no doubt they will claim the wealth you took belonged to them as well. You will now be seen as the hostile aggressor, and the Murlac will hunt you till the end of time, if that is what it takes. As a rule, I tried to keep myself in an upbeat mood when it came to adversity. It was difficult at times, but I always gave it a try regardless. Since I was only one of the 2 Earthlings I knew of who were out in the galaxy trying to change things for the better, it was a necessity. Having someone point out that another couple of 100 billion or so aliens were lining up to get a piece of me pretty much ruined my optimistic outlook. One thing I knew for sure. The Murlac royal clan would learn the hard way. Killing me is easier said than done. This concludes The Deadliest of Intentions by Marc Stevens.